Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome. I got Trump speaking in North Carolina, Asheville, Trump rally. Plus, we have Elon Musk breaks the internet with Trump interview. Maga rally. We back to it. Your boy about to come on stage. He actually is on stage already. I just rewinded back. Give people some time to get inside of this chat here. All right? I think he coming.
You need ID.
We needed an ID for today to get in.
Yeah, exactly. And we had to go through security. We had to go through.
If you had Trump step in, let me know.
Advance as well. So to think that something important, as important,
respectfully,
for who's going to run this great country, you should have to show an ID.
You on that Trump train, you already know what number to dial.
They're voting to
type number one.
People to vote without an ID, number one, and who aren't.
I got a lot up here, man. I got the liberal media is melting after that Trump interview. With Elon Musk, because they broke the internet, man, and right now they scared, man. That's too much power for black man. Oh, they white, my bad. I got some funny stuff to show y'all too with this Trump Trump and Joe Rogan thing, and we're gonna go through the whole interview and see what we could pull out of this interview with Elon Musk today. You know what I'm saying? Even though everybody else gave they take on it, y'all didn't hear my take on it, and also I didn't hear everything that needed to be said. I'm like at the 45-minute mark where he's talking about Kim Jong-un and how he had to sit that rat eater down. You know what I'm saying? And talk to him and make a friend out of him. We're going to talk about that today. All that today. All right, wait for Trump to pop out. Matter of fact, let's move it a little bit up because he's actually already getting to the God's work.
Maybe she got the memo, but this is something she can go directly from her office in the Eisenhower building right into the Oval Office as she pleases to tell the president, Mr. Joe Biden, to get his act together and maybe seal this.
You got to get your vote on in the poll, man. I'm about to get crazy out here on this internet. Errol, come off for the Errol. Come off for the internet, Errol. All right, y'all don't know what I'm talking about, but I do.
Place, but now we've seen how devastating it is, and the fact that the border is still open, and the fact that we're still dealing with this.
Later on, after I'm done with the God's work, I might give you a birthday party at the end of this video.
People are. You don't know how dangerous these people are.
I want to expose the type of abuser you are. A nigga that'll put his hands around females' neck, man, and then try to choke them out, man. That's not God's work. That's devil work. But we'll talk about that later. You know what I'm saying?
Because of the fact that I'm worried about wherever she goes, and you never know, especially since, my wife works in Los Angeles. She's there a lot. It's a free-for-all. There's people that are
from Detroit.
Can't take a hit for you, bro. Copyright. I love this land. I don't know why that song reminds me of the Greatest American Hero. I remember that show?
The men who died, who gave that life to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today.
That's what
he no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
All right, give me a second, Bulldogs. Double tap the screen. Let's get the likes up, man. Let's try to get in the algorithm today. Let's see what we got going on. Yeah. All right, this is off Trump channel.
He's a fighter. The next governor of North Carolina, Mark Robinson.
Now, I love Trump, but I definitely want to hear some different speaking points today.
Robinson, thank you. They're a great couple. Thank you both. Thank you both.
Time to shake the room again. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you very much. Well, this is a very frisky group, I have to say. And by the way, we have some very good polls coming out today, I just heard. Despite all of the fake publicity about this radical left person from San Francisco. How's San Francisco doing? Not like North Carolina. No, we have some very good polls coming out, so that's good. You know, considering the fact that what they do, what the fake news is able to do, and yet we're leading, and let them have their convention, and who knows how that's going to turn out.
Fuck the fake
Joe
news.
Biden is a very angry man. You know that, right? Because they took it away from him. They usurped it away from him. Terrible, terrible, bad.
Trump smoking on dead ops, man. That's mad. That's madness, man. That's madness, man.
14 million votes. She got no votes. And you look at what happens. That's not the way it's supposed to happen. They are a threat to democracy, right? As they say. They are a threat to democracy. But thanks as well to members of Congress, Chuck Edwards and Virginia Fox Warriors. Thank you, wherever you may be. Good. Thank you. Thanks, Chuck. Thank you, Virginia. State Auditor candidate Dave Bollock. He said, I'm only in politics for you, sir. Where is Dave? Anybody that would save, Dave, if you say that, and do you mean that? If you mean that, I'm for you all the way. He has my endorsement. Thank you, Dave. A man who's doing an incredible job, so good. When we won this state, and we won it easily, I said, Michael Watley, you're going to head the RNC with Laura. And they're doing an incredible job. And also your North Carolina GOP chairman, Jason Simmons. Jason, thank you. We doing okay? We're doing good, Jason? Okay, we're way up here. We got to make sure everyone gets out and votes, but we're way up. So I want to thank you. We've had tremendous experience here. We won every time we were in. A special place. Well, my son, you know, he and his wonderful wife, you know who I'm talking about, Lara. But Eric and Lara, they named their beautiful daughter Carolina. Okay. I said, which one are you talking about? Well, you know, today I'm going to say it's North Carolina, right? No, she was born here, raised here, and I'm sure it's a big reason we've done so well here. She's great. She's really terrific, and he is a great young man. I mean, you know, I'm a little prejudiced perhaps because it's my son, a little bit, but they're a great couple, and thank you very much. We appreciate it. With the help of everyone in this room, 83 days from now, can you imagine 83 days? We're almost there. We got to get it.
Oh.
We're going to defeat super liberal, more liberal than Bernie Sanders. Did you hear that? The most liberal person.
Extremists, not fucking liberal.
We're going to defeat KMALA.
They want to cut dicks off out here, y'all. Come on, stay woke.
A historic landslide, and we're going to take back our country. We're going to take it back. And I think it's important to say, and I never get corrected. I know it's fact because, you know, if I'm slightly off, they do stories, headlines. He didn't tell quite the truth. Well, we are leading the biggest political movement in the history of our country, bigger than any movement ever before. There's never been a movement like this. Go, make America great again, Maga. Make America great again. I say to the Democrats when they come out, well, you know, we've got to try and stop MAGA. MAGA is make America great again. What do you want to stop it for? That's what we're doing. They put in a candidate and we beat him badly.
Bad.
How did he do in the debate? Then they put in another candidate. This is like
I heard KMALA gonna have Cardi B twerking her ass at the next one.
so. Then they put in another candidate, and we're doing very well considering the fact that she has the greatest press. She went from being
Afghanistan,
disrespect
Lansky's
ago. Nobody thought she had a chance. Nobody, and I don't think she can.
Hello, my brothers.
If she does, our country is finished. You want to know the truth, but She was totally disrespected. The most unpopular vice president in the history of our country. And then they decided to get politically correct. We have to put her in. They put her in, and now they're putting her on the covers of Time magazine with an article.
They didn't get no votes.
They don't use a picture. They don't use a picture. They use an artist sketch. I want to use that artist. I want to find that artist. I like him very much.
She's spending she's spending millions on advertising.
Who knows? This is a little bit different than with
throwing these people money in the garbage.
Have a candidate. You know, we spent probably $100 million on beating him. Then we had a very good debate, and we beat him. And they said, well, instead of letting it go, who knows what happens, right? It's the world of politics. They said
he smoked old poor Joe. Joe was looking bad. He fucked them up so bad. They say Joe is dead right now. Stuff.
Do it the nice way, or we can do it the hard way. And he's getting out. He's getting out.
Hi, Joe.
In fact, they're not even giving him a good spot to speak. You know, when he's speaking on Monday, Monday's not that's the worst day. But that's what they do, and it's their own form of. It's just another. I guess relatively, it's a minor form of cheating by comparison to what they really do, right? Everything Kamala Harris touches turns bad. It all turns bad. San Francisco was a great city. Now it's unlivable. California was a great state. Now it's unlivable. She breaks
and rainbowed the whole fucking side of the country.
Our economy. But soon we are going to fix every single problem Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have created. And we are going to save our country. We are going to save America. We're going to save America.
If you against MAGA, you a piece of shit. Make America great again. Do you want to make fucking Europe great again? What should we name it? MACA? M-A-C? Make China great again? Man.
Inflation and all of the other things. So we're doing this as a intellectual speech. You're all intellectuals today.
I don't eat rat, man. I eat fried chicken.
Right now, and it's very important. They say it's the most important subject. I think crime is right there. I think the border is right there personally. We have a lot of important subjects because our country has become a third world nation. We literally are a third world nation. We're a banana republic in many ways, and we're not going to let that happen because we're starting a free fall. But from today and from the day I take the oath of office, we will rapidly drive prices down and make America affordable again.
I believe that with all my heart. If you don't believe that, this is not the right channel for you. If you're on that Trump train, type 1. We just started. We about to get busy.
The American dream is dead. You don't hear about the American dream anymore. It's dead. Her radical liberal policies have caused horrific inflation, decimated the middle class, and gutted the finances of millions and millions of American families.
That's the part they don't want to talk about.
By over $2,000.
Most obvious fucking part.
Family, I mean, that's a lot of money. They're down by that, and it's actually much more if you figure it a certain way. If you add some other categories in, it's much more than that. But down by 2,000 since she took office, and it was just announced that real earnings were down once again at a record rate. The Harris price hikes have cost the typical household $28,000. Congratulations. Hope everyone's happy. Credit card debt has exploded, and it's exploded to the highest it's ever been, and the cost of a typical monthly mortgage.
Stay line. Like half of y'all ain't broke out here doing bad, which ain't a problem. But should it be that hard?
And now you're up
no freaky.
And even 11%, but you're really not there because you can't get the money, even if you want to pay it. In July alone, 350,000 people were added to the unemployment rolls. Kamala Harris wants to talk about her family.
20 million illegal immigrants.
If I say something, she said that's what she's going to do.
And build a country in the country.
Do it. But she wants to talk for the future about these fantasies. But really what she needs to explain is the present suffering.
I will take that extra money and fund the fucking gangs. You know what I'm saying? Instead of the Venezuelan gangs, get the fucking gangs that been here forever the money.
She doesn't want to talk about them anymore. She says, let's not bring this guy.
In that shit, they start going around and giving the gangbangers, housing and shit, giving their own projects. You know what I mean?
The history of borders, I will tell you. Does anyone?
And I would love to be an illegal immigrant right now.
Crooked Joe, than you were during the Trump administration is anything less expensive under Kamala Harris and Crooked Joe. I mean, we had inflation that I don't believe we've ever had inflation like that. You can go back a long way. Are you better off?
Trump came in office and gas cost the same thing as a bottle of water.
President Donald J. Trump, do you know him? He's a nice gentleman. Nice gentleman. With 4 more years of Harris, your finances will never recover. They're never going to recover. Our country will never recover, frankly, more importantly. It will be unrecoverable. Vote Trump and your incomes will soar, your savings will grow, young people will be able to afford a home, and we will bring back the American dream bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
North Carolina is lit. I wish I was up in there right now.
Front row Joe's here. Wow. Hello, what a great group of patriots they are. I don't know, they've gone to, I think, 219 or 220. And this isn't rally, but this is a different kind of a thing. Today we're going to talk about...
Tipsy. Mind the major Baltimore salute.
Because we sort of love that, don't we?
Argentine Rita.
But it's an important, no, it's an important, they say it's the most important subject. I'm not sure it is, but they say it's the most important. Inflation is the most important, but that's part of economy. Kamala Harris wants to be in charge of the entire U.S. economy, but neither she nor her running mate is the beauty, isn't he? He signed a bill. He wants tampons in boys' bathrooms. I don't think so.
That nigga's a freak. But go Google Tim Walz. He's a fucking freak.
Entire professional careers, and it's no wonder they're both social.
Picture with this dude with green Speedos on, bro, with no clothes on, just a shirt, like he got some freak shit going on. Plus oh man, I'm gonna tell you about him in a second.
I personally don't think they can do well in the election. They've destroyed this country. What they've done, when you look at San Francisco, what happened to, and she was the one that started it years ago. She was district attorney. Then she was the attorney general of the state of California. California is a disaster now. Now, Gavin Newsom hasn't helped very much, but it's a disaster. She was the one. This November, voters are...
California is a bum haven, a bum paradise, a war zone.
A real job in the private sector for the first time in their life. It's nice. Kamala has declared that tackling inflation will be a day one priority.
Downtown LA look worse than Kensington, Philly. Let's keep it one.
Kamala was 3.5 years ago. Why hasn't she done it? You know, I keep saying, she's one of these complainers, you know, like a critic.
Share the video, y'all. Double tap the screen. Let's get the likes up. Let's go.
I was on Broadway, and I'd go to different things, and you'd always have critics. They criticize, but I'd see, and they were critical, but they never did it themselves, you know? She's a critic. That's all she is. She never did anything. Nothing that she ever did worked. When Kamala lays, and she got lucky with this. She was the first one out. She was 22 people, I guess, I hear. I just asked, I said, that many? A lot of people. She never made it to Iowa, the great state of Iowa. She was the first one out. She had a lack of skill, and people didn't like her, and now she's running for president, and she never got one vote. Think about that. When Kamala lays out her fake economic plan this week, probably will be a copy of my plan, because basically that's what she does. Just remember, she goes to work every morning in the West Wing. Her desk is 10 steps from the Oval Office. She cast the tie-breaking votes that gave us record inflation, and for nearly 4 years, Kamala has crackled as the American economy has burned. What happened to her laugh? I haven't heard that laugh in about a week. That's why they keep her off the stage. That's why she's disappeared. That's the laugh of a crazy person, I will tell you. If you haven't known it, it's a
Bro, laugh of a fucking weirdo.
Crazy. They told her, don't laugh, don't laugh. No, it's her. No, her laugh is career threatening. They said, don't laugh. She hasn't laughed. She doesn't laugh anymore It's smart, but someday it's going to come out. That's the laugh of a person with some big problems. She says her plan is going to be and bring down prices. She thinks she's going to bring down prices. Then why? Here's a simple little few words. Why didn't you do it, Kamala? Why didn't you do it? You've been there 3.5 years. Why aren't you doing it now? You can do it right now. I can say that with everything. Why hasn't she secured the border? You know, she was the border czar, right? She was the border czar. It was a big deal. She says now she wasn't the border czar. That's okay. She was in charge of the border. Call it whatever you want, but she was in charge, and it was the worst. This was the worst border in history. There's never been a border in the world like this. Why hasn't she brought back the jobs? Why? She talks about jobs. We're going to come up with a new plan. She's been there for 3.5 years with a man who, frankly, she defrauded the public because she didn't tell you about that man. I exposed him during the debate. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now the bombs are starting to drop in the Middle East. You see what's going on there, right? That would have never happened. Israel would have never happened. Ukraine would have never happened with Russia. You wouldn't have ever had an embarrassment.
Oh, we're going to speak about the Ukraine today, too.
So what?
I got Candace Owens, oh, God, dropping some shit.
Inflation would have never happened. We would have never had. It was caused by a very...
Let's double tap the screen, get the likes up right quick. Share this video. We're just starting. We about to get reckless around here like I normally do. All right? Yeah, and answer the poll.
And it can never come back. Once it goes, it's pretty far down already. I'm going to have to work very hard. It's pretty far down. When you let 20 million people come into our country from places unknown.
He took the gloves off with that Elon Musk shit. No wonder it broke the internet.
Mental institutions and terrorists. Kamala Harris won't end the economic crisis. She will only make it worse. And why hasn't she done it? She talks about it. She's doing a plan. You know, she's going to announce it this week, maybe. She's waiting for me to announce it so she can copy it.
Yeah.
Like, remember a couple of days ago? And we will have...
Trump is a joke. You a joke coming to my chat saying Trump is a joke. How about that? Hey, yo, listen. Don't time them out unless they disrespectful. But let them voice their opinion. You know what I'm saying? You see what happens when you say when you're against Trump in this chat? Double tap the screen. Let's get the likes up, man. If you're on that Trump train, type 1. I want y'all to spam the chat with ones so these liberals can know that we out here for real.
When I left office, I handed Kamala and crooked Joe Biden a surging economy with no inflation. The 30-year mortgage rate was 2.4%. Gasoline had reached $1.87 a gallon, and for periods of time was even lower than that. The African-American poverty rate was down 7%. The Hispanic American poverty rate was down 8%. The biggest drops, the greatest drops that you've ever seen in this country. They've never had it so well. Nobody has. Every group, men, women, Hispanics, Asians, blacks, everybody was down at a level that nobody's ever seen. We had some of the greatest periods of economic growth and health that any country has ever seen. I think probably more than any country has ever seen. In 4 short years under President Trump, we passed the largest tax cuts in history, the largest regulation cuts in history. We unleashed American energy and real income surged by more than $4,200 in just a short number of months. I mean, it was nobody, you never had it so good. Now you're not doing so well. I hated it. We had the strongest economy in history. There's never been a country that.
Yeah.
Because I gave Harris and Biden
YouTube
miracle, and they quickly turned it into an economic nightmare with a nation-wrecking agenda ripped straight out of Kamala's San Francisco liberal playbook. What they've done to poor San Francisco. Well, we're going to try and bring that back too. Harris and Biden waged war on American energy, threw open our borders, flooded the country with low-wage migrant workers.
Please, let's get the double tap the screen. Let's get the likes up. We got hundreds of people up in here. We got 30-some likes. Let's get the likes up, man. If you got here through the vertical stream, double tap the screen. That's how you're going to get the likes up, all right? Or hit the 3 dots at the top, and that's where you're going to find that like button at.
Right now, except it will get worse, and you're paying the price.
Do that so they can bring more people up in here, and we can get a nice argument going on.
We were respected before Putin respected us. President Xi of China respected us. Kim Jong-un of North Korea respected us. We were respected by everybody in the world. Today we're being laughed at. Today we're being laughed at all over the world. You're paying the...
I'm booing the TV because I have a whole audience here, you know. I'm just chilling, okay? Only dumb people believe this con artist. Only a dumb person would say dumb in my chat and know, you know. Here, 86,000 seconds for you, Puto. All right? You're on timeout now. Shut up.
Socialist lunatic keep breaking our economy for 4 more years. It'll destroy our country. On election day, we're going to tell her that we've had enough, that we can't take it anymore, Kamala. You're doing a horrible job. You were a terrible attorney general. You were a terrible district attorney. You're the worst vice president in history. Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. Go. Get out of here. Right? Get out.
Thank you, Devin. 25%. I will say way more. And not only the votes, but the donations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was not a pleasant day. I'll tell you, front row.
Double tap the screen, everybody. Let's get the likes all the way up. I will end this fucking live. All right? And y'all can go watch Trump because it's live right now. You can go watch this by yourself, honestly.
On every single thing she's ever espoused or believed in, the border, healthcare, crime. But she truly is a radical. She's flip-flopping on everything to get elected. After she gets elected, it all goes right back to where it was. She refuses to do any interviews or press conferences. Almost 30 days now. She hasn't done an interview. You know why she hasn't done an interview? Because she's not smart.
Savon, that's low-hanging fruit. I know you could think better than that, okay? Complains about the border, asks his report public invaders to block the bill. So, yo, bro, man, they've been blocking, the liberals been blocking this border, the wall being built, everything border-related with Trump. So why the fuck would he...
Remember, Joe, what kind of ice cream is your favorite? Vanilla. Oh, I like vanilla. Oh. That was George Flopadopoulos. He asked him that. What's your favorite ice cream?
There you go, Jeff, for you.
With me, they asked me a little bit different question. That's all right. Did everybody the other night see Elon and me? Huh? That's great. That was one of the most successful shows ever.
Matter is in the middle of nowhere. Everybody around the world is listening to this. So you can clap at Asheville. Asheville is, you know, I don't know. I never.
Basically, you know, he's a guy who doesn't need this stuff. What he wants to do is see our country be great again. And he understands. And it's very hard for him to endorse the opposing party. It's not easy. It's very hard. But, you know, he really cares about our country. And he knows the opposing party has really destroyed our country and will destroy our country and permanently destroy our country. And he can't watch that. But we had a great chat for 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours being grilled by Elon. And we had a good time, actually.
We're going to get into that. As soon as this is over, I'm going to let y'all hear the interview.
Of our country. Much easier when you love something, right? She doesn't want anybody to know what she's really for. And that way she can change it, you know? I mean, she'll tell you what.
What if he does it in low population areas? When he did it in a big open space, somebody tried to knock his head off, and the Secret Service couldn't even help him. All right? Type smart things, dude.
You know, when Minneapolis was burning down, he didn't want to call in the National Guard. I got him on the phone. You got to get the National Guard. Get it. I'm telling you, if I didn't force it upon him, you might not have the city. Remember CNN?
Hey,
This is a season of love. This is a very peaceful protest, and the whole city is burning down behind him. You ever see anything?
Elon Musk took the fucking gloves off. Them boys went in.
Speaking of World War III, I'll keep you out of World
Talking like they was in the fucking barbershop smoking cigars.
War III. We're very close. You're very close to being in a war, a big war, a world war. You're very close. We've never been this close. And we have incompetent people in the White House, grossly incompetent people. There was no reason for Russia and Ukraine to go at it. There was no reason for...
The old rally in the Bronx. I don't understand that. All the interviews, all the rallies he did was heavily populated, was sold out with another 10,000 people sitting outside.
So liberal, again, destroying everything in sight. I wonder what she does after this. Our country will never recover, especially when added to the destruction they've already caused over the last almost 4 years. Think of our country. Think of the border. Think of what happened. We had the best border. You know, my all-time favorite graph, right? That is my all-time favorite graph, not only because it shows the best border, but for another reason. I tell you what, I'm glad I looked around to look at it. I go, wow, pew. That's my favorite of all time. Even if it was...
Kamala crowds was not bigger. You are bugging. She had 2,000. Man, please. We just went through this. I'm gonna start thinking that you trolling. You know what I'm saying? Now we got our eyes on you because now you're saying things that's just not. You said 3 things that's not facts. Okay, and we allowed you to say that. So I understand this is entertainment and everything, but don't be dumb and expect a response next time.
Election, the result.
We all work first and hit me with legit information, and then I'll let you combat with me back and forth. And if I have to drop the link for the people to come up there and combat what I'm saying, then you'll have the opportunity. But for now, don't say dumb shit that's not backed by facts. All right?
We're going to turn this country around so fast.
Facts.
Many people say that the only reason the stock market is up is because people think I am going to win. Did you ever hear that?
Heard that all week.
But there was one day, a couple of weeks ago, when they weren't thinking that, and you saw what happened. This will be a 1929 style crash. You know, I have one of the most brilliant men.
Nah, soft and spicy's cool.
Here, I shook hands with him just a little while.
I know you acting, but let them rock.
Where's? Oh, stand up. This man, will you come up here, please? Just come up here for a moment. He is considered one of the most brilliant men on Wall Street, and he's made certain statements. I'd like him to make them because probably I'd be.
I'm gonna let. If you haven't seen that Elon Musk interview, this is just a warm up.
Greatest on all of Wall Street, respected by everybody, and I'm not sure he can get through Secret Service.
Now these liberals come over here and they mark it off that we're sensitive. You're sensitive. First of all, right? I'm gonna tell you why you're sensitive because I just replied to 3 things that you said that was not facts, right? Now, how much feelings do I have to put into that? It's not a fact.
Look, this is the Trump economy. This is the Trump stock market. And I can tell you that it will be Kamala Harris will start with the Kamala crash in the stock market, and then it will be the Kamala crash in the economy. And I don't think that's going to happen. You know, I am convinced that President Trump is ahead in the polls now. He is going to stay ahead in the polls, and that he may beat.
Hey, the media is saying that Republicans are afraid of tampon Tim's masculinity. There's no masculinity there. He does every like he's a heavy supporter of the rainbow community. The dude waves with both hands at the same time. Yeah, that shit is crazy. You know what I'm saying? That's how my child waves.
Crash. He's been very strong on it, but others have said that too. And we don't want that to happen to our country. That would be devastating for you, for everybody. On my first day back in the Oval Office, I will sign an executive order directing every cabinet secretary.
Second, that's what they're going to be doing. They're going to be giving out illegal immigrant hunting license. Matter of fact, they got people on the border, some wild ass Americans that are not being commissioned by the government. That's just out there. They doing a lot. There's people out there that nobody know about, and motherfuckers is coming up missing. Let's just put it that way.
It will be a whole of government effort to raise the standard of living and make American life affordable again. It's going to really be a very
missing. That type of missing. Yeah, America not playing, man. Some people's just not having it, man. They don't speak about it.
Control for a long time.
But trust me, it's going down.
Yeah, now eventually it's starting.
Juarez, Brownwood, Texas, Brady.
70% in so many items. You look at car insurance. I couldn't believe when I looked
San Antonio
this morning. I was studying numbers and I looked at the car insurance numbers. It's incredible. And that's just one of many. You can go through many. But the groceries, just to put it in simple terms, people go to the grocery store and they have less than half a deal. In fact, I had something here. I did have something I would show you. Wait a minute. I don't know if you've seen this. I used it once. Oh, I have it. I do have it.
It was a question that I asked that was opinion-based, Wesley. Which polls is he winning in?
This is Tic Tacs, right? I don't know if I like the company. I've never met. I have no idea. They're so lucky. Look at all the television. This is the greatest commercial they ever had. But that's what happened. This is inflation. This is Tic Tac. This is Tic Tac. This is inflation. This is what's happened. I just happened to have, somebody gave me this one today. I said, I think we'll put it up as an example of inflation. But you know what? Inflation is destroying
that's great.
Our country. It's destroying our families. We will target everything from car affordability to housing affordability to insurance costs to supply chain issues. We have the worst supply chain we've ever had in the history of the country, to the price of prescription drugs. I will instruct my cabinet that I expect results within the first 100 days or much sooner than that. I would say the first 7 days is
Devin, doomed.
Insurance is up 70 to 100%, and you can't get it. You can't even get it. Do you agree with that? You can't even get it.
Oh, yo, car insurance, man, that shit doubled, bro.
Percent or higher. The whole industry is out of control. The insurance industry has never been anything through the. We have never been.
You know how many niggas is driving around with no insurance? You know how many niggas is at the gas station making life decisions? Niggas is out here committing crime for fucking gas. Matter of fact, some of y'all ain't seen a full tank of gas in more than a year. Let's keep it 100.
Push to end the Biden-Harris war on a thing called American energy. American energy. We will.
Christine, you gotta learn how to type. Trump won't, will not, won't this year or any other. All right, copy. Learn how to type. Yeah, it's $3 now, but that shit was way less when Trump was here. What are you talking about? So.
Thank you. And just so you know, they stopped it, and it was terrible what they did. That's what caused the whole problem, the country.
Man, dudes is not even, listen, dudes is leaving a registration sitting praying. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers is making fake registration stickers, painting it a certain color, putting it on, getting busted.
They're only doing this for purposes of getting elected. They said, let's go back to what Trump was doing. But the prices are still way high. You see $5 a gallon now for gasoline, and much higher than that in some areas. And we will put ANWR back into service. You know, ANWR in Alaska, it could be the largest oil field in the world. Could be larger than Saudi Arabia. Could be larger than what Russia has. And Reagan, Ronald Reagan tried to get it. Good man. He tried to get it, couldn't get it. Bush
tried to block him.
Get it. I got it. And the first, it was tough. And I got it at different times because they stop it on environmental. You know, they use the environment to stop everything, right? You know that. And we're all environmentalists. We want to see what's right. We want clean air. We want clean water, but we don't want to destroy our country. But they stopped it, and we got it going. We got it going.
Dan Smith, suck my dick. How you come to my channel and tell me not to talk? Shut up.
This. The first week in office, they stopped it. They gave it back. They said, no, we're not going to do it. The greatest, not only great for Alaska, which is an incredible place and beautiful state. They wanted it so badly. Economic development for Alaska would have been so good. But worldwide, I mean, we would have been selling oil and gas all over the world, especially with Asia because of where it's located. So Asia, all over the world, and they stopped it. But we'll start it up again very, very soon. We're going to get it very quickly. We'll get it approved again very quickly. And your prices are going to come tumbling down. Your gasoline is going to come tumbling down, and your heating bills and cooling bills are going to be coming down. You have places like in New England. I don't know how they put up with it. You have the highest costs almost anywhere. Your costs for energy, for heat, for air conditioning are through the roof. And
salute, DJ. If you ever see me stop talking, it's just 'cause I'm listening to the man speak and I'm trying to absorb what he's saying.
Very poor.
I'm really looking for new speaking points and new things that on what he's going to address outside of this right here.
Ships were pulling up to New England.
This is an economy address today. Let's make no mistake about it. Not that Elon Musk shit. The Elon Musk shit I'm gonna play after this. They talking about everything.
By the way, it's net zero. What does that mean? Nobody knows. Ask her what it means. We're going to go to a net zero policy. What does that mean? I have no idea. She's attempting to abolish oil, coal, and natural gas. 84% of U.S. energy supply. She wants it ended. Do you think that's going to lift your prices a little bit? Think of that. They're going to take away 84%. And the real stuff, that's the stuff that powers the plants.
All right, y'all. I've been timing people out. Let them say whatever they want, man. Don't time nobody out. Just let them go wild for a little while. All right.
Speech tonight. I'm sorry, we won't be able to do.
Let them go wild. Let's say we'll shut them down.
Advantage of our country.
At 4:00.
I will also restore peace through strength and with. Why didn't they do it 3.5 years ago? They didn't want to. It was actually the opposite. They hired 88,000 IRS agents to go after these people. So for every position the fake new KMALA takes down, and all of these positions 3 weeks ago, the real KMALA said the exact opposite, the exact opposite. With me, you will always have a president who tells it like it is. You will always have somebody where I let you know where I stand, and you can vote for me or not, but you need that, and you need consistency.
Let's double tap the screen, get the lights up. We about to open up the panel, man, and let people come up here and speak. Double tap that screen or go to the top right of your screen. Hit those 3 dots. That's where the like button is at. Let's get them up.
But it is crazy, isn't it, though?
I never liked the name Ursula, by the way.
So disrespected just a few weeks.
No disrespect to you.
It's like, KMALA. The fake news. The fake news is a threat to our country. Don't kid yourself. To help seniors on fixed incomes who are suffering the ravages of inflation, there will be no tax on Social Security. We're going to stop it. No tax on Social Security. This cruel double taxation of Social Security benefits, and this has been talked about for a long time. She'll probably announce this on Friday, too. Oh, look, they have a spy in the audience right over there. He's spying. Let's see, KMALA, I think we should do no tax on Social Security. But it only came into existence in 1984, and at that time, it only affected a very small number of recipients. But now, nearly half of all seniors are forced to pay income tax on Social Security, and thanks to inflation under Harris, she is horrible. This tax hits more seniors every year, more and more, and they can't make it. They're not making it. They're failing. You know, the people that did it right, they saved, they worked, they saved and saved. Those are the people that were hurt most by this kind of thinking and this economy. With your vote, I will end this injustice, and I will always protect Social Security and Medicare for our great seniors, just as I did for 4 incredible years. There was never any talk about doing anything. By contrast, Kamala Harris has a 3-step plan to destroy Medicare and to destroy Social Security. First, she has thrown open our borders. You know what that's going to do. They're all signing up. Oh, congratulations. They'll be all signing up right next to you. But she's opened up our borders. Think of it. Again, I believe it's 20 million people, but I think it's probably much more with the gotaways. And you know what a gotaway is, right? Remember, I had remain in Mexico policy. You think that was easy to get from Mexico? What I had to do to them? And I had remain in Mexico. They ended it immediately. They thought it was unfair to Mexico. Can you believe that? Mexico's like it's like a railroad track coming into our country. They thought it was unfair. It's not unfair. But Mexico agreed to it, remain in Mexico, and they ended it very early. They ended it almost immediately. Second, she's flooding our country with millions and millions of low-wage migrants and giving them welfare, free health care, food stamps, public benefits. And third, she's giving them what our military vets don't get. They're sleeping on a street in freezing or very hot weather. And illegal immigrants that came in so illegally and don't speak a word of English are living in some of the most luxurious hotels in the world. It's incredible. You see that. You've been seeing the stories. They're living in hotels. They're taking, right, front row Joes. They're taking some of the best hotels because the government pays more than they can get from wealthy customers. So they say, well, I don't know about this. I think we'll take the illegal immigrant. We're going to get more money from the U.S. government than some rich guy coming in from Argentina. And third, she wants to make them all citizens, dumping them into Medicare and Social Security until those programs buckle and collapse. And that's what's going to happen. Under them, Social Security, Medicare, and other programs will collapse. No country can sustain what's happening right now. The millions of illegal aliens pouring into our country under a border, Azar, Harris, are coming from all sorts of places, from countries unknown, literally from countries unknown. And they, as I said, they're coming in from prisons and from mental institutions, and they're coming in as terrorists. We have more terrorists living in our country right now, and nothing good is going to happen from this. And now it's getting more and more violent. Just pick up the newspapers, turn on your television. People stabbed. A woman yesterday raped in New York, raped viciously. And when they said she was raped, you know what she said? They weren't trying to rape me. They were trying to kill me. They were trying to kill her.
And it don't matter until it happened to you.
The gentleman
Defund the police, though, huh?
happened to be in South America, but it's not South America.
And what fucking country?
They're coming in. It's not South America. They're coming from all over the world. Just this week in Coney Island, KMALA had two, think of this one, migrants. They came in, the KMALA, we call them the KMALA migrants, and they were arrested for rape of a 46-year-old woman, and it was a rough situation. There were 4 or 5 other situations over the last couple of days, rape and murder.
Don't tap the screen. There shouldn't be no reason we got less than 100 likes. Let's go. Let's get these likes all the way up, man.
These people are brutal. These are people that came out of the toughest jails anywhere in the world, from all over the world.
Fund the police. Motherfuckers can't even protect their own crib by themselves.
We can sustain it. No country.
Yeah.
They all said I was wrong when I said that migrant crime will reach epidemic proportions. And now it's much worse than that. It's a lot worse than epidemic proportions. It's beyond control. We have a new category of crime. It's called migrant crime. And I think it's going to end up being the worst category of all. These people are tough. They're tough. They're mean. They're angry. And they shouldn't be in our country. And it's not going to work out well. The migrants that Harris let in are raping our women and hurting our children. And now KMALA wants to let them pillage Social Security and Medicare. That's what's going to happen. It will never happen. It will never even get close to happening if I'm in office. And I think you're going to have to put me in office because there's never been anything like this. If KMALA wins, you will have mass amnesty and citizenship for all of the Biden-Harris illegals that poured into our country. If I win, you will have the largest deportation operation in American history, starting at noon on Inauguration Day, 2025.
starting 12 o'clock noon on the day he gets in.
And you know,
Get the likes up. Double tap the screen, people, please.
situation with so many people, it's not sustainable. But Dwight Eisenhower, General Eisenhower, President Eisenhower, he was very strong on borders. He felt that you cannot do this. The largest deportation operation we ever had was under Dwight Eisenhower, president. And he understood that it was not sustainable to have millions of people coming in. But what he went through is peanuts compared to what we're going through. Nobody's ever got, no country, no border has ever gone through what we're going through, and they're destroying our country. The KMALA migrant invasion is also a major factor in crushing your wages and driving up the cost of health care and the cost of all of your goods. Millions of uninsured illegal aliens are getting billions and billions of dollars in free health care paid for by American citizens on your medical bills. It's right on your medical bills. You know, when you hear this, you get angry because it shouldn't happen. But what happens to them, they come up in caravans. I think I came up with that name, but they have caravans of thousands and thousands of people, many, many criminals in those caravans. Very dangerous, unbelievably dangerous for women. The women in those caravans are just absolutely, it's horrible what happens. I'm not going to tell you now. It's horrible. It's horrible what happens in those caravans coming up. It's a rough journey, but they come up because we have very stupid people here that say, if you come up, we will give you health care, Social Security, medical, school. You know, our schools in a lot of places are not, you can't even go anymore. They've taken the place of our students. They have people sitting in chairs that don't speak a word of English, and they're taking the place of our young children. The hospitals, a person told me the other day from San Diego, they said they can't get into a hospital anymore. The hospitals are being occupied by the illegal aliens. Somebody's got to take care. They're being occupied. And the reason they're coming is because people like Gavin Newsom and people like KMALA are saying, come, come, it's the American dream, come. They're destroying our country. We can't do it. We can't let it continue. You're not going to have a country anymore. People like Scott, brilliant Wall Street people, they're right about what they say. And that's also common sense. I'll tell you, it's all about common sense. The Republican Party is the party of common sense. Kamala Harris wants to eliminate private health insurance. Does anybody have private health insurance here? A lot of people, yeah. A lot of people, they want it. That's what they want. They want to have the, now, if you want to have other, you have other. But they want to take it and they want to turn it off. It doesn't cost our country anything. They want to turn it off. This is what people, they work hard. They make enough money. They want to have a private plan. It's a more luxurious plan. That's okay. But they want to give free taxpayer-funded health care to every single illegal alien in this country. Kamala wants to do that. Now, she'll probably, here's a little bet we'll make. She'll probably change over the next short period of time. You know, we said, what do you do with some monsters that we have, monsters, some of the worst killers in the world, in detention centers? You know, they're in detention centers that we have along the border. And you know what she said? They have to be released. Released. We're going to release. These are murderers. These are killers. These are drug dealers. These are the worst people on earth. You don't get much worse. She said, now she'll probably change her mind on that too, but she wants to release. This is, remember, I said it before, more liberal than crazy Bernie Sanders. He's crazy, you know, and far more liberal than crazy Bernie. This is considered crazy Bernie. This is considered worse. And we're not going to have a president like that. Somebody was saying last night on television that when the people find out, the wonderful Sean Hannity actually said it. Have you ever heard of him? Yes. But he said it, but everyone's saying it. When people find out about her, that she's a very liberal person, you know, they use the word progressive. They use the word, they don't use liberal anymore. They use progressive because it sounds so nice, progressive. What is progressive? That means forward thinking. It's not, it's the opposite. But she's the most liberal senator that we've had in 50, 60 years, I think probably ever, but far more liberal than crazy Bernie. By contrast, I'm going to keep the Affordable Care Act unless we can do something much better. We'll keep it. It stinks. It's not good. If we can do something better, We're going to do something with it if we can do better, meaning less expensive and better health care for you. Less expensive and better health care for you, then we'll do it. We're not looking better for the government. We're looking better for you. She goes around saying, oh, he's going to get rid of the health. No, I'm going to keep it unless we can come up with something that's better for you and less expensive for you. Otherwise, we're not doing it. And you saw that having to do with Social Security. For 4 years, I was there. And for 4 years, I never raised the age. They're going to end up raising your age by 5 years. I never raised your age. I never did anything. I left your plan the way it was. Never touched it. I was there 4 years. Same thing with Russia. They said, oh, he's going to go and, start a war or something. Well, you know what? For 4 years, Russia never went in to Ukraine. They waited till I got out, and then the army started to form. But, if you go back with Russia, Bush let them have a lot of land. You know that. Obama, President Barack Hussein Obama, have you heard of him? Barack Hussein Obama let them have a lot of land. Now you have Biden, he's letting them have the whole thing, okay? The whole thing. But you had President Trump. What did Putin take under Trump? Nothing. Nothing. Took nothing. He took nothing under Trump, but he took under Bush. He took under Obama. Big stuff. He took it in Ukraine, in and around Ukraine, but he took nothing under Trump. But now he's going for the big one, isn't he? Huh? We're going to deliver lower prices, lower drug costs, new options that will dramatically reduce the crushing burden of American patients. Kamala and Joe tried to take credit for $35 insulin. You know that. You know who did that? I did that. I did the insulin, and it kicked in. And I remember when I did it, it had to be a statute. It was a certain statute that took a certain period of time. I said, I hope I'm elected because somebody's going to get a lot of credit for doing what I got done. I got it done, $35 insulin, and now they take credit for it. It's terrible, terrible. They take credit for a lot of things they shouldn't be taking credit for. If they said, congratulations, you did a good job on insulin, that would be nice. And nobody's going to go crazy about that. Congratulations, because insulin was impossible for people to afford. They were dying. They didn't get it. The expense was, I got it for $35. Nobody thinks it's like even possible. But they could say like, you did a great job, thank you very much. Or you did a good job. But instead they say, we brought insulin in at $35. It's a lie. Kamala is fighting for health care for illegal aliens and fighting for health care for, and think of this, he's fighting for health care for people that are destroying our country. I'm fighting for health care for the American people, the people that are supposed to have the health care. The colossal influx of migrants into our cities is driving rent absolutely through the roof. That's why, and who's paying the rent? The government. Our government is paying rent. We're paying numbers that were not obtainable. In fact, if I ever went back into business, I'd buy some buildings in certain areas and I'll charge the government the highest rents you've ever seen. That's what they're doing. Some very smart landlords are getting a lot of money. That's why some of the luxury hotels are going into migrants. They can make much more money renting to a migrant than to wealthy people. But that's why as president, I will seal the border. I will send them all back to their countries where they belong. Prices will come down and come down dramatically and come down fast. To further address the housing affordability crisis, we will work with states like Nevada, a great state. We're leading big in the poll there, by the way. Thank you very much. Good governor. To open up large tracts of federal land for housing constructions and similar to opportunity zones that I did with Senator Tim Scott, a great guy from South Carolina, senator from South Carolina. Came in, he said, I have this idea. He's had it for a long time, but he could never get a president to execute it. I did. And opportunity zones, one of the greatest things that we've done in terms of economic development. I give Tim Scott a lot of credit for that too. These areas will have low taxes, low regulation to stimulate rapid economic growth, maximum affordability, and the return of a thing called, which I always come back to, the American dream, because we've lost the American dream. We will bring back our supply chains. You know, supply chains were basically not even talked. It was automatic. You have a thing, it's delivered from here to here. When this lunatic became president, with her, remember, she was there at every step of the way, but she was like silent because she was, I don't know, nobody respected her until she was the only choice left. They couldn't get anybody else. Did you see where they had the 12 most likely people to be chosen after Biden? And she was ranked number last, and she was the one that was picking. She was ranked. She was ranked below Tim. He was second, I think, second to last. We will bring back our supply chain. We're gonna bring back our supply chains. We're gonna bring them back from China and other foreign countries, ending costly supply chains. Those are supply chain disruptions. We're going to bring them back. We're going to bring them back fast as we reduce burdens on domestic manufacturers. American workers will make our critical goods better and cheaper. We're going to make them in our country, right here in the USA, right here in a place called North Carolina. Have you heard of it? Have you heard of it? We're going to have 10 to 20% tariffs on foreign countries that have been ripping us off for years. We're going to charge them 10 to 20% to come in and take advantage of our country, because that's what they've been doing for nothing, to take our jobs. We're going to charge them and bring back millions and millions of jobs by doing so, and billions of dollars. I did that with China. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars with China. Nobody ever took in 10 cents from China, and it slowed them down, and it made us much better. In fact, Biden's been unable to take those tariffs off China because it's so much money coming in, they don't know what to do. How do you replace it? Our current, he's on the take. Yeah, you're right. Do you come from North Carolina, sir? Where is the guy that said that? He's on the take. It's pretty good. I would say, yeah, he could be right. He is right. Our current massive deficits will be reduced to practically nothing. Our country will be powered by growth. Our country will be powered by growth. We'll pay off our debt. We'll have all this income coming in. If people want to take advantage of our country, they have to pay to take advantage of our country. I will also restore peace through strength, and with the return of global stability will come the return of economic stability. We're going to have economic stability. You know, we have wars breaking out all over the world, and they asked the head of the Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man, strong man, very, you know, somebody that I always got along. I get along with the strong ones. I don't get along with the weak ones. Isn't that sad? That's a personality defect. Not the tough ones, but the tough ones are the ones we have to worry about, right? That's a good thing. But Viktor Orban of Hungary. So they asked him, what do we do? Wars are breaking out all over the world. He said, the answer is very simple. Make sure that Trump gets reelected president, and you're not going to have any more wars. You're not going to have any more problems. They respected him. They respected Trump. They respected Trump. He actually used a different word. I would not use that word, but he can. He said they were afraid of Trump because they had no idea where the hell I was coming from. With Joe, it's sort of easy to tell, isn't it? Yeah. The whole thing is crazy. You know what we're going through? It's crazy. They arrest their political opponent. They go after their political. The whole place is, our country is like a different place. No more wars, no more disruptions. We will have prosperity and we will have peace. And this is how we will end the era of inflation, mayhem, and misery under KMALA and Crooked Joe, and unleash economic abundance for Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. Together, we will deliver low taxes, low regulations, low energy costs, low interest rates, low inflation, so that everyone can afford groceries, a car, and a home. Common sense. We will stop the invasion, end the migrant crime, support our great police, save Medicare, and save Social Security, which is under siege. We will strengthen our military, build a missile defense shield, Keep critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools, and keep men out of women's sports. We will defend the Second Amendment, restore free speech, and we will secure our elections. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity, hope, and joy. But for that to happen, we must never let Kamala Harris get anywhere near the White House, and we must defeat her country-destroying liberal agenda. She destroyed San Francisco. She's not going to destroy our country. So get your friends, get your family, register, volunteer, and get the hell out and vote. You got to vote. On November 5th, we will save our economy. We will rescue our middle class. We will put America first, and we will make America great again. Thank you very much. North Carolina, God bless you. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Better, faster, cheaper. Why only pick two? With AI First Customer Service from Intercom, you get all three. Instant answers for customers, more time for agents, all while staying on budget. Intercom, AI First Customer Service.
After 3 decades, Sherrod Brown's failed policies caught up with Ohio. Brown's trillions in reckless spending and job-killing red tape sent prices soaring. Real results? After 30 years in Washington, Sherrod Brown has failed Ohio.
To the gentleman in the plaid shirt.
Yes, you can make all the Ted Lasso jokes you want. Quick question. As of right now, you're underperforming President Trump in the polls, who's either leading or tied in Arizona. Mm-hmm. How do you plan on getting some of the Trump voters to also vote for you in the general election?
Well, I think it's great for President Trump. It shows that Democrats and independents are flocking to President Trump. They've got a very stark contrast. What they're dealing with now under, I don't know who's running our country, and what they were dealing with President Trump, which was a strong economy, safe streets, great foreign policy, no new wars. And so people are flocking to him. I feel very comfortable with our polling. It's very close. It looks good. My internal polling actually shows me up. Hey. Yeah, it does. It does. And so I feel very comfortable. I think I'm going to catch up with President Trump. I mean, we have the greatest president ever in President Trump. So, of course, he's doing really well. And I believe that we're going to catch up with him, and he's going to win, and I'm going to win in November. And then in January of 25, we're going to get to Washington, D.C. and get to working for the people. Your name? And
Jamie Vera with Fox News. So it's like the Cook Political Report today shifted Arizona from lean Republican to toss-up. We're going to see Vice President Harris here tomorrow. Just wondering if you're concerned having Harris at the top of the ticket, if that could hurt Republicans at all, and if we need to have Donald Trump, or if you believe Donald Trump should come out here and campaign as well.
I think that Kamala Harris is actually less popular. If you can imagine this, Joe Biden is so unpopular in Arizona. I'm out talking to more people than all of you guys combined. I talk to more people every single week in Arizona, I think, than anybody. And because I'm a populist candidate who has a great relationship with the people. People don't like Joe Biden. That's pretty obvious. They like Kamala Harris even less. They understand that she hasn't done anything for the border. I don't really believe all the public polls. I've seen a lot of polls. I tend to like the ones that are the internal ones. That's the one where there's no BS involved. And so, you guys can try to create, like I said, it's like a makeover show, total makeover. You're trying to say that somebody who has done nothing for the border, called herself the border czar, has done absolutely nothing, is a San Francisco liberal who destroyed San Francisco. And you're trying to now all of a sudden act like she's the biggest superstar on the planet. And you can say that all you want. And there's a reason that your viewership and your subscriptions are just in the tank right now, because no one's believing the fairy tales that you're telling. And so say all you want and try to take this horrible ticket, the worst we've ever seen, and turn it into something special. The people feel it with their real lives. They can't afford to put food on the table. They're having to go to food banks to supplement, to make ends meet and feed their family. They know what it's about. And you can bring every, singer, rapper, actor, whoever you want to bring into the Democrat rallies. It's not going to change the fact that Democrat policies just don't work. They're devastating for individuals in this wonderful state and really across our country.
Hi, Carrie. Alex, NBC News. You picked up an endorsement from Karen Taylor Robson last week on primary night. Would you be open to endorsing KTR should she mount a gubernatorial bid in 2026?
Oh my gosh, you're looking to the future. I like that. I'm looking to the future as well. And I see a future with America First policies of really a great economy again, safe streets once again. That's way down the line. I do appreciate that that she endorsed me. She endorsed me right after we were declared the winner last Tuesday, election day, and I really appreciate her endorsement. She's a businesswoman. She's had great accomplishments, and I welcome her endorsement. I don't even know that that's what she's planning on doing, and so I think we need to get through this election. Would you all agree we probably should get through this election? I think people are a little bit, frankly, by the time this election rolls around, they're going to want a tiny little bit of break as we roll up our sleeves and get to work. So thank you. Who did I miss? Let me ask this, and then I'll get to you. Is that okay?
Gabriel Sandoval with the Associated Press. I'm interested to know, did Harris miss a chance to improve her standing with her standing in the state by not picking Senator Mark Kelly and picking Walz?
Well, I didn't realize that Walz was on the list. And when I saw that she picked him, I was thinking, is she trying to tank the ticket for the Democrats? Because I saw what happened, guys, in the summer of 2020 with Minneapolis. I've got family who lives there. They were scared to death. The city was on fire. Businesses were burning. People were suffering. He didn't do anything. And by the way, Kamala Harris was bailing out the criminals who were burning people's businesses and torching cars and attacking people. And Ruben Gallego was actually marching in similar peaceful protests, as the media calls it. He was marching in those protests, protesting the police, and he was doing all that. He calls the police the bad guys. So, frankly, I don't care who you plug in. You can put Mary Poppins in there. The policies of the Democrats are destructive. This is why we have record inflation. This is why the cost of living, rent prices in some areas have doubled. That means that you guys, when you pay rent, you're going to either get a much smaller apartment or you're going to have to take on another new roommate. Our mortgage rates are nearing 8%. We can't afford gas. You go to fill up your car and you can't fill it up anymore. You can only put a little bit in because you don't have the money to do it. And we're watching fentanyl kill people. We're watching wars starting overseas. I don't care who you put into that ticket. Like I said, Mary Poppins herself could be there. This is a disastrous ticket because it's a disastrous policies that are hurting the American people. Yes. Cameron, back there.
I got a policy question for you. So back in May, the state of Texas announced you're talking about border right now, landowners compensation program. In the Senate, is that something that you would like to see on a federal level for rancher landowners along the border who get money back for property damages? Is that something you would support on the
Are
federal?
you talking about when illegal crossers damage their property, cut their fences,
yes.
do all
So
of that?
It's the crop damage out there, and then you go there like here for all the garbage that's left over, the damages for that.
Right.
And so is that something that should happen on a federal level?
Well, I'm glad that you're asking about it. Cameron actually does some pretty decent reporting, and he covers this kind of stuff because the ranchers, people living on the border, are suffering. And they're losing livestock. They're afraid for their lives. The good news is, Cameron, starting in January 2025, those ranchers are going to have a huge sigh of relief because we're going to stop this invasion at our border. So in January, that's going to happen right away. And they're not going to have to worry about having all this damage. But we'll look at all of that. I don't want to stand up here and make a policy decision, but we want to make sure we are protecting people along the border. But the way we protect people along the border is we stop the invasion at the border, and we take all of the disastrous policy that Joe Biden ushered in on day one with Ruben Gallego cheering him on, 100% behind it, and we get rid of all that disastrous policy, throw it in the trash. We bring back common sense policy that President Trump had to truly secure our border. So that's going to happen in January. Do we miss, was either one? Yeah.
KTR News. We've seen a number of state Republicans gather behind both Harris and Ruben Gallego for support. I was just curious to get your reaction to that. And I wanted to ask, is there any concern to you that the GOP is fracturing in Arizona?
I don't think so, actually. I think it's growing. I mean, look at all these people here. Many of them are former Democrats that are going to vote Republican. Thank you. We are the party of we the people. And I think they had, 10, 11, 12 people, and they called themselves Republican. But they voted for Hillary. They voted for, Hobbs. They voted for everybody except Republicans and now they're going to vote for Kamala Harris and this Walz guy. And they're going to vote for Ruben Gallego, the most radical liberal politician to ever run in Arizona. I think you have to maybe at that point look in the mirror and decide if you want to maybe register as a Democrat. I don't know. If a few Republicans are becoming Democrats, that's up to them. They get their vote. But far more Democrats are coming over to the Republican Party. And the party is uniting. And I will say one more thing. I got polling, and I got close to 90% of the Republicans who are with me right now. And I think it's like 88 or 89%. President Trump's got 90%. So I'm pretty close to where he is. I believe the Republicans are united around me, and they want to have secure borders. They don't want the Trump tax cuts to go away. Most people who are business owners, Republicans, don't want the Trump tax cuts to go away in January. How many of you want a 20 or 30% increase in your taxes come January? They want to have a secure border. They don't want to be starting off new wars. So I'm not worried about that. I would let them know I still do want their vote. I welcome their vote. If they start to realize that things about Ruben Gallego that he's putting in his commercials aren't true, and they realize how liberal he is and they want to come back over and be Republicans, we would love to have their vote. I want your vote. I want you guys' vote. When you realize how disastrous this has been for your generation, I would love to have your vote as well. Do we need one more question? Do we have time for one more? How about this lady in front here?
Hi, Carrie. Rachel Louise Jess, ABC 15.
Hi.
Kind of just going off of that, you easily won last week, but it was somewhat close in just compared to how much money you raised compared to Mark Lamb and seemingly the events that you were holding, things like that.
16% is a close election. I didn't know that.
I guess just looking, not to say that you didn't easily win, like I said, you did, but with the amount of money that you were raising and the large events you were holding, there was a closeness there. What do you do to bring in those Mark Lamb Republicans to win them over?
I think the Lamb supporters are already with me. I really do. First of all, let me educate you guys. 16% is a landslide victory, just so you know. 16% is massive. And I love Mark Lamb and I love his supporters, so I actually welcome them, and I believe we're going to get all of them. I really do. I did raise a lot more money. You're right. I think we raised 11 or 12 million actually. But guess what? Guess how much money I spent in the primary? Zero. I didn't spend a penny. I have been, since I jumped into this, focused on the enemy. And the enemy is not Mark Land, the enemy is actually Ruben Gallego and these socialist policies. So I ran a general election since the 10th of October when I jumped in. I've been running a general election campaign. I haven't spent money on the primary. I didn't talk about the primary. I talk about my true opponent, who is Ruben Gallego. And so you don't pour money into a race that you're already going to win. I already knew what the polling was going to be. I knew I was going to be victorious. And I therefore I didn't focus on that. So I think for not focusing at all on that, I think that was actually a massive landslide victory. But if you think 16 points is a close race, then I'll take a close race. Thank you. All right, guys, thank you so much for being. Oh, did we miss you? Oh, my least favorite publication. Now, when is the Arizona Republican to start being fair?
Kerry Ron Hansen with the Arizona Republic. You spoke about your polling and how your campaign did in the primary and such, and that you have Republicans united behind you. When do you expect to see a flood of money coming in from, all the various Republican organizations from Washington, or the endorsement and public backing of people like Karen Taylor Robeson or Doug Ducey or others? Should we expect any of that to, sort of make the case?
We just said Karen Robeson has endorsed me.
Will she be on the trail with you?
I don't know. I mean, she's running a business, and I'm okay on the trail. I mean, I think an endorsement, it's never enough for the Republic, though. It's never enough. It's like a 16-point win isn't enough. You win in a landslide, and they say it wasn't a big enough landslide. You raise money. I raised $5.2 million, and they said it wasn't enough. Get.
Damn, where the hell we at, man? I'm my bad, y'all. Double tap screen, get the lights up. I had to get up out of here for a second. I'm gonna get back to the show in one quick second.
So I'm happy with where we are. We have the NRSC.
Like, what the fuck are y'all looking at? You know what I mean? Like, what the hell's going on over here? All right, let's get to this. This Elon Musk thing. All right, real quick, because they dropping it. But I'm gonna go right to the part where he's talking about Kim Jong-un or Ung. All right, very, very compelling interview. Elon Musk took the gloves off and asked them all the real shit, and this is what we here for, all right? Double tap the screen. Let's get the lights up and share the video, please.
Not do it. And I told him things that what I do, and he said, no way. And I said, way. And it's the last time we ever had the conversation. He would never have done. I got along well with him. I hope to get along well with him again. Getting along well with them is a good thing, not a bad thing. I got along well with Kim Jong-un. When I met with President Obama just before entering, it's a sort of a ritual. And I sat down with him and we talked. It was supposed to be for a very short period of time. It turned out to be a long period of time. I said, what's the biggest problem? He said, North Korea. I had that problem worked out very quickly. It was nasty at the beginning with Rocket Man and, all the different things. Yeah. But all of a sudden I got a call.
Those were some epic tweets, by the way.
Yeah, they were epic everything. He said that he has a red button on his desk. I said, I have a red button on my desk too, but my red button is much bigger and my red button works. And then I called him Little Rocket Man of Little Rocket Man. Anyway, here's the bottom line. All of a sudden I got a call from him. And they said they want to meet. They want to meet me. And we met, as you remember, we met in Singapore. We met also in Vietnam. And I got along with them great. We were in no danger. But President Obama thought we were going to end up in a war, a nuclear war with him. And let me tell you, he's got a lot of nuclear stuff, too. Exactly. He's got plenty of nuclear. He can do plenty of damage. So
yes, I mean, it's because, people like Kim Jong-un, they respond to strength, not weakness. Well, he and I had a good relationship.
Remember I met him and we walked onto his land. Nobody ever walked onto his land before. I walked onto. I wouldn't say. Let's bring up Secret Service again. I wouldn't say they were thrilled when I did that. I walked onto his land, and it was an amazing period. But we were not in danger with him because of me. I always say that we have enemies on the outside and we have enemies on the inside. We have some really bad people in our government and people that are controlling of the people. I mean, I'd mention names, but I really don't want to give them the credit. but we have some really bad, and I say they're more dangerous than Russia and China. If you have a smart president, a president that gets it, we are not in danger from those countries because they need us and they need our help. I mean, we forced Obama, if you think about it, Obama and Biden, and Bush to a certain extent, in all fairness, forced Russia and China together. And if you're a history student, the first thing you learn is you cannot let Russia and China align. But then they also got, if you take a look, Iran, and they have North Korea. That's, they call it the axis of evil. In the old days, you had the axis of evil. Here we have a modern day axis of evil. These are powerful countries, very heavy nuclear, which is the biggest threat.
Yeah.
The biggest threat is not global warming, where the ocean's going to rise 1/8 of an inch over the next 400 years. And you'll have more oceanfront property, right? The biggest threat is not that. The biggest threat is nuclear warming, because we have 5 countries now that have significant nuclear power, and we have to not allow anything to happen with stupid people like Biden. Biden did something with Russia. There was no chance of him ever going in. And when I left, and then after I left, they started forming big armies on the border with Ukraine, right? And I looked at that, and I thought he was doing that because Putin's a good negotiator. I thought he was doing that to negotiate. But then Biden started saying such stupid things. For instance, he said that it can be a NATO country. Now, Russia, for as long as there's been NATO, has said we're never going to agree to that. And we go right up front and say that. And we did things and said things through this president with a low IQ, very low IQ. He had a low IQ 30 years ago, by the way, but now he might not even have a IQ at all. There's nothing on the board that goes this low. He said things that were so stupid that war had zero chance of happening if I were there. Zero chance. He was saying everything the opposite. Everything the opposite. And it's so sad because many more people have been killed in Ukraine than you read about. You don't read about how bloody it is and how disaster.
Sure.
Hey, look, just in the 2 armies, you lost 500,000 people. And, Ukraine's having a hard time. Ukraine, I don't know if you saw the article recently, and it's true. You don't hear the true story. But if you think about it, Russia's gone, Russia defeated Germany with us, and they defeated Napoleon. They've been around a long time. They're a big fighting force.
Yeah. Sure.
And it's very unfair. And Ukraine now doesn't have enough men. They're now using young men and very old men to fight. And we're in a very bad position. And I'm not going to blame exclusively, but I can tell you I could have stopped that. And a smart president could have stopped that. It wouldn't have happened. But we had a man that actually made it more prevalent. It was so bad. The words that he was using, the stupid threats coming from a stupid face that he was using. I said, this guy's going to cause us a war. He's going to cause us. And let me tell you, it can lead to World War III. That can lead to World War III. The Middle East can lead to. We have numerous places that could end up in a World War III right now for no reason whatsoever.
I think you're right. I think people underrate the risk of World War III, and it's just when you're looking at the risk of global thermonuclear warfare, it's game over for humanity. And it's something that people have, I think, after the end of the Cold War, people have become complacent about, but they actually have forgotten that there are currently a lot of nuclear missiles that have targeting parameters for the United States from 100%. Other countries.
And one of the things we're going to do is we're going to build an Iron Dome over us. Israel has it. We're going to have the best Iron Dome in the world. We need it, and we're going to make it all in the United States. But we're going to have protection, because it just takes one maniac to start something. We're going to have protection, and we're going to have. Why shouldn't we have an Iron Dome? Israel has one. Some other places have one that nobody even knows about, frankly. But Israel has it. We're going to have an Iron Dome. But with all of that being said, to me that's so important, the most important. But with all of that being said, the election's coming up, and the people want to hear about the economy and the fact that they can't buy groceries because they don't have enough money to buy groceries. The inflation has killed them. Food prices are up 50, 60, even 100% in some cases. And this stupid administration allowed this to happen, and it's a shame. And that's the thing that people most care about, in my opinion. They care about the border a lot. And we discussed the border at great length. It's nice to have a forum like this where I can discuss something at length. And by the way, you think Biden could do this interview? Do you think that Kamala could do this interview? They would take a pass on you.
No, they could not.
So they don't need Elon. They don't need Elon screaming out questions. It's pretty sad when you think that somebody that does this for a living can't answer a question or is afraid to do an interview. And in her case, with a very friendly interview, she's got all friendly interviewers. It's pretty sad.
Yes, absolutely.
But the big thing now is the economy, Elon.
Yeah.
And as much as
Yeah.
I mean, I view nuclear as the single most important thing, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't understand that. But it doesn't have to. If I understand it, that's all you need. Because if I was president, you're not going to have that kind of a problem. But the thing that they really is making them angry is what Kamala and Biden have allowed to happen to the economy. It's a disaster with inflation. The inflation, it doesn't matter what you make. The inflation is eating you alive. If you're a worker or if you're just a middle income person, you can't afford. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, people were saving a lot of money. Today, they're using all their money and borrowing money just to live. It's a horrible thing that's happening. And we'll end that quickly.
Well, I think a lot of a lot of people just don't understand where inflation comes from. Inflation comes from government overspending because the checks never bounce when it's written by the government. So if the government spends far more than it brings in, that increases the money supply. And if the money supply increases faster than the rate of goods and services, that's inflation. So really, we need to have we need to reduce our government spending. And we need to re-examine. I think we need like a government efficiency commission to say like, hey, where are we spending money that's sensible? Where is it not sensible? Right. And we need to live within our means. We're currently adding, I think, $1 trillion to the deficit roughly every 100 days. That's right. And the interest payments on the national debt have now exceeded the defense budget. It's on the order of $1 trillion.
It's interest,
and it keeps growing.
I rebuilt our military, largely rebuilt our military. Did a great job on it, which was so important. We had jets, we had fighters that were, and bombers that were 70 years old, and we did a great job in that. Then we gave 85 billion of it back to Afghanistan, if you can believe it. We gave them 85 billion. They're one of the largest sellers of military equipment in the world. They're selling what we gave them. That was one of the most embarrassing days in the history of our country. But if you think about, let's go back to the economy. We have to bring energy prices down. Energy started at the price of gasoline. Now your cars don't require too much gasoline, so you have a good, and you do make a great product. I have to say, I have to be honest with you. That doesn't mean everybody should have an electric car, but these are minor details. But your product is incredible. But the gasoline, Elon, is the cost of energy. Not only gasoline, it's the cost of heating your house and cooling your house. That has to come down. It's gone up 100%, 150, and 200%, and that has to come down. When that comes down, and we're going to drill, baby, drill. They stopped drilling, and then they went back to drilling because they went back to the Trump policy. But if they won the day after they get into office, this country will go out of business because they're going to go to an energy policy that's not sustainable, wind and different things. You're not going to have anything. Yeah. And I know you're a big fan of the AI, and I have to say that AI, and this is shocking to me, but AI requires twice the energy that the country already produces for everything. So we're going to have to build a lot of energy if our country will be competitive with China, because that's our primary competitor for this on the AI. You're going to need a lot of electricity. You're going to need tremendous electricity, like almost double what we produce now for the whole country, if you can believe it.
Sure. Well, just going, back to this, like this basic thing, that people try to make it sound complicated, but it's not. But inflation is caused by government overspending. Right. Would you agree that we need to take a look at government spending and have perhaps a government efficiency commission that tries to make the spending sensible and so the country lives within its means, just like a person
The
does.
waste is incredible, and nobody negotiates prices. You used to have a lot of people making jets, and you end up with two companies, and they'll probably try and merge at some point. I mean, I went through it like Air Force, just a thing like Air Force One. One of the first documents they asked me to sign, a general walks in, "Sir, would you please sign this document?" And what is it? Air Force One. That's with Boeing, which is basically two planes, two 747s. And the price was $5.7 billion for two planes. Now, now they're highly sophisticated.
That's insane.
They're even nicer than your plane, okay? But much more sophisticated. They're very, I won't say what's on it, but they got a lot of stuff on it. Anyway, but it's 5.7.
That's a crazy
It's
number.
a crazy number. But I said, I'm not going to pay 5.7. I'm not going to do it. I said, who made the deal? Obama and his people. I said, well, then I know the deal's no good. I'm not going to do it. And over a course of about 4 weeks, by my saying I'm not going to do it, I got the price reduced by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane, other than we had a nicer paint job, if you want to know the truth. But for the exact same plane, I saved one. And I said to Boeing, man, you guys must make a lot of money if you can reduce the price by that. But now what I do hear is that they're going back to the Biden administration and wanting big cost overruns, because they see these dopey suckers in there, and they'll end up getting some of the money back. But I shaved it by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane. And you can now take that and multiply that out times thousands of other items.
Multiply it by a
the
zillion,
numbers are
and
astronomical. I agree with you.
Well, I mean, I think it would be great to just have a government efficiency commission that takes a look at these things and just ensures that the taxpayer money, the taxpayers' hard-earned money, is spent in a good way. And I'd be happy to help out on such a commission.
I'd love
if it were formed.
Well, you're the greatest cutter. I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in and you just say, you want to quit? They go on strike. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike, and you say, that's okay. You're all gone. You're all gone. So every one of you is gone, and you are the greatest. You would be very good. Oh, you would love it. But, if you look at Argentina.
Well, I'd be happy to help
by the way,
out.
congratulations.
Yeah.
I just looked at the number of people that are listening to you and I chat. We'll call it a chat. But congratulations. This is very good. I mean, it's great. And you're an interesting character. The new head of a place called Argentina, and he's a big,
Malay's awesome.
he's great. And he's a big Maga fan, that he ran on Maga. And he took it to an extreme too. He ran on Maga, and I hear he's doing really a terrific job. It's called Make Argentina Great Again. It worked out perfectly. He came in, he bought a lot of hats, he brought everything, but he's doing a big job. He really cut. And I'm hearing they're starting to do pretty well. Inflation's getting down. They had like 2,000%.
Exactly.
They had inflation like not normal inflation. They had the real deal. But we're going to have that pretty soon. I think we have the worst inflation we've had in 100 years. They say it's 48 years. I don't believe it. I think we have the worst. They don't include a lot of the items that should be included.
Yeah. Well, it's just from government overspending and not spending taxpayer money effectively, and having just so many departments you can't even name them all. And what Malay is doing is he's cutting government spending. He's simplifying things. He's putting in regulations that make sense, and Argentina overnight is experiencing a giant improvement in prosperity. But it's also a lesson for the United States, which is that Argentina used to be one of the most prosperous countries in the world. In the 30s, 40s, and because of bad government policy, it ruined the country. And if you take Venezuela, for example, Venezuela should be incredibly prosperous. They have phenomenal reserves of everything, oil, everything, and it should be prosperous. But if the government's wrong, it impoverishes the people. And so I think we should not be complacent in the United States in thinking that and taking our prosperity for granted, because if with bad government policy, we can run the country into the ground. And that's just something.
I do want to remind y'all all on YouTube, And while I'm out here making YouTube great again, I need y'all to get the likes up. Double tap the screen and get them up. Let's get them up, man. Very interesting conversation.
People should bear in mind, don't take prosperity for granted.
Well, think of education. So we're ranked at the bottom of every list of the top 40. We're ranked number 40, number 38. Norway, Switzerland, Sweden, different countries are ranked good. Actually, China's pretty close to the top. They're a top 6 or 7. But we're ranked at the bottom, almost at the bottom, 38, 39, 40. In other words, horrible. And yet we spend more per pupil than any other country in the world. So we spend more. And what I'm going to do.
1,400 people voted and 100 likes. Nah, let's get them up. Double tap the screen, people. Chilling with love in the building. Salute. Y'all can take a quick minute out and I'll finish playing it. Once we get the likes past 200, 300, shit like that. All right? Because we are on YouTube and this is not a fucking free show. All right? Build the wall.
One of the first acts, and this is where I need an Elon Musk. I need somebody that has a lot of strength and courage and smarts. I want to close up Department of Education, move education back to the states where states like Iowa, where states like Idaho, not every state will do great because states that basically aren't doing good now. You look at Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. He's terrible. He does a terrible job. So he's not going to do great with education. But of the 50, I would bet that 35 would do great. And 15 of them, or 20 of them, will be as good as Norway.
Thumbs down your mama.
Norway's
take thumbs down too. It's good for the algorithm. Just shut the fuck up.
Considered great. You can name them. I mean, they're so good. Some of these.
Right, now you're going on timeout. I'm not begging for likes. I'm telling you what the fuck you need to do. You came here just to bother me. That's why they go Trump, man. These liberals are pieces of shit sometimes.
Countries are so good. But if you go into some of these really well-run states, we have states that don't know what debt is. We have states that have low taxes, no debt, everybody working. They're really well-run.
Sure.
And maybe they have certain advantages in terms of location, in terms of, the land or the sun and the water and the whole thing. There are a lot of advantages that some people have. But if you moved education back to the 50, you'll have some that won't do well, but they'll actually be forced to do better because it'll be a pretty bad situation. But if you think about it, you'll have some of these states. I'll bet you'd have 30, 35 states. It'll be much better. And you know what it'll cost? Less than half what it is in Washington. And these people don't care about the students in these.
Ed, we have a lot of hilarious moments here.
Be unbelievable.
Yeah.
Be one in the building.
Good point in that if the states have to if each state has to compete against other states, then people will naturally move to states where it's better.
Well, like California, as we said, it's a badly run state. I could go through. I got so many friends that
wouldn't even be interested in being VP.
I hate to mention certain states, but Illinois is badly run with Pritzker. He's a real loser. But some of these places are just badly run. But
it's real. This happened yesterday. Broke the internet, Cal.
Won't do good initially, but you're not going to do worse than you're doing right now. And I would say that the cost, you would cut your cost by 50 or 60%. And you'd have a little monitor. You want to make sure they're teaching English as an example. Give us a little English, right?
Sure.
Right.
Yeah. No, but I mean, too much. I mean, some of these governors are doing so badly. I mean, they got so many people moving out of their state. They should get U-Haul salesmen
begging for likes on YouTube. Ain't that crazy? It's bad that I gotta tell you to hit the like button. You came here. It's weird how Biden supporters, liberals, come here. Fuck Biden, because we might be dead. They come here, they see a pro-Trump chat, and they come here just to disturb the what we got going on.
The year award. Because they're driving so much fuel.
It's actually amazing.
People moving out.
Isn't it amazing to you as a businessman that they can even survive? Like Illinois, so many people are leaving, and you wonder, how do they survive? I mean, how do they survive? I saw where you left California and you moved to Texas. Texas does a great job. But, I mean, I just wonder, how do these states survive when big businesses, a big oil company just left California, as you know, and they moved to Texas. how do these big states survive when they lose so many businesses and their taxes are already really high? You know, the taxes are among the highest taxes. You almost wonder, how do they continue on? And in many cases, the governors don't do a good job in their crime-ridden places. You wonder, how do they continue to just go on? It's not a good situation.
I think the only thing that's going to force some of these states to change is if they risk bankruptcy and they're not getting bailed out by the federal government.
Right. Well,
That's
you're
the
going
only
to
thing
have
that's going to
that.
get them to change.
You remember the area in California where they had that, where I guess somebody had sticky fingers and they stole a lot of money, and they went into a form of chapter, and it was very nasty for a period of time. But now it's probably the most popular place in all of California. So you know, at some point, something like that may have to happen. But the problem is, you can't penalize people that loan money to the state when you have incompetent people like a Pritzker. Look, the family didn't want him in the family business, and then he ends up being governor of Illinois. So you know what? Is he going to be a great governor?
Nope.
And you know, you have people. I could name every one of them. I got to know every one of these, and some are very good, and some are just horrible.
Well, I think that the larger point here, too, you know, as you're saying, like a lot of people are concerned about the economy.
Once we get the likes past 200, I'm gonna drop the StreamYard link for people to join the chat.
That save money and for people that are working day to day, it's just a form of taxation. And if we can solve the government spending problem, we'll solve the inflation problem, which means people will have a better standard of living, and that's a really big deal.
Well, the people that got hurt worst are the people that did it the way they were taught to do it all through, you know, their younger life and their young life and their whole life. The people that saved money and then they got no interest on their money and inflation destroyed them.
Wow.
And frankly, they were almost better off if they didn't do anything like that. I mean, those people have been
been investing in gold. But what do I know?
Absolutely decimated. And we're going to bring those people back and help those people. We've got to get the prices down. You know, when I look at bacon costing 4 or 5 times more than it did a few years ago, when you look at some of the food products in grocery stores, people go, they can't believe it. They used to be able to buy a whole cart, and today, you know, a lot of people just don't have the money. They go in and they can't buy anything. They look at it's sticker shock. They call it sticker shock, right?
Double tap the screen. Let's get the likes up. Matter of fact, I ain't telling y'all no more. All right, shut up.
I think it really just comes, like I said, I think it just comes down to really, I guess, two things, which is that if you solve government overspending, you solve inflation, which improves living standards of the average person. And
get it, government overspending, then you solve inflation, cutting the fat.
And then if you deregulate, like have sensible regulations, so because a lot of the regulations are nonsensical and cause the cost to be extreme for no reason. But unless you've got effective deregulation, like Reagan did a great job on deregulation in the 80s, but it's been 40 years since we had anyone really. I mean, during your administration, we made some progress, but I think there's an opportunity to make, I think, radical progress with sensible regulation. If
Elon,
those two things, those are the big deals.
We set a record. We did more deregulation and more restrictions on all of the different businesses than any other president. Remember, I had the rule for every one we put in, you have to get rid of 10 or 12. And we did radical cuts on all of that. And a lot of that's being put back by this administration.
And as many cuts as they made, it didn't fuck up America. That's a fucking myth that these liberal, radical, extremist left people be pushing. You know what I'm saying? That Trump is only for big business. Well, funny that the guy that's only for big business made the middle class and the poor people look great during his presidency.
He did radical cuts on things that weren't necessary, but we were all set. You know, we had the best economy ever, maybe in the world, and then what happened is COVID came in, and we had to focus on that, and nobody knew what it was. And I always say I got good marks on economy, good marks on military.
They also say that they're against the unions. Now, all my working people, be honest for a second, man. When Trump was in office, how well did the unions do? You know what I'm saying? The union was doing extremely well. Poor people was out here acting like they was fucking rich. Motherfuckers was on Instagram throwing so much money into the atmosphere off that Trump money. And yet y'all forget. Y'all like children, y'all like kids that get spoiled, that get everything handed to you. You know what I mean? And then you turn around and you say that your parents wasn't shit. Hey, listen, they might have not been shit. They raised your ass. You feel me? Like, who the fuck eats freeloads off somebody and then turn around and say fuck them? You know what I mean? And then the explanation is that well, Trump didn't give us shit. All right? Yeah, maybe he didn't personally go in his pocket, but who made the moves? You didn't make the move to make nobody get no money in their pocket.
We knocked out ISIS. We did so many different things. We rebuilt. But
even did Biden.
I never got the credit that we really deserved on what we did with COVID. We never got the credit. But had that not happened, a gift from China, from Wuhan, came in from Wuhan, the Wuhan labs, and I always said it, and it turned out to be right. But had that not happened, we were set to start reducing debt. We were going to reduce taxes further. I gave the largest tax cuts, and we were going to reduce.
Did I go to public school?
Nigga, you gay.
Get out my chat.
Taxes still further for middle-income people, not only businesses. But we did it for businesses because they're the ones that's why we had the great job numbers. But we were set to really start reducing debt. And, we're sitting on the biggest pile of liquid gold anywhere in the world, bigger than Saudi Arabia, bigger than Russia. And we were going to drill, and we were going to make so much money. We were going to supply Europe with oil. I had stopped the Russian pipeline, and we were going to supply them with oil and gas. We were going to make a fortune. And then the COVID came in, and we really had to divert. Then
I'm a freeloader because I went to public school. When I pay taxes, you know what I'm saying, as an adult, and children don't pay taxes. What are you talking about? What child that goes to public school is actually out here paying taxes? Shut the fuck up, you stupid ass. You goofy ass motherfucker. Hey, you think this shit is liberal friendly over here? No, we're just human respectable. Meaning that if you come here with peace, then we got you. But you come over here disrespecting public school system, you know what I'm saying? And shit like that. Listen, it is what it is. The public schools are fucking farce anyway. You know? We're gonna change that too. We don't want our sons going to school and then, saying they want to cut their dick off. We don't want.
What happened is when they came in, we kept a lot of businesses alive. If I didn't do what we did, we would have had a 1929 type depression. But the problem is when Biden came in, he got trillions of dollars and just started spending it stupidly. You didn't need it anymore.
Okay, well, I'm gonna let the wrenches deal with y'all. I'm not reading more chats until it turns smart again.
We got over that bad period where everybody was dying and it was just not a good period. Interestingly, during his administration, many more people died during his administration of COVID than during my administration, and we really got the brunt of it. But people don't realize more people died during his administration than ours. But it diverted.
No credit for cleaning this country up when COVID hit, and y'all was out here going crazy over alcohol. Let's keep it real. Y'all was really about to kill each other over hand sanitizer. He came out here and switched that whole shit up, and yet y'all forget. Man, them got shot, and y'all said it was fake. Man, I can't make this shit up.
Us from doing what I wanted to do, but we had the greatest for almost 3 years. We had the great, and that probably better than anybody. So many of your friends said to me, the best years we've ever had in business were during the Trump years. And also said that African American, Hispanic American were so incredible. They were having the best. Asian American women, men, young people without a diploma, young people that graduated from the best colleges, from MIT, from the Wharton School, from all of the great colleges, Harvard. They were doing better, and people without a diploma were doing better, and everybody was happy. And then COVID came, and we had the problem is they spent trillions and trillions of dollars. They wasted. They shouldn't have taken any money, and we wouldn't be having inflation right now, which is killing our country.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I should probably say something about maybe my views on climate change and oil and gas, because I think it's probably different from what most people would assume. Because my views are actually pretty, I think, moderate in this regard, which is that I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry and the people that have worked very hard in those industries to provide the necessary energy to support the economy. And if we were to stop using oil and gas right now, we would all be starving, and the economy would collapse. So it's I don't think it's right to sort of vilify the oil and gas industry, and the world has a certain demand for oil and gas, and it's probably better if the United States provides that than some other countries. Sure. And it would help with prosperity in the U.S. And at the same time, obviously, my view is like we do over time want to move to a sustainable energy economy, because eventually you do run out of. I mean, you run out of oil and gas. It's not there. It's not infinite. And there is some risk. I think the risk is not as high as a lot of people say it is with respect to global warming. But I think if you just keep increasing the parts per million in the atmosphere long enough, eventually it actually simply gets uncomfortable to breathe. People don't realize this. If you go past 1,000 parts per million of CO2, you start getting headaches and nausea. And so we're now in the sort of 400 range. We're adding, I think, about roughly 2 parts per million per year. So I mean, it still gives us. So what it means is like we still have quite a bit of time, but so there's not like we don't need to rush, and we don't need to stop farmers from farming or prevent people from having steaks or basic stuff like that. Like you can leave the farmers alone.
I agree. How crazy is that? Where I mean, you have farmers that are not allowed to farm anymore and have to get rid of their cattle, and the whole world is a little crazy. But it's largely taken its lead from us. I just say though, I've heard in terms of the fossil fuel, because even to create your electric car and create the electricity needed for the electric car. Fossil fuel is what really creates that at the generating plants. And, so you sort of can't get away from it at this moment. I mean, someday you might be able to, but I do hear we have anywhere from 100 to 500 years left. Much of it hasn't even been found yet.
Yeah.
But there are tremendous.
If you ain't hit the like button yet, double tap the screen. You're going to see a big ass thumb pop up when you do that. If not, go to the top right of your screen and hit the 3 dots. That's where the like button is at.
That Biden did was unimprove it to get rid of it. He ended it. His secretary went in and she ended it. And what a disgrace. That's Anwar. That's bigger, or they think it could be bigger than Saudi Arabia in Alaska. Could be bigger than Saudi Arabia. But they went in and they terminated it. And I'll get it going very quickly, because not only is it big for Alaska, I mean, you talk about economic development, that for the United States, I mean, that is, they say bigger than Saudi Arabia or the same size, and pure, really good stuff. And, they end it. So I think we have, perhaps hundreds of years left. Nobody really knows. But during that time, something will come around that will be very good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my estimate would be, a little more aggressive than that. But it's not the sort of like we're all going to die in 5 years stuff. That's obviously BS. But I mean, my view is like if you just look at sort of the parts per million that increments every year, you get sort of 2 or 3 parts per million every year of CO2. I mean, I think some of that it's problematic if it accelerates. If you start going from 2 or 3 to say 5, and then there may be some situations where you get just a step change increase in the CO2. Mm-hmm. And I think we don't want to get too close to 1,000 ppm, because like that's actually makes it uncomfortable to breathe. Like just existing in 1,000 ppm CO2 is uncomfortable. That's like that's considered like an industrial hazard,
right?
Just so it's that's actually, you start getting headaches and stuff. So it's even without global warming, it's not comfortable to live. So we don't want to get too close to that. But I mean, I think we want to just move over and like, and if I don't know, 50 to 100 years from now, we're I don't know, mostly sustainable. I think that'll probably be okay. So it's not like the house is on fire immediately, but I think it is something we need to move towards. And on balance, it's probably better to move there faster than slower. But like I said, without vilifying the oil and gas industry, and without causing hardship in the short term, I think this can be done without people can still have a stake, and they can still drive gasoline cars, and it's okay. It's like, it's not. I don't think we should vilify people for it, but I think we should just generally lean in the direction of sustainability. I actually think solar is going to be a majority of Earth's energy generation in the future, and it's certainly trending that way. And so you get the solar power, combine that with batteries, so because obviously the sun doesn't shine at night, and then you use that to charge the electric cars, and you have a long-term sustainable solution. And that's what Tesla's trying to move things towards, and I think we've made a lot of progress in that regard. But when you look at our cars, we don't believe that environmentalism, that caring about the environment should mean that you have to suffer. So we make sure that our cars are beautiful, that they drive well, that they're fast, they're sexy. I mean, they're cool. In fact, literally, I made this sexy joke: Model S, Model 3, Model X, and Y spells out sexy. It's probably the most expensive joke out there. But I don't know, I like cheesy humor, so but I'm a big fan of, like, let's have an inspiring future, and let's work towards a better future, and we can do so without demonizing people.
I'm okay. It's very interesting. You use the word global warming, and
do it without demonizing people. Keywords.
Today they use the word climate change because you have some places that go up, and so they were getting themselves in a little trouble with the word global warming, because not every place is warming. Some places are going the opposite direction. But I'm sort of waiting for you to come up with solar panels on the roofs of your cars and on the trunks of the cars, and it just seems like something that at some point you will come up with. I'm sure you'll be the first, but it would seem that a solar panel on the roofs, on flat surfaces, on certain surfaces might be good.
Yeah.
At least in certain areas of the country where you have the world,
sure,
where you have the sun. But I would think, and I have no idea because that's not my world, but I would think that this would be something that would be interesting. But the one thing that I don't understand is that people talk about global warming or they talk about climate change, but they never talk about nuclear warming. And to me, that's an immediate problem. Because you have, as I said, 5 countries where you have major nuclear, and probably some others are getting there, and that's very dangerous. That's where you need a strong American president, because you don't want to have this proliferation. But you have 5 countries and getting more. China is much less than us right now, but they're going to catch us sooner than people think. They're way lower. Russia and us are number 1, and I mean, we're sort of tied. And China is far behind, but they're developing at a level that, you're not surprised to hear, very fast. They'll end up catching up, maybe even surpassing. But to me, the biggest problem is not climate change. It's not, and everything's, a problem, but it's degrees. To me, the big problem is the nuclear power. The power of nuclear is so great. And when I talk about I'll prevent World War III, I will. But the truth is that you have to, because this is no longer army tanks going back and forth and shooting at each other. This is a level of destruction and power that nobody's ever seen before.
Yeah, and actually, there's the bad side of nuclear, which is a nuclear war, very bad side. But there's also, I think, nuclear electricity generation is underrated.
You're right.
And it's actually, people have this fear of nuclear electricity generation, but it's actually one of the safest forms of electricity generation. It's just a huge misunderstanding. And if you look at the injuries and deaths, caused by, say, I mean, I'm not going to try to pick on coal mining, but just any kind of mining operation. And there's a certain number of injuries and deaths per year. And you compare that to nuclear. Nuclear is actually way better. So it's underrated as an electricity source, and I think it's something that's worth reconsidering. But there's so much regulation that people can't get it done. So that,
maybe they'll have
sort
to
of
change the
have
name.
it,
The name is just, it's a rough name. There are some areas
yeah, it's a rough
like when
name.
you see what happened in
Good bad
right.
branding. The
We'll have to
branding's rough.
rebrand it. We'll have to give it a good name. We'll name it after you or something. You know,
No,
it has it has a branding problem. You know, when you see what happened,
it does have a branding problem.
when you see what happened in Japan, where they say you won't be able to go on the land for about 3,000 years. Did you ever see that? And in Russia, where they had the problem, where they, there's a lot of bad things happened, and they have a problem. And they say that in 2,000 years, people will start to occupy the land again. You realize it's pretty bad.
No,
but,
that's not true.
But you're right about it. It's amazing.
It's actually not that bad. So like after Fukushima happened in Japan, like people were asking me in California, are we worried about like a nuclear cloud coming from Japan? I'm like, no, that's crazy. It's not even dangerous in Fukushima. I actually flew there and ate locally grown vegetables on TV to prove it. And I donated a solar water treatment, a solar powered system for a water treatment plant. And
yeah, but you haven't been feeling so well lately, and I'm worried about it.
No, but I mean,
I'm only kidding.
It's fine, It's like Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombed, but now they're like full cities again. So
right.
it's really not something that
That's right.
So it's not as scary as people think, basically. But let's see. I mean, are there some other topics we should touch on? Like lawfare. I think we need to be concerned about
what they've done to this country.
Obviously,
yeah. Well, we just won the big case in Florida. This was a Biden administration did something that's never been done in this country, and that's go after their political opponent, me, with this nonsense and just nonsense. And the big case in Florida we won, but they always pick a judge and a jury, and they use local DAs, they use the local attorney generals, like Fani, Fani, spelled Fani, Fani, and it's all a big hoax, and it's all run from there, like in Manhattan. One of the top people from the Justice Department went in, ran Manhattan, ran the state. The Letitia James deal was run by a person from the Department of Justice, Biden. They've never done this before, and they set up a very bad precedent. It's called lawfare, warfare. It's a terrible thing, and never happened in our country. It does happen in banana republics and third world countries, but it's never happened. And the incredible thing is it actually drove my numbers up because people see, fortunately I have a platform like you, or, in all fairness, like a conversation like this, where I can talk about it and people understand. I mean, you fight for election integrity and you end up getting indicted because you're fighting for election integrity. And when the day comes that you can't fight for election integrity, you don't have a country anymore. So what happens is they went after their political opponent, me. Now Biden's, close to vegetable stage, in my opinion. Okay, I looked at him today on the beach, and I said, why would anybody allow him? The guy could barely walk. Why would anybody allow him? Does he have a political advisor that thinks this looks good? He thinks this looks good because it looks so bad, and it's ridiculous. I mean. And he's been doing that for a long time. He can't lift the chair. The chair weighs about 3 ounces. It's meant for children and old people to lift. And he can't lift it. The whole thing is crazy.
Well, he's clearly, he's clearly like, we just don't have a president right
You
now.
don't
That's
have a
just obviously
president.
the
And
case.
she's going to be worse than him because she is a San Francisco liberal who destroyed San Francisco. And then as Attorney General, she destroyed California. You talk about location, and we're talking about the sun and the water and all. There's nothing better than California. She has destroyed that. She was the original DA. She was the original in San Francisco. She was the original Attorney General in California. What she has done to California is, well, you know better than I do. You just left California for a lot of those reasons. And what she's done with crime, with cashless bail, where you kill somebody. I mean, we have states there, you kill somebody and they let you out right away. I mean, you don't have to even put up, and then they never find the people unless they kill again, and then they let them out again. Our country is becoming a very dangerous place. And she is a radical left San Francisco liberal. And now she's trying to protect. Now she's looking like she wants to be more Trump than Trump, if that's possible. I don't think it's possible. but she wants to be more Trump than Trump.
Yeah.
I want a wall.
I think that's,
she wants to release all the prisoners that are in detention, and some of these guys are really bad.
Right.
That just came out today. She doesn't want to build the wall, even though the walls work. Walls and wheels. In your business, everything you do is obsolete, almost, well, not the tunnels, but everything is obsolete. Even your rocket ships, they're like a month later, they're obsolete. You find a better way to. The only thing that's not obsolete is a wall and a wheel. And the wall, I built hundreds of miles of wall, and that's why we had such good numbers. I was going to add 200 miles. We bought it. We could have flipped it up in 3 weeks, and they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. That meant, I said, wow, that means that they actually do want to have open borders. She wants to have open borders, and now she's going like she's tough on the border. It's such a lie.
Yeah, this is simply not true. This is simply not true.
And everybody knows it's not true.
true.
It's a disgrace that she can say it.
No, I mean, obviously, what's happening sort of overnight is they're rewriting history and making Kamala sound like a moderate when in fact she is far left, like far left.
Worse than Bernie Sanders. She is considered more liberal by far than Bernie Sanders. She's a radical left lunatic, and if she's going to be our president, very quickly you're not going to have a country anymore. And she'll go back to all of the things that she believes in. She believes in defunding the police. She believes in no fracking, zero. Now all of a sudden she's saying, no, I really want to see fracking. If they got in, the day she got in, she'll end fracking. And by the way, if people didn't think that, the lunatics that really believe in that, they won't vote for her. Like the Palestinians and Israel. She is so anti-Israel, and she's bad for both. Biden actually did something that was impossible. Both sides hate him, both sides. That was a hard thing to do, unification.
Yeah, no. I mean, Netanyahu came to give a talk to a joint Senate and House sitting, and I was there, and Kamala stood him up. What does that say?
I think it's highly disrespectful. And I say, if you're a Jewish person or if you believe in Israel, if you're a person that, is a very pro-Israel, if you vote for her, it's worse than Biden. And Biden was bad. But if you vote for her, you ought to have your head examined. And you see tonight, I mean, as we're doing this, I'm seeing reports coming that they expect an attack tonight or tomorrow from hundreds and maybe thousands of rockets. Their Iron Dome, as they call it, as we all call it, but their shield that they build, that can be swamped. We'll use the term that's appropriate, swamped. But they swamp it by shooting enough missiles. You know this better than anybody. By shooting enough missiles, they can't defend themselves. They just obliterate the whole place. And that's what some people think they're looking to do. And we have no leadership. There's no respect for the United States of America with these people. And I'm telling you, she'll be worse than him because she's a believer in being radical left, and he wasn't.
I think you're right. I mean, it's important for the public that may be listening to this to look at Kamala's track record, before the last month, and say, is that a track record you agree with? And I think if you're an independent moderate, you definitely would not agree with it, because it is her behavior has been far left, and we're seeing just an overnight propaganda attempt to rewrite history and make it sound like Kamala's moderate when she in fact is not moderate.
Well, her running mate approved, signed into legislation, tampons in boys' bathrooms. Okay, now that's all I have to hear. Tampons in boys' bathrooms. And that means she believes in that too. I mean, she picked this guy because he was the closest to her. A lot of people thought she'd pick sort of the opposite, but she picked an anti-Israel radical left person. But she is far worse, they say, than Bernie Sanders. If we have her as a president, if we have a Democrat at this moment as the president, I don't think our country can survive.
I think it's a massive. I think we're in massive trouble, frankly, with the Kamala administration, and that's my honest opinion. And I think really it's essential that you win for the good of the country for this election. And I mean I'm just stating my opinion. Now, you may have seen this, but I got a letter from the EU Commission, like saying, to not have disinformation on during this discussion that we're having, and there's a lot of attempts to do censorship and to force censorship even on Americans from other countries, and what do you think about that?
Well, I know the European Union very well. They take great advantage of the United States in trade, as you know. We, through a different forum, NATO, we protect them. And yet, if you build a car in the United States, you can't sell it in Europe. You just can't sell it. It's impossible. The same thing with our farmers. Our farmers find it very difficult to do business. We have a deficit with them of $250 billion, which people don't know. It sounds so nice, the European Union, but let me tell you, they're not as tough as China, but they're bad. And I let them know it. And that's probably why they notified you. No, they don't treat our country well. We defend them, with Ukraine. So we're in for 250 billion and they're in for about 71 billion. And they have the same size. If you add up the European nations that, in terms of an economy, it's about the same size, wouldn't you say, as us? And they're in, and they're in much greater risk. They're right there. We have an ocean separating us from, in this case, the enemy would be Russia. It used to be for the Soviet Union, but let's assume they're close enough. And what happens is they're in for 70-something million. I think even less than that, billion. And we're in for about 250 billion, and it could be a lot higher than that. And I say, why aren't you going to equalize? Why aren't they paying what we're paying? And they're in much more, it's much more important for them because of the fact that, they're right near there. I mean, they're all sort of in that location. We're not. But they should, and I did it with NATO. There were only 7 countries that were paid up in NATO out of 28 at the time. And the United States the United States was subsidizing NATO, tremendously subsidizing NATO. And I said, I went in and I said, you got to pay up. If you don't pay up, we're not going to defend you any longer. I took a lot of heat, but you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in. And
I think a lot of the public isn't aware of the fact that the United States pays a disproportionate share of the NATO expenses.
And then we get taken advantage of on trade. So think about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, the point of NATO is defending Europe, and it's it's like, then okay, well, why is the United States paying disproportionately more to defend Europe than Europe? That doesn't make sense. That's unfair, and that is an appropriate thing to address.
Well, when you talk about cost cutting and savings and everything else, I mean, honestly, look, there's nobody that feels worse about the Ukraine situation than I do, because I know it would have never happened. I know Zelensky. He was very honorable to me, because when they went with the Russia hoax and they said I had a phone call with him, he said it was a perfect phone call. It was a great phone call. He could have grandstanded and, said, oh, he was very threatening. He said, no, it was a very nice phone call. I called him up to congratulate him on his win, and you end up getting impeached because these people are lunatics. I was talking about the difference from the people within and the enemies on the outside. In many cases, the people from within are more dangerous for our country than the Russians and the Chinas. If you have a smart president, you're not going to have a problem with them. You're going to do things.
Yeah.
Now, they've taken advantage of us incredibly, but you're going to do things with the right person.
Yeah, well, I think it's obvious that you're a believer and an advocate of free speech, because during your first term as president, you were attacked relentlessly every day, often very unfairly with false attacks, and you didn't try to shut down the media. You didn't try to inhibit their freedom of speech, and I think that says a lot.
Well, the good thing is that you and I have, and some people, very few, we can get the word out. Although sometimes it's hard because they don't want to print it, like we're having a great conversation right now. KMALA wouldn't have this conversation. She can't because she's.
Y'all want me to open up the chat so we can have a discussion? Let me know. And I'll drop the link and we can have an open discussion on this stuff. All right.
Not smart. She's not a smart person, by the way. She can't have this conversation. And Biden, we don't even have to talk about it. I mean, he couldn't have this conversation. he would have given up on the first half of a question. He would have walked out. He would have said, "Where am I? Where am I going?" So anyway, but no, he wouldn't have this.
That's true.
Not a lot of people would have this conversation, but we cover a lot of territory. But the beauty is that we can have a conversation, and I'm able to get it out without, because I get treated unfairly.
This is a really big point. You can actually have a conversation with you.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
And you can't have a conversation with Biden or Kamala. It's like it's not possible.
That's true.
This is like talking to an NPC.
No.
So it's just impossible.
Well, but think of it. We need a man or person who's unbelievably sharp in order to stop all the nuclear danger and all the dangers that I'm talking about. And I got along with all these. I got along with Kim Jong-un. We had dinner. We had everything. And he really liked me, and I got along with him really well. By the way, he's the absolute boss over there. A lot of people said, "Oh, do you think he really?"
That's for
Let
sure.
me tell you, I saw things that you don't want to know about. He is the boss. But we had a good relationship, and he doesn't like Biden. He considers him a stupid man. He said he's a stupid man. Well, at least he speaks his mind. But in this country, you're not sort of allowed to say it, but I guess you are. You should be allowed to say it if it's true. But we need smart people, and we need people that have an ability to lead. And she doesn't have that ability. Can you imagine? Now, Chairman Xi very well. Can you imagine her and him negotiating, or even standing together? It is, the whole concept is ridiculous. She is terrible. She's terrible. But she's getting a free ride. I saw a picture of her on Time magazine today. She looks like the most beautiful actress ever to live. It was a drawing. And actually, she looked very much like our great First Lady, Melania. She didn't look like Camilla. That's right. But of course, she's a beautiful woman. So we'll leave it at that, right?
Yeah. Well, maybe I think part of what, people in America want to feel excited and inspired about the future. They want to feel like the future is going to be better than the past, and that America is going to do things that are greater than we've done in the past, reach new heights that make you proud to be an American, and excited about the future.
They want the American dream back. They want the American dream back. More important than anything else. It's like you don't have that today because the people, they've been just sucked. They see incompetent people running our. The Biden thing is very interesting. People just found him to be incompetent, and when I debated him, I was like, "Is this for real?" It was.
Yeah, it was just absurd. But I think there are some grand projects that we could do. I mean, I think we could build a base on the moon. We could send American astronauts to Mars. We could build high-speed connections that are more advanced than anything else in the world between our cities, so people have fast transport. It's possible to solve traffic with tunnels.
Double tap the screen. Can we get the likes up, please?
We've already made great progress in Vegas doing that, and and just do things that are exciting and inspiring and make the future feel like it's better than the past.
Well, I saw what you did in Vegas, and I'll tell you, it was amazing. I got to see. I took a big glimpse at it, and it's incredible. It's incredible, and you could do that all over. It's deep.
Yeah,
you don't even need.
Am I doing something wrong? You got 363 people up here. Let's get them up. Double tap the screen, man. What the F? Ask Joe Brown. Oh, here we go. This Ezekiel dude. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, let's ban him from the channel forever coming back. All right?
Need much structure, assuming you're in the right area.
No, it's straightforward.
It's amazing.
I think we could do some things that like China's got incredible high-speed rail between its cities, but I think it's actually possible.
Dustin, so many Trump haters. If you're not a Trump hater, double tap the screen, get the likes up, type one in the chat, let them know that we are all on that Trump train. You feel me? So it shouldn't be everybody.
With tunnels, if with deregulation, with an ability to actually, where it's legal to actually do the tunnels, then you could have high speed tunnels that are actually better than anything else in the world for high speed transport between cities, and that would be something that Americans can say, wow, okay, we've got something that's cooler than anyone else in the world. That's the kind of thing that makes you proud to be an American.
And safer than surface trains, where there is a danger there, with people, with crazy people. It's much safer, much better. And, it's sad because I've seen some of the greatest trains. I find it fascinating. And I've seen the systems and how they work, and the bullet trains, they call them, I guess. And they go unbelievably fast, unbelievably comfortable, with no problems. And we don't have anything like that in this country, not even close. And it doesn't make sense that we don't. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I think also like there's, I'm kind of hopping on the excess regulation, but I think something that I think people can generally understand is that what happens with laws and regulations is that there's more and more of them every year, and unless there's a process to clean them up, eventually everything becomes illegal, and that actually it slows down the development of new technologies. I mean, if you take the sort of, like, I think there's room for some reform at the FDA for
Take a break off of this for 1 second. I want to show you something funny that had me in tears. You know what I mean? Joe Rogan pops out on this show on the Kill Tony show. Check this out, man. Salute the officer. In stitches. This dude looks just like fucking Sleepy Biden. Sleepy Joseph.
Joe, over here. I want to step down, Tony, but I'm stepping up to the streets like Jackie Chan in Mortal Kombat. Come on.
What do you mean? I think that interview was a success. So I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm sitting up here at a legend right now. I got Dave Attell. I got Dave Chappelle. I got Dave Attell. Hello, is it me?
Somebody ban? Okay, well I'll do you the biggest favor. I'll just put them on timeout for 86,000 seconds per Patty Talbot.
Hey, come on. Got Kim Cattrall up here, Sex in the City. A couple of gals getting some drinks, getting her kinks, looking for twins.
It's old as fuck, but a lot of what's old to you is new to somebody else. One man's trash is another man's treasure. I said it's something I've seen that was very funny. So let me play it. I'll get back to the thing.
Kinks, you know what it is. We're going to Jumanji tonight. We'll go up, down, A, B, left, right, select, start.
Cincinnati, you in Cincinnati? Let me know. I'm in OTR right now.
You're loving it. Come on. You know what it is. Get You're loving it. Come on. You know what it is. Get two birds with one stone. Kill two girls with one cub. We're living La Vida Loca. What the is that all about? Whoa.
Donald Trump is there.
Wow. Hands down, the best Trump impression ever.
Oh. Well, New York City, what a city. What a beautiful city. What an absolute disaster this city has become. White homeless. Do you believe it? White homeless. When I lived here, there were black homeless and nobody cared. Everybody said, that's fine. Now there's a crisis because the homeless are white. Do you believe what's happening?
Donald Trump is here. Joe Biden.
Tony, who just shit their pants again?
It's crazy what's going on in Austin.
Damn, you at the bottom of the hill. Hop on cold rain. Salute. You know what I'm saying? Salute to Cincinnati.
Joe Rogan.
Tony, I'd love for you to stop talking about Austin for 1 second. I think it's obvious New York is probably the best, and I will say this. The reason I'm saying this is we don't have absolute cowards like little Joe Rogan telling us what to do up here. Little Joe, he came in, he said he wants to endorse RF.
Lady, Slava alaikum, sister.
Hey, Junior, can you believe this? Joe Rogan is an absolute joke and
no hater. Tap on your screen twice so we can get the lights up.
A complete pussy, and if I ever saw him, I would whoop his ass. What a coward, Joe Rogan.
Fact ass goat.
Complete coward, and it's frankly he's an embarrassment to this country. He used to be such a powerful guy.
they said that he was slurring. It sounded like Elon Musk was fucking slurring as well. It's an audio. You know what it is? They'll try to find any fucking thing to try to bury one of these cats. Let's keep it 100 though. Tavon Miller in the building. Salute. On this bullshit, Tay.
What if recording high quality content?
All right. Let's get back to the Elon Musk thing right after this. I just want to see when Joe Rogan pops out.
What a guy! What a great guy! What an amazing American this man is, Joe Rogan. What a true patriot, great man. I would never say anything negative about this man.
Yeah, I heard the audio. It did sound like he was like not slurring, but you know how a person uses a lot of like the S sounds in it. I don't know what it was. It could be anything. You know, we know he ain't sleepy.
What a guy. What a guy. Everybody agrees this is one of the best guys. We talk about, we say Austin, Texas is great. Joe Rogan is great. Frankly, Joe Rogan is the best, and everyone knows it. And I love RFK. He doesn't love RFK. He's a great guy.
I am a child of nepotism. My father was a New York State assemblyman, and then
he has sniffed large amounts of cocaine.
Found myself in a job.
Bragging rights.
That's the way the world works, people.
A lot of government up here.
Look at Donald Trump Jr., right?
Don't ever talk about my son. Ever. What are you doing here? I thought I drone striked you years ago. I found this creature. He was in a cave. I said, get rid of him. We would have all been saved tonight from those absolutely embarrassing jokes. What a loser, this guy.
Oh, man, I thought that shit was hilarious, man. One man's trash, another man's treasure. What's old to you, new to me, puto. All right, back to the end of this. Yeah, so let's analyze the his speaking, because that's what they're gonna do now. Like they're attacking his speech pattern and shit like that. Goofy shit. So let's see what's going on.
Improving the speed with which we approve drugs that could help save lives and improve people's lives.
Elon Musk sounds exactly the same way. Like they would literally like on some like bullshit. It probably was just improv too. That's probably why he wasn't actually on camera.
The FDA for improving the speed with which we approve drugs that could help save lives and improve people's lives. And
I worked very hard on that. We got that down to the lowest number ever, and we got therapeutics approved in the FDA that people can't even believe the speed. But I took them on. I don't think they like me too much, but I got things approved in the FDA at numbers that they wouldn't believe. And it's a very bureaucratic group. Actually, it's
sad we got damn near 2,000 votes, and y'all some lazy people. Double tap the screen, hit the likes.
Fine group of people in many cases. I got to know a lot of them, but I was pushing them really hard for Regeneron, for so many different things that were really pretty amazing. But the FDA takes too long. It's 12 years to get a product approved. I got it down to 4, and I got some things done very quickly. But it's really something that is going to have to be worked on because it takes too long. Just takes too long.
Yeah, it just takes too long, and it's you end up in the same with the approval, but it just it takes years instead of something that I think could potentially take months, and that improves people's lives. I think I just wanted to hop on this point that like there has to be an active process for reducing rules and regulations, because otherwise they just keep building up every year, and you get like hardening of the arteries, and eventually everything's illegal or takes forever, and then we just ossify as a society. We just
is that it right there that you just dropped? I'm gonna play it right now. Give me a second.
We can't make any progress, and it's a really big deal.
Elon, just getting back to the FDA for 1 second, I got something done called Right to Try. This is where you can go in, and if you're terminally ill, you can use a space age, medicine or whatever it may be. We have the best doctors, the best labs in the world. We really do. But people would go to other countries because you couldn't use the product, even if they thought it worked, because it's going through the FDA.
Give me a second. I'm gonna play what B1 just sent me. Real quick. Give me a second. Got that up. B1, do I need to drop a link for you? Matter of fact, I will. Here you go. Peace. All right. Salute to everybody that's here with us right now. You know what I'm saying? No reply, aka B1 is about to pop up. Don't get stupid out here, y'all. You know, that link is not for everybody. Okay? If you got something smart to say, you pull your ass up. Otherwise, stay safe, man. Or find something safer to do, because this is not the spot for you. All right? Let's hear this real quick.
Like, you are the path to prosperity, and I think.
Well, they was on the cell phone. I told you. This shit had this was it. This is a fucking cell phone conversation.
KMALA is the opposite. And that's my honest opinion. I'm gonna get attacked like crazy. You know, I've also experienced quite a bit of lawfare myself. But I'm just trying to tell people my honest opinion. And I haven't been really active in politics before. And I'm just trying to point out that my track record historically has been moderate, if not moderate, slightly left. So this is to people out there who are in the moderate camp to say, I think you should support Donald Trump for president. And I think it's actually a very important junction in the road, and we're in deep trouble if it goes the other
Flyers office here.
way.
Well, I want to thank you.
Wow.
I watched 1 hour of YouTube.
Damn, I want to see his next video too. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it was on the cell phone, man. That was a cell phone. I mean, like, what, you know, I mean, what more, what do they expect? It doesn't matter what happens, man. They're just going to keep on attacking homie, man. How you feel, bro?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. What's up, Mag?
Chilling, man. Just trying to break down what I like the economic address he gave. But, again, people, no matter how much any one politician does, let's keep it real. The other side is going to always say that he didn't do shit. He didn't help us at all. He didn't do nothing for us. You know?
Yeah, it's crazy how the only thing they got on the whole interview is, his speech is slurred, or some, crazy BS. So he's got a lisp. That ain't how it goes. Look at the original video. The evidence is out there. What it is like they see something on their Facebook or on the news, and it's like, oh, that's download the new talking point and put it to my vocabulary. Let me go run and say, new NPC download acquired. Trump's got a lisp. Trump's got a lisp. I realize we're dealing with just a ton of NPCs. That's all they are. No original thought. And we sit here argue with them. I just argue with them so they keep typing, honestly. They don't get it.
You know what's so crazy? The enjoyable part for me is knowing that when you're dealing with somebody that's emotional, it's so easy to know how to make them move. You know what I mean? And then and they fail to realize that this is not about winning the fucking argument or developing some fake ass speaking points that you got from some goofy on the internet. You know what I mean? This is really about bringing us together. It's not really about money. It's not about the border. It's everything together. Like we all here. We're from here. I'm not no fucking African American, man. And I keep trying to tell people that shit. Saying that shit ain't doing nothing for me. When you learn to operate as an American, things will change for you as far as economically, personally, a lot of things will change. But if you just keep on moving on emotions and, like looking for things to be right as opposed to looking for things that's going to make your family prosper and stuff, like this is not about winning the fucking argument, man. This shit is really about how your life is going to look, moving forward. Like for real. And some of these things that they're talking about, like changing, like the structure of how these children are being raised and what's allowed, they're not going to realize, they're not going to understand the depth of this shit until it hits their front door.
And they don't understand that if you hate the player, you hate the game. It can't be both. If you hate the player, you hate the game. 100%.
I'm gonna give you the screen right quick. You can read some of the comments and address some of that. Give me about 2 minutes, man. So
let me hit the studio.
Yeah, I got to throw some batteries in my mouse real quick. But yeah, just look at the comments if you want to answer.
We got Timothy in here. Economically, Trump was the worst president we've had in modern age, even with COVID removed from the numbers. I don't know. The 15% increase over the period of the 4 years was says different, but I don't know. We'll let Timothy have his little talking point. Logic over emotions. When trying to resolve any issues in life, suddenly politics try to weaponize emotions to cloud our judgment. True, OG. True, OG. That's called identity politics. Timothy is definitely bugging. Let's see what we else got. Willie Beeman. He's been in here trying to troll. Let's see. Let's be honest. We need better options to choose from for who we want to lead the president. Both Trump and Biden are retards. Well, Biden's really not doing nothing. He's got a couple months left. And for you Democrats, you didn't even pick Kamala Harris. She wasn't voted on. She wasn't ran in a primary. She wasn't on no ballot. They just said, hey, Nancy Pelosi said, hey, Joe, you got to go. And Obama said, hey, Joe, you got to go. And they put Kamala Harris in their place. She even forged the campaign documents. She's using Joe Biden's federal ID number and hers so she could get that war chest. Let's see. Hearing, yes, a glitch. I don't know if Hope Chat sees that we played that video, so we could put an end to all the lisp and the slur comments and the just show that it was an artifact in the audio from being live. I mean, imagine having 1 million people viewing your stream right now. You think YouTube could handle that? There's no way YouTube could handle 1 million viewers on one stream. Yeah, she's hiding under the couch making noises. She hides things all over the place. She's a little dog. Pamela who? I don't know who Pamela is. What do you guys think about Trump's outcome of that? Elon, they said they had a majority of the viewers were under the age of 34, and more than half of them were women. So, Chad, got any thoughts on that? Majority of the viewers were under the age of 34. That's a huge group of individuals. And they said they got over a billion unique views in 24 hours. That's 1/6 of the world population. Think about that. They talk about Kamala Harris has 20,000 people at a rally, 15,000 people, 10,000 people. 1/6 of the entire world population tuned in to see and listen to Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Trump's what? Disability boats is sinking. Well, we like sinking ships around here. That's where we lose all of our guns when the ATF comes knocking. So more sinking ships. Let's see. What are we lying about, John? We're here to answer any questions in chat. Hit that double tap that screen, get the likes up. Oh, Kamala can't be president. Kamala can be president. I don't know who say she can't. Her parents, she was born in America. You don't have to have natural born citizen parents. You just have to be a natural born citizen yourself. Be over the age of 35. There's only 2 requirements to be president. That's to be born here. Timothy, over 1 billion people has seen that interview. Yes, they have. Look it up. It was 1 billion in 24 hours. Just because 1 billion people didn't watch Trump and Elon doesn't mean that there wasn't 1 billion unique engagements on the video. There was plenty of people streaming it. On YouTube, there were streamers with 50,000 viewers. Over 1 billion people definitely seen that video. Let's see. Yeah, Obama and Kamala, definitely birds of the same feather. Think about that. I liked Obama. Everybody liked Obama when he was first running. And then you had Clinton, Bush, Obama, and then Trump. And if you look at those cabinets, the Clinton, Bush, Obama cabinets, there's all the same people. Joe Biden was obviously Obama's running mate and vice president. I don't know if you guys have seen the interview with Obama and Stephen Colbert, where he was talking about, Stephen Colbert asked him if he would wish he was still president. And Obama said, oh yeah, I wish I had a third term where I was just in my basement in sweatpants with the earpiece in, giving orders to somebody I could control. 100 billion as of today. If a 250,000 watched it 4 to 5 times, then that's still 1 billion views. But they have active engagement. So, I mean, you don't think that Twitter has the ability to do analytics on who's viewing their platform and watching the video and where it's being streamed at? It's a data company with massive amounts of AI that could just thumb through that data instantly.
And why do they need to lie? Why would they?
Why do they need to lie? Elon Musk got spaceships, bro. What does he got to lie about?
A lot of them too. He's trying to put out like 100,000 of them motherfuckers.
Yeah, exactly. He's got. You know, I think Elon Musk's next purchase is going to be T-Mobile. Personally, I think Elon will buy T-Mobile.
Why, for the towers?
Yeah, for the towers and the satellite cell service. SpaceX just partnered with them to bring satellite cell service to T-Mobile, and T-Mobile has a plan for Twitter, right? It's called X. He wants to essentially create the WeChat of the West. I'm kind of skeptical about that myself. I'm not a big fan of the whole WeChat. That's like the ultimate monopoly.
Ain't that China's thing?
Yeah, that's China's thing, exactly. WeChat is it's one app and everything is in the app. There's no other apps. Like say for example, you want to play a game on your phone, you want to play Candy Crush. You don't have to download Candy Crush onto your phone. You just have WeChat, you play Candy Crush in WeChat. Or whatever it may be, right? You want to go on Twitter, you don't have Twitter, you have WeChat. Or you want to go shopping on Amazon. You don't go to an Amazon app, you just go on WeChat. I'm against that, honestly, personally, because I've noticed that Twitter has a
cornering the market system. It's like cornering the market.
Yeah, it's cornering the market. Google's about to get broken up because of that. They just lost their federal court case, their antitrust case, about being a search engine monopoly with like 97% of their search results under their control. 97% of the search results under their control. So the Department of Justice is going to be breaking up Google pretty shortly here. So that's going to be a big shakeup in the stock world and in the tech world. And I see X being able to come in and fill that void of Google, because everything you see posted on the internet, like on any social media, it's pretty much a screenshot or a link to Twitter anyways nowadays. So they're gonna
or a backlink. Okay, now listen.
Backlink. Yep.
I'm gonna give y'all 10 minutes more of this, and we're gonna see what y'all talk. Hopefully, y'all come up with something smarter to say. We really honestly looking for the liberals. We know what the Trump people's thinking, and they're pretty fair, even if it is something against Trump. Matter of fact, you know what? Before we continue this, I want to show y'all what. I don't know if you hip to this yet. B1. The situation with I'll just let you see it, so you could give me your opinion on it, right? And tell me what you think. This right here is titled "MAGA Civil War," right? This is Candace Owens. Something she just dropped. I'm gonna let the audience peep this real fast before we get back to the end of. There's still like 20 minutes on the Trump thing.
Very sad news, by the way. I recently found out that I'm never going to achieve my life goal of going on JoJo Siwa's podcast. Remember JoJo Siwa from Dance Moms? Well, she's recently come right out and said that she's got a list of 5 people who she will never host on her podcast, and I'm on it. Take a listen.
5 people that I will not be having on JoJo Siwa now. Candace Owens. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Her and I do not fuck with each other.
Well, that's news to me. I'm deeply upset. You're probably wondering, Candace, was it really on your...
Man, she crushed the internet too this week, bringing out the rest of my interview.
A conversation that I had with Vivek Ramaswamy. I think Trump should have picked Vivek Ramaswamy as his VP. I felt very strongly about Vivek Ramaswamy and his general energy and his general philosophy. But he and I were discussing what it was that failed about the Ron DeSantis campaign. What was it about the Ron DeSantis campaign that, despite the fact that all of the donors lined up and all of the press lined up, and his wife was suddenly emerging as Jackie O in the way that she was dressing, and it seemed so self-evident that, of course, he could just take on Donald Trump and win. Despite all of that, the press, the money, the glamour, his campaign failed. And Vivek Ramaswamy said to me, he said, because sometimes when you're a startup, having too much money can actually hurt you. And that's actually very wise. It's a very wise perspective. It's a very wise reflection of what happened with his campaign. And it actually says a lot about what was successful in 2015 when Donald Trump was running and the entire mainstream media apparatus was against him. They said there's no way he's going to win. And maybe deep down, Trump also thought there's no way I'm going to win. Nobody was giving him any money.
The 8.4 trillion added to the national debt. Well, you attributing that to Trump? Because if you are, I could attribute that to a bunch of reckless fucking spending. Way more than that.
No one cared what he had to say. He was getting no airtime. All of the mainstream media pundits hated him.
Saying that we can fix that shit up if you stop spending all this money everywhere else. You know what I mean? Like, think about it.
Right? Even the people...
Simple fucking arithmetic. Liberals.
That were supposed to be nice to him traditionally, like the conservative media, Fox News. Who could forget the infamous, Megyn Kelly back forth that he had with her? Everyone was lying about everything that he said. They were in lockstep and agreeing that it couldn't be Trump, right? And so Trump had to get creative. And in his creativity, he decided to just commit himself to the truth. Donald Trump was just saying what was on the minds of all Americans. He was not playing politics because politics had no interest in Donald Trump.
Boom.
So he said exactly what it was that we wanted to hear. He called them liars. He called them fake news. First time we saw someone that was really kind of saying, F the media. Right? Just F the media. I don't care what the media say. They're all a bunch of liars. And we're tired of going to war. And we are exhausted with the New York and LA crowd deciding what's good for the rest of America, the flyover states. And so he garnered this mass cult following of so many people who were, if we could term it anything, the forgotten men and women of America who simply just wanted someone who had the gumption to say the truth. And he had that because it was a startup. And then things shifted. And I think, as we learned after his assassination attempt, there was never more money that was given to the Trump campaign. I think in the next days, in the preceding week, they raised more money than they had ever raised. But the truth is, the reality is that when you take money, what are you taking money for, right? There's kind of an implicit agreement. The people who are giving you the money have some interest that they want perhaps you to protect, some interest that they want you to share, some perspectives.
All right, the point I'm trying to make with this video, right, is not everybody is going to be, not everybody likes JD Vance. A lot of people didn't know what to think about JD Vance because they didn't really know. But I want to show you something. For the person that said that critiquing the interview itself, right, because you have people that ignore the obvious. This obviously did something. And I think that we pinpointed exactly what it did. It said liberal media melts down after Trump and Elon Musk breaks the internet.
Again, hey, real quick, I want to address a couple things that Candace said, if I could.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so when she said that she wanted Vivek Ramaswamy, I disagree with her on that point because Vivek Ramaswamy, he's I'll send you some stuff on him. He tried to sue Donald Trump during COVID for like $100 billion. First, he tried to sue Moderna, and Moderna said, you can't sue us because Emergency Use Authorization Act that Donald Trump enacted gives us protection from you suing us during COVID. And then Vivek tried to sue the government when Donald Trump was the president, and the government threw out the lawsuit on Moderna infringing on Vivek's nanoparticles, the nanolipid transfer organism for the mRNA vaccine. So Vivek actually has possibly 100 billion reasons to hate Donald Trump in secret. Vivek bought a failed hepatitis C medication that wasn't able to pass stage 3 clinical trials. So he bought the medication, removed one of the board members on the trial board, and had his mother instilled on the board, and then they okayed it, knowing that the medication would fail in the next round to do a pump and dump stock scheme. So those are two things that Vivek, and the third one for Vivek is he plagiarized Obama's speeches on 6 different occasions. Like, he just came out saying everything that Obama said. So I don't really trust Vivek. When it comes to JD and Vivek are best friends. Vivek's wife, JD Vance's wife and Vivek, to me, I think they might have been used to be together in some relationship, just from speculation. Allegedly, I don't have any proof on this. I don't usually speak on things I don't have proof of. But J.D. Vance named his son after Vivek Ramaswamy because it was his wife's best friend in college and his friend in college. So they're tied, linked up real close together. When it comes to Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump won, endorsed Ron DeSantis. That's part of the reason why Ron DeSantis won in Florida, because he got the endorsement from Donald Trump. 2, I'm old enough to remember that the person that Ron DeSantis was running against, Andrew Gillum, was found in a hotel room, OD'd on meth, having gay sex. That's why Ron DeSantis won the governor race, was because his rival was found OD'd on the floor in his own pile of own puke, naked, and get in a gay sex hotel, OD'd on meth. You don't believe me? Look it up. Andrew Gillum, OD'd meth, Ron DeSantis. So to say that that DeSantis had any type of political power behind him, he barely even won that race by like a few points. And so I just kind of got to be, like, I'm like pro MAGA, right? I'm Trump. So what comes along with it, J.D. Vance and all the other guys are kind of just like filling jobs, right? So it's not really as effective.
Right.
Or,
it's almost like
really
the KMALA ticket, because she's basically, essentially, she's not the one that got 14 million votes. You know what I mean? Like,
she didn't. She didn't get any votes. She didn't get a single vote ever.
Yeah, she's just she's in the same position. She's filling the position, but I predicted from the beginning that they're gonna find a reason to get her up out of there too, because they don't want Trump to win, man, and they'll do anything. They'll try to kill him.
Yeah, they'll do anything. They killed the economy because of Trump. Like, you don't think that COVID was an op against Trump? You think it's just some random thing? Trump just said right there in the interview with Elon.
Hold up, B1. Hold the floor down. Can you hold chat down for about 10 minutes real quick?
Yeah, I got you, bro.
I got to run in front of my building.
Yeah, go ahead. Let me see. Let's see what's in chat. So let's see what you got. Sorry, but MAGA is stuck with them. Who are we stuck with? J.D. Vance? J.D. Vance is actually turning out to be really good. A lot better than Mike Pence. That's for sure. Nothing to do but drugs and sex sometimes. Not sure COVID was aimed at just us. No, COVID was aimed at just us. The rest of the world doesn't matter. Anything it does matter. I don't mean it like that. What I mean is, there's no superpower in the world. There's no country with the ability to be a superpower. It's only America. So anything that happens to America is a trickle-down effect on the rest of the world. We never once in the history had mail-in voting. We never once in the history had... When I was growing up, try to walk your ass into a bank with a mask on. I dare you. That guard's liable to shoot you in the neck. But during COVID, there was no rules for that. So more on the conspiracy side, COVID definitely was an op ran to essentially steal the 2020 election. And you could say it's conspiracy, you could say what it is, but when there's enough pieces of evidence that lead to a plausible outcome, then it's safe to assume that the main aspect of COVID was to essentially steal the 2020 election. And China don't like Donald Trump. Did you see? I don't know if you guys remember, but under Trump, Hong Kong had the most massive protests in the world. They were just snatching people up with like nets and sticks and all kinds of crazy stuff. They were just snatching you up and locking you up into these chairs and interrogating you. I encourage everybody to go look up the Hong Kong protest. They were holding MAGA signs and Trump signs in the Hong Kong protest. That was massive. There's even like an iconic video. It was in South Park. It was said, Donald Trump, don't trust China. China is asshole. So China is definitely out to get Donald Trump. And when we're talking about China, I encourage you guys to also look up Tim Walz, how many times he's been to China. Tim Walz has been to China over 30 times. He got married on, I believe it's June 5th, 1994, the 5-year anniversary of Tiananmen Square incident in China. The Tank Man image. He specifically chose that date as his wedding to get married. He owns a business. He owned a business. He still owns a business, but he doesn't operate anymore. Where they would take high school students to China. Like I said, he took over 30 trips. His honeymoon was in China. You can't own a business. His business was actually partnered with the CCP and through education level. So if there's no bigger Chinese agent in Congress than, I mean, even Dianne Feinstein's not even as big as Tim Walz is when it comes to China. He's definitely a Chinese puppet. What do you think about the picture? Okay, the picture of JD Vance wearing a wig. I don't know if you have just cognitive dissonance or whatever it is, but it's clearly a Halloween party at college. You think JD Vance is running around in drag? It's a party. He's playing beer pong at a college party. I don't know, just because he's not out throwing up gang signs and wrapping his do-rag, he's wearing a wig and a dress. That's what people do. They party. They don't all just thug it for life. And then what about the picture of him in a CCP shirt? I mean, in a USSR shirt. Again, that is another themed party. There's such things as themed parties in the world. That's what these are. He's not a drag queen. He's none of that. If anything, Tim Walz is a closeted homosexual. And I could allegedly say this because I've done the research and I found Tim Walz's lover, Glenn. His name is Glenn, from New Jersey. So he's actually living in Florida now. Chef La Frog. If any of you internet savvy people out there want to find Tim Walz's gay lover, you could find him under the name Chef La Frog. Go ahead and feel free to look him up. Chef La Frog. Let's see. Muslims in prison being killed in China. Yes, Muslims and Christians both are being tortured and killed and held in prison camps in China. China is a 95% atheist country. China is the outcome of atheism, Marxism and atheism. China is a technocratic Marxist society with an atheist society. 95% of its population do not believe in God. Whatever God that may be. That could be Allah, that could be Yahweh, that could be the Father of Jesus Christ, whichever deity you see fit to worship. China doesn't do it. Let's see what some more of these chats are saying. Probably claiming 23 kids. Let's see. Oh yeah, the money give. So you want to talk about inflation, right? If government spending is one of the direct causes of inflation, along with products being sold at higher prices than they should be, which leads to record profits for corporations, those are the three determining factors of true inflation. So if you have a government that's giving illegal immigrants, $15,000 to $20,000, $15,000 in food stamps and $5,000 in cash benefits, that's $20,000 per person. There's been 10 million people that came in the country this year alone, about 50 million since Joe Biden's presidency. Do the math on that. Where does that money come from? That's not just printed up money. That's our taxpayer dollars. So what is that? 10 million times 20,000. It's a lot of money. So you wonder where the money's going and why the price is so high. There you go. That's it right there. Let's see. What's some more of these comments? Trump Vance 2024 for world peace and affordable food and gas, affordable housing and no tax on tips, and to stop the invasion of our country and to protect our 2A. You would have to be a communist to be against that, no matter your political view. Where do we get these facts from? Which facts are you speaking about specifically? I'll be glad to provide you with a link or a way for you to find them on your own. I encourage everybody to do their own research. If you hear something I say is enticing to you, look it up. It's not going to kill you. You might be enlightened. You might find some stuff. You might see a point of view you never realized before and be able to see things for what they really are. So RJ, if you have a specific fact you'd like to know about, people are going to troll Trump and Vance no matter what they say or do. Yeah, it's true. Everybody's going to troll everybody. It's almost like sports, right? You have to have an opponent. Otherwise, you don't have a game. Transhumanism. Well, we already got a bunch of transhumans. Might not be robots with singularity, but I got far too many transhumans. China, AI, and transhumanism. China uses AI. Well, if you want to talk about China and their technology, look who set up the technology for China. It was Facebook, it was Amazon, it was Google. Look at Amazon's partnership with the Chinese government and how they and Amazon's partnership with the U.S. government. We have the Amazon does our whole air gap system for their internet for the government. AWS. So China's a look into the like a peek into the looking glass of what they want to achieve for the world. Not China itself, because China is just another peg on the block, but the concept of how China is and living, the government structure, the societal structure, social credit scores. If you spit in the streets, say you spit in the streets, say you're smoking a cigarette, you're smoking black mile, you're smoking, well, you can't even do most of that, but if say you're smoking a cigarette, you throw it in the streets, there's a camera that's watching you at all times with your facial recognition AI to see that you threw that cigarette in the streets, and now your social credit score goes down. Say you go out and get drunk, you threw that cigarette out, you go out and get drunk, you stumble home, you accidentally break something, your social credit score goes down. And all of a sudden, now you can't even ride a bus or a train. You can't drive a car because you can't buy cars because your social credit score is too low. But now you can't even take a bus or a train or a plane. You have to have a high enough social credit score to even leave China. Yeah, soda's expensive. RJ, you can't just say, where do you get these facts from? Repeat one thing that I've said, and I will tell you where I got it. It's that easy. Or don't. You could just listen. I don't have to engage with you at all. Thought I'd be nice and share with you a route. China is a Marxist state, which is very similar to communism. Look it up. They'll call it communist, but all you have to do is just ask the simple word. Put Marxism in there. I don't think there's ever been a president, Joe Biden. I think he's just a figurehead. There are people openly suggest a social system is a good idea. Yeah, socialism's never helped anybody. Social programs help people, but social programs are not socialism. You can't have social programs without capitalism. If you want to see how socialism works, look at South Africa. South Africa's current population is 1 person off of welfare to 3 people on welfare. So they don't even have enough money generated by taxes to pay for the welfare state in South Africa. There's a fact. You can look that up, RJ. 1 to 3 people on welfare. Inflation doesn't really come from the government printing money. It comes from the government spending money. The government can print as much money as it wants, but it can't spend as much money as it wants. The reason why printing money doesn't cause inflation and spending money does is because the government has the ability to back its money by debts. Like Japan and China, we owe Japan the most money of any country. They buy our debts for us. China is the second place that buys our debts. So the government spending money is what leads to inflation. Corporations with high prices marking record profits is a second determining factor of inflation, which we both have case right now. You could go to the grocery store and see that you can go to McDonald's in 2018, 2016 era. You could get a chicken sandwich for $1, 99 cents, $1.20 at McDonald's. Now that same chicken sandwich is 250% increase, $5 for just a cheap little sandwich. So that is record profits for corporations with overpriced services and goods. When the services and goods rendered are not equal to the output. That's just an economic lesson for today. It's high school near where I grew up, nice house north of Hillsdale Avenue. Is that in San Mateo? Hillsdale Avenue. Let's see. Still want to know who's throwing gang signs and rapping do-rags. Was Kama referring to oh, you want to get caught up on that? I was talking about let's see. Go watch the movie Higher Education, Higher Learning, or whatever it is with Ice Cube. You can see the difference between college parties. If you want to take it to some stupid comment, just go watch a college movie that is based on being in college as a black person and partying, and go watch a college movie where it's based on being a white person in college partying. Everybody should go to college and everybody should party, no matter your race. But go watch what's a college movie? Accepted or something, where they get their own, where they make their own college. Go look at those college parties, and then go look at Higher Learning's college parties. The movie with Ice Cube, if you need a reference, you'll see the difference. Famous line, "Let me see your ID, punk." There's a quote from the movie. The U.S. has socialist and capitalist ideas. The U.S. has a republic ideas, where the states make the decisions on what to do. That's why you have states that have cannabis and you have states that don't have cannabis. 2024 to 2020 is 20 trillion money laundering. Let's go. 4 crimes received 2. That's kind of vague. Why should I get paid? Well, that's exactly what Kamala Harris is saying, Bella, that we need equity. Equity is just a socialist term where everybody has the same outcome no matter the amount of input. Let's see. What else do we got? Yeah, I'm with you too, Bella, on that one. Let's see. Take a minute and double tap your screen, get those likes up. But we have the best social programs and nonprofits. Some of them are the best. Some of them are just pork barrel spending. Some social programs keep people down. And they're more like the lock instead of the key. Some social programs, not all. Yeah, sorority and frat parties. Go look at those sorority and frat parties. They're not like normal parties. They're always themed. They're always something. And speaking about sororities, you guys know about Alpha Kappa Alpha? Probably shouldn't bring this sorority up because they're heavy on the internet right now. They just created a super PAC to sponsor Kamala Harris. Alpha Kappa Alpha is interesting because Letitia James, the attorney general who prosecuted Donald Trump in New York, went to the same college as Kamala Harris at the same time. Well, let me rephrase that. Same university, 2 different campuses, but the same sorority. So they were the same school, the same university at the same time, 2 different campuses with the interchanging with the overlaying of the sorority in the 80s. So Letitia James, Kamala Harris are both Alpha Kappa Alpha SOARs in sorority, pink and green. Think about that. You have a vice president whose sorority sister is prosecuting her current political opponent running for president. And you say we have a justice system. You don't see a conflict of interest in that. Not to mention, what is Fannie Willis? She's a branch of AKA, I think it's Delta. I forgot what she is. I have to look in my stuff, but she's also a branch of Alpha Kappa Alpha. And the funny thing about Fannie Willis is when she was on the stand, she said that she don't drink wine. She's a Grey Goose kind of girl. I know you guys remember that statement if you paid attention to the case. She's a Grey Goose kind of girl. Well, the funny thing about that is that Fannie Willis and Nathan Wade traveled to Napa, which I'm real close to Napa. They traveled to Napa from Georgia, which is over 2,000 miles, to go drink wine. The winery they went to is 2 miles away from Nancy Pelosi's house on Chardonnay Lane here in Napa, California. So think about that. You got a political opponent to Nancy Pelosi and the lady, Fannie Willis, traveling 2,000 miles to drink wine, which she does not like. She said she doesn't drink wine. Who travels to Napa to be 2 miles away from Nancy Pelosi's house before you prosecute Donald Trump? To me, again, this is all allegedly. I don't have any proof on those claims. So those are not facts. Those are just timeline and allegedly occurred situations. But if you think that Donald Trump is dealing with legal lawfare and not some type of political prosecution, then you've lost your damn mind. Republicans for Harris. That's not a thing, bro. There's no such thing as Republicans for Harris. Maybe there are, but good thing we're not Republicans or Democrats around here. We're MAGA conservatives. This is a MAGA party. So it's Trump 2024, and then we'll figure it out after. So they got plenty of Republicans that hate Donald Trump. Meghan McCain, Mitt Romney, tons of Republicans hate Donald Trump. I have 3,000 signed affidavits
not
saying
all
that they're
Republicans. Yeah, not all Republicans on Trump's side.
Yeah, we barely got any Republicans on the Trump side nowadays. Even back then, they was always trying to block Trump. So I'm just over here rambling, trying to fill the 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. I wanted to hear the last part of this. Elon Musk. Everybody, double tap the screen. We got B1 here. Hopefully, I can convince him to start a channel. But if not, you're always welcome to come here and give us the good word.
You don't got to convince me, brother. You just got to ask. I'm with it.
Man. Hell yeah, man. I got a whole idea. So, I've been dealing with a lot of death in the last 3 days. Plus, I've been super sick. I had some animals pass away on me. My dog gave birth and died. So there's a lot going on right now. But
thankfully, all dogs go to heaven.
That's a fact, right? So, what I want to do is I want to introduce you to this idea, and I want to show you something. So I'm going to send you something. Just remind me. Or just the best thing to do is just call, because texting it's spotty, man. But call me. If I don't pick up the first time, call me twice. All right.
This Joe. I text you at the hella late at night and shit. I'm like, I'm texting this motherfucker. It's like 4 a.m.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you a picture. I'm gonna send you a picture right now, though, while this content is playing real quick.
All right, go ahead. I'm gonna mute up.
I got it approved where you can. You basically look. Nobody wanted. The doctors didn't want it because of the liability. The country didn't want it. Our country, because they didn't want to get sued. These are people terminally ill. The insurance companies didn't want it, and the pharmaceutical companies. Nobody wanted it. I got everybody into a room, and we came up with an agreement that you won't get sued. And also, they didn't want it on their record. If somebody's terminally ill and they die after taking a drug, they didn't want that on their record. So we set a separate list if somebody was, so it wouldn't count as a negative.
Yeah.
Okay. And as you know, we got it done. We have saved right to try.
He was slurring. This is the most concise fucking dude on the planet. Where was he slurring?
They've been trying to get this done for 58 years, and it sounds simple, but it wasn't, because the insurance companies, nobody wanted it, but we got it done.
Sure.
Somebody signs. You signed a document that you're not going to sue the insurance companies, the country. You're not going to sue anybody, and we got it done. And we're saving tens of thousands of lives. Right to try. Hopefully, you never need it, but if you do, you don't have to travel to Asia. People, if they had money, they go to Asia, they go to Europe. If they don't have money, they go home and die. That's what happened. They'd go home and die.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and actually, to give Europe some props here, it's like if a drug is approved in Europe, which has a crazy amount of regulations, it should obviously be approved in the U.S. Yeah. I mean, they got more regulations than we do. So why would a drug be approved in Europe and not in the U.S.? That's crazy.
Well, we did it. We did something that really, they've been trying to do it for 50 years, and they just couldn't get it done, and I got it done. And it's really something. But you're right. Some people go to Europe because a drug isn't approved here, but it's approved in Europe. And it's a drug that, generally speaking, would work. It's pretty crazy.
Absolutely.
You're right.
And I think so long as people are properly informed of the pros and cons, and like these are the risks, this is the risk, and like you make your own decision. That makes sense.
Well, I think just, in sort of closing up, and by the way, I'm looking at the numbers. You got a lot of people listening. I hope you don't get nervous, because you got a lot of people listening to you right now, like 60 million or something. What is that number? It's crazy. It's amazing how you can see that right away. What is the number? Wow. What is it?
Well,
wow.
I think in terms of people,
that's bigger than you said. You said 25, and you're much more than double that number, 25 million. I think you're going to be 60 or 70. And I guess over a period of time, hey, I congratulate you. Do I get paid for this or not?
Well, I think actually in terms of the number of people that will hear this conversation over the next few days to weeks, it's going to be hundreds.
That's what they say. Yeah, that's good. Well, look, it's an honor. I just asked this: are you better off now or Well, you're better off when I was president. Nobody's better off now. People, we put out polls on that, and nobody's better off now. Inflation has killed it. And, they also feel very unsafe. You look at
why they can't admit that. Why when we make that point that life was better, their response is always like numbers or some shit that's made up. Like, oh well, if you think about it, inflation was down this percent. What was your reality look like? Like, what was your reality though? Fuck those numbers. How did your life move?
What's going on with a lot of different things. You look at the riots we had at the colleges over, it's ridiculous, but all of the riots, they just feel unsafe. And now they really feel unsafe because you have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. Maybe I'll call it KMALA migrant crime. But
with all these things, I always try to get to the ground truth by just asking people. And my mom lives in New York, and I was like, Mom, have any of your friends, been attacked or assaulted? And she said, yeah, 3 of her friends in 3 separate incidents were assaulted just in recent months, just walking around the streets of New York. And I said, well, what happened to the people that assaulted them? Oh, nothing. They got away. Like, and they just know
they always get away.
Nothing's going to, and they don't even bother reporting it because they know that they're not going to, people are not going to get prosecuted. They just let violent criminals out in New York.
The only one that gets prosecuted is Donald Trump. They prosecute Trump.
Yeah, it's just obviously messed up.
Oh, it's terrible.
If violent criminals are getting off scot-free, and meanwhile the New York spending massive resources prosecuting you, and it's like what's this? And I think the sort of sensible public looks at this and said, what the heck's going on here? This is obviously abuse of the legal system. The legal system is supposed to be protecting the public from violent criminals, and it should be obviously allowing the public to make their own decision about who should be president, as opposed to some legal case.
Once they start this precedent, because this can go on with the next one. This is a very bad precedent what they're doing. In terms of, going after them.
Found this video through the vertical screen. Double tap the screen, get the likes up. We got B1 in the building, sitting down with your boy Mac Me. I was looking for the picture. I'm gonna have to I can't go too far away from the desk, so it's probably in my kitchen or something. But I'll send you the picture in a little while. It comes with the idea that I want to bring to you.
A political opponent, and that's all it is. It's going after their political opponent, and then you get a judge who's a strong Democrat, and I'm being nice when I say that, in many cases crooked as hell. But you get a judge and you go into an area where a Republican gets 3 or 4% of the vote, and you'll have a jury pool with people that hate Republicans or hate. It could also be the other way, though, because it could start the other way in areas where they hate Democrats, and you get into a Pandora's box. It's a very dangerous thing for this country, and a very dangerous thing even for the state. New York City is losing. New York City and state lose a lot of business over what they did to me, because these people say, we don't want that to happen to us. That's no justice system. You have an unfair system of justice, and it's costing New York State a tremendous amount of money. People are leaving and companies are leaving, and they won't come back. So, all of that stuff is important. But the economy now is the big thing, and we can turn that economy up so fast, and people are going to be back again. We're going to get rid of inflation.
I think there's a lot of opportunity.
Right.
Absolutely.
So, and I just want to congratulate you. You've done an amazing job. You have definitely got a fertile mind. We can talk. You and I can talk about rockets.
It's kind of you to say. Thank you.
Tunnels. We can talk about tunnels and rockets and electric cars. So many things. And now you're into the AI, and that's going to be another beauty, I'll say. So it's an amazing thing you've done, Elon. It's an amazing thing, and I congratulate you.
Thank you. And I just say here, here's to an exciting, inspiring future that people can look forward to and be optimistic and excited about what happens next. And that's the kind of future that I think you will bring as president, and that's why I endorse you.
Well, I appreciate that. That endorsement meant a lot to me. Not all endorsements mean that much, to be honest. Your endorsement meant a lot. And, we have a phrase, make America great again. It's pretty simple, but it really says that we want to make America great again. And we can do it. We can do it now. But if we were going to suffer another 4 years like we suffered for the last 4 years, I'm not sure the country can ever come back. That's how bad it is. It's so bad. We have to do a lot of things.
I think that's a very real risk.
Yeah, it's a big risk.
That's a very real risk.
Yeah.
And it's, I'd just like to note to people listening, like I've not been very political before, and if you look at my record, I've actually been. I'm not like some they try to paint me as like a far right guy, which is absurd because I'm like making electric vehicles and solar and batteries, helping with the environment, and I actually I supported Obama. I stood in line for 6 hours to shake Obama's hand when he was running for president, and so it's not like I'm like some sort of dyed-in-the-wool long-term Republican. I'd call myself historically a moderate Democrat, but now I feel like we're really at a critical juncture for the country, and I think a lot of people thought the Biden administration would be a moderate administration, but it's not, and obviously we're just going to see an even further left administration with KMALA. That's my honest opinion. I mean, her dad is literally. She was brought up as an actual. Her dad is a Marxist economist. You can Google it. I mean, it's not we're not making this up. That's how she was brought up. So, and we want to have a future that is prosperous. And I think we're just at this critical juncture. And I think this is a case of the America is going to at a fork in the road, and
true.
And I think it will take the path to, like you are the path to prosperity, and I think KMALA is the opposite. Then that's my honest opinion. I'm gonna get attacked like crazy, and I've also experienced quite a bit of lawfare myself, but I'm just trying to tell people my honest opinion, and I haven't been really active in politics before. And I'm just trying to point out that my track record historically has been moderate, if not moderate, slightly left. And so this is to people out there who are in the moderate camp to say, I think you should support Donald Trump for president. And I think it's actually a very important junction in the road, and we're in deep trouble if it goes the other way.
Well, I want to thank you. And, I actually always did think of you as somewhat left. I must say that. So it's
Yeah.
even more of an honor to have your endorsement. I know how strong you feel about it. But, when you think of her, San Francisco 15 years ago, I had a great friend, Bob Tisch. He said it's the greatest city in America. And now it's almost not livable there. And California likewise. And she was involved in the destruction of San Francisco and the destruction of California. And she will be involved in the destruction of our country if people are so unwise as to elect her. And I hope that doesn't happen. And I hope the elections are going to be run honestly. And we're going to turn this country around. We're going to do things and we can do it fairly quickly. And we have to get rid of the criminals that have been, given to us by other countries as they laugh. They laugh at us. They think we're stupid to accept these people. These are radical, stone cold killers in many cases and terrorists. And they're in our country by the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
And we have to take them out.
Yeah. I mean, if I could summarize it, perhaps, I think these are issues that I think most people in America would agree with, which is that we want safe and clean cities. We want secure borders. We want sensible government spending. We want to restore both the perception and reality of respect in the judicial system. Just stop the lawfare, and I think that's like. And how are those even right-wing positions? I think those are that's just common sense, and that's. I mean, would you agree with that?
100%. I don't understand, they call it progressive. They don't like the word liberal anymore, but call it liberal or progressive. I don't understand how somebody could say that it's okay for them to empty prisons into our country. And again, I told you their crime rates all over the world are going way down, which makes sense. In fact, the next time what we'll do is if something happens with this election, which would be a horror show, we'll meet the next time in Venezuela because it'll be a far safer place to meet than our country. Okay, so you and I will go and we'll have a meeting and dinner in Venezuela because that's what's happening. Their crime rates coming down and our crime rates going through the roof, and it's so simple. And you haven't seen anything yet. because these people have come into our country and they're just getting acclimated. And they don't know about being politically correct law enforcement or lack of law enforcement. And our police, I have to just end with this. We have great police. We have great law enforcement, but they're not allowed to do their job. They have to be able to do their job without being destroyed.
Well, absolutely. And it's obviously demoralizing if you're a police officer risking your life to arrest violent criminals who could kill you and do kill you sometimes. And then you arrest a violent criminal, and then the DA, doesn't prosecute and just let the guy out. Right. Well, then, like, why should a police officer risk their life to arrest a violent felon?
Well, even worse, Elon,
nothing's going to happen.
Even worse, they prosecute the police officer. They go after it and they prosecute the police officer, and they take away his pension, they take away his job, he loses his family, he loses his house.
Well, I thought it was very telling, like incredibly telling, that when there was that case where sort of a gang of thugs beat up police officers. I think it was in Times Square in New York, and then nothing happened to those guys. They were let out, zero bail, and I think a bunch of them were given free tickets to California. Well, what is I mean, that is a gross indignity against the United States, and that's how. I mean, this is insane. Like, have we lost all pride? How can such a thing be allowed to occur?
I've never seen anything. We see where they get shot. It's a very dangerous profession, but it's something they're very proud of, and they want to be able to do their job. But I've seen them get shot. I've seen a lot of things. But I've never seen where these guys are standing in the middle of a big street, everybody watching them, and they're literally boxing, like punching, stand-up fighting a police officer. There were two of them, and you had about six of these guys, and they're punching the hell out of them. And in their own country, they would be dead if they did that. They'd be shot.
Yes.
They would be shot instantly. And, they come from these countries, and it's taking them a while to realize that we don't do that in this country. But in their own country, if they stood on a street and had a fight with a police officer, they would be shot. There's no political correctness. And it's such a sad, it's such a sad thing to see. And that's the reason you have crime, by the way, because we don't do anything about it.
Yeah, we just cannot have a situation where our police officers are beaten up on camera by a gang of illegal immigrants, and then nothing happens to the guys that beat up the cops. I mean, and they're let out. This is unacceptable.
Well, we're going to change it, and we're going to get them out of the country. When I first got involved, they said you couldn't get them back to these countries. You couldn't take them back. In the case of Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, some others, you couldn't get them back. And I said, really? Oh, you can't get them back? Because under Obama, he couldn't get them back. They'd fly them in, and they'd put planes on the runways in these countries so you couldn't land a plane. They'd bring them back. And the generals told me, sir, we can't bring them back. The countries won't accept MS-13 gang members. They won't accept them. And I said, really, how much do we pay these various countries in terms of economic aid, which is also somewhat ridiculous? And the answer was $750 million. I said, good. Tell them they're in default. They're delinquent. We're not paying them anymore because they won't accept it. And you know what happened? They all called me, every one of them. They said, we would be honored to take them back, sir. We would be honored. It was so easy. But it's one of those things. And we got them back. We took in so many, the MS-13 is probably the worst gangs in the world. They're the most vicious, violent. We took them out of here by the thousands and got them out of here. And their countries took them back. And because I said, you're not getting any more economic aid. And once I said that, they were nice. They wouldn't take them back for Obama. They wouldn't take them back for anybody. And now we have a problem because we have this guy, and they don't take them back anymore with Biden because they don't respect him.
It's just gotta be done. We just can't have whether they're citizens or not citizens. We can't have, because they won't prosecute citizens either, not just illegals. So you can't have repeat violent offenders that are not that don't get incarcerated.
That's right.
Because they will obviously, by definition, continue to hurt people. And I think where part of this comes from is that there's I do sort of consider myself liberal in some ways. I mean, it's just that you want to have empathy for people. Obviously, you want to have empathy for people. I totally agree with that. You want to have empathy, but you also have to have empathy for the victims of the criminals. And if you just have empathy for the criminals, it's actually shallow empathy. It's not real. You're not thinking. You're one layer deep empathy. You got to say, like, what if you don't incarcerate this person? Who are they going to hurt? Who are they might kill someone. They might rape someone. If you don't incarcerate them, you have to have empathy for the victims. And there's a lack of empathy for the victims of the criminals, and too much empathy for the criminals. It doesn't make sense. That's why you want to have deep empathy for society as a whole, not shallow empathy for criminals.
Right. And we have to give our police officers the dignity and the respect that they deserve. And we have to let them do their job. They can do a great job, but we have to let them do their job. And if we don't do that, it's going to all disappear. There's never been a society like this where you're allowed to do anything you want and nothing happens. And I'm talking about violent crime. And it's going to get more violent because these are really, really violent people. And we're going to get them out of our country, and we're going to get them back to because they were sent here by the presidents and by the various people that run those countries. And I know every one of those guys. And they're smart people, and they're streetwise people. And they really think that the USA is stupid. They think we're run by stupid people, and they happen to be right. But when I was there, we had no problem. We got them out. We took out thousands of MS-13 gang members. We brought them back. And now, again, it's the same old story. We don't do it. And they actually gave them a big increase in aid. They raised it up to billions of dollars, and they get nothing for it. So, I hope everybody's going to vote for Trump, and we're going to get this country straight. Yeah. And I didn't need this. I didn't need this. I had a very nice life. I didn't need to go through court systems and go through all the other stuff and run at the same time. I have to run. I have to go through fake trials with, in some cases, corrupt judges, totally corrupt judges. I didn't need it. I had a nice life. I have great locations. I have beautiful oceans that I have places. But I felt it was important. And if I had to do it over again, you probably think I'm crazy for doing it, actually. But if I had to do it over again, I would have done it over again, because this is so much more important than me or my life. We're going to save this country. This country is going down. And these people are bad people that we're running against, and they're liars. They make statements. They do things that are so bad. They say they're going to make a strong border. They say they've been great on the border, and they've been the worst in history. They say they're going to stop crime.
Like, the facts speak for themselves.
It's so incredible.
Speak for themselves. Like it's got to the point where people just don't even bother reporting crime in a lot of cities because they know nothing is going to happen. That's what I hear anecdotally from people all the time. So it's just my values. I'm just saying to people out there, like the things I think are important for the future is, like, we've got to have safe cities, we've got to have secure borders, we've got to have sensible spending, and we've got to have deregulation, and so we can have a prosperous future. And then we want to have some exciting, sort of moonshot projects that people can get fired up about, and that's the future I'm looking for. And I'm pro-environment, but I'm not against. I'm not like, I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry, because they're keeping civilization going right now, and but I do think we want to move at a reasonable speed towards a sustainable energy economy. Those are my values, and I think and so I mean that's why I'm supporting you for president.
Well, I appreciate it. We're going to give incentive to companies to come into our country, not to leave our country. We're going to be giving tremendous incentives. We want companies to build here, not to build in other locations. And we want to create jobs. And again, it's about the American dream. You don't hear about the American dream anymore, Elon. You don't hear. You're the American dream in the truest sense, but you don't hear about the American dream anymore. And you're going to hear about it. People, they need that incentive to go out and do it. And they're going to love their lives. I mean, they're going to look forward to getting up in the morning and going to a job that they love, not a job that they can't stand, or not any job at all where they have no money, where they literally have no money. And then they end up with violence and lots of other problems. No, we're gonna do some great things. And I learned a lot in the first. We had a great economy and all of that. We rebuilt the military. We did so much. But I also learned the best people. I learned the good people, the smart people, the dumb people, the people that can do things. The people, you learn. When I first came in, I tell people I was in Washington, D.C. only 17 times, according to the fake news media. I was in 17 times. I never stayed over. And you don't know people. You rely on other people to give you names, and then you realize the people you relied on weren't so good. Now, we had great people, but we also had some where I wouldn't have, used them had I known. Now I know everybody. And I think we're going to really turn things around fast. We have no choice. Otherwise, we're not going to have a country. And I really appreciate this. To me, it's been a lot of fun being with you. You're an amazing guy. You've done an incredible job and a great inspiration to people, a great inspiration. And I hope you keep going and just continue to do well. And we're going to have a big election coming up. And I think November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. I think that election will be the most important election. And I think it'll end up being maybe the most important day in the history of our country, because if we don't win, I just feel so sorry for everybody.
No, I think we're at a fork in the road of destiny of civilization, and I think we need to take the right path, and I think you're the right path. So I think that's what it comes down to.
Thank you very much, Elon. It's a great honor, and we'll do it again sometime. And it's been really fun, and I hope you got a lot of viewers. I hear you got a lot. But I hope you got a lot. I know you got a lot of them. So I appreciate it. I'll see you soon.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Elon. Thank you very much. Bye.
Jesus.
There we have it. Two most important men in America, other than two people on the panel right now.
What's going on? There's still people up in this joint, man. I got course.
Yeah.
What up, man?
Let me see. I'm in the chat in the Streamlabs view, so I can't really check it. Let me check.
All right. You want me to highlight some of the questions they got up here?
Yeah, let's check. Let's see what they got. Do we want to bring anybody on for discussion? You've been on for 3 hours already, almost 4 hours already. I think we get into discussion. You'll be up here for 5 hours easily. But I mean, I'm down to take questions if anybody has any questions in chat. Anybody want to discuss anything? What's next? We got Trump coming in.
What do you mean? What's next? I'm gonna show you something. This is something that's coming back to haunt Kamala. Now this is not my words. It's not my fucking words. Check it out. Check it out, man. I'm lost in the discussion right now because I got so many things, so many moving parts right now. So bear with me, people.
Harris's past is haunting her now. She pushed to eliminate private health insurance and force 150 million people onto a government plan. Americans are waiting to hear exactly what her current plan will be for their health care. I'm Harris Faulkner. You are in the Faulkner Focus. This is a big issue for so many people, particularly those.
We're going to forgive you, Harris, for that bullshit ass convention y'all threw, but we still got our eyes on you. The jury's still out on you, baby girl.
Those who are retired and on a budget. You got to know whether or not you can keep your doctor. The campaign totally flip-flopping on her 2019 position when she was running for president the first time and didn't get a single delegate on her side of the aisle. A senior official is telling Fox News that the VP, quote, will not push single payer or Medicare for all. Here's what she told our Peter Doocy in 2019.
How important is it to your healthcare plan to get rid of private insurance companies? Because there's some confusion about that.
Yeah, so I'm glad you asked. So the bottom line and the most important is that everyone have access to health care. That is the goal. That is the purpose for me supporting the policy of Medicare for all. If Congress
this feels weird, right? It feels like she's coming from court.
Votes in a way that reflects the values and the desires of the American people, then Congress would vote for a policy that gives everyone access to health care.
So that was just a hallway pull aside. She's been on the record plenty of times talking about her open support for that far left policy dealing with health care.
Access to affordable health care should not be a privilege, it should be a right. The idea is that everyone gets access to medical care, and you don't have
Does that include abortions?
to go through the process of going through an insurance company. Let's eliminate all of that. Let's move on.
Who here would abolish their private health insurance in favor of a government-run plan? Yeah. All right.
America's already decided they didn't want there. Even Democrats decided they didn't want that. They didn't want her policy on health care. Again, she didn't get a single delegate when running against, you know, the pack of them on stage right there in the primary, the first time she ran for the White House. She backtracked on what she said then by saying she misunderstood the question.
Okay.
Everybody else did. They put their hands in the air. Well, the few who felt like they
She
agreed.
misunderstood the question. Hold on, let's go back to it.
Would abolish their private health insurance.
It's access to medical care, and you don't have to go through the process of going through an insurance company. Let's eliminate all of that. Let's move on.
Who here would abolish their private health insurance in favor of a government-run plan?
That's very.
All right.
Wasn't a fucking trick question.
In the primary, the first time she ran for the White House. She backtracked on what she said then by saying she misunderstood the question. Everybody else did. They put their hands in the air. Well, the few who felt like they agreed with her. President Trump is not buying any of it. He posted Kamala Harris backs abolishing private insurance. Fox News contributor Tammy Bruce told me yesterday, with a lot of passion, what she sees.
You will be paying for it with taxes. That's not from the money tree in Washington. And good luck getting an appointment, but then there is the quality of care issue. Just look at
Thank you,
where
because once you think government ran, you're thinking I'm not gonna get everything I need. God forbid I have a bro issue. You know what I mean? Like with state healthcare. Oh God.
this has been applied around the world. This is not a new idea. It has collapsed around the world. Look at England, look at Canada.
No fact, B1.
And it's a problem. It does not work. But if you want government with all power, you give them the power of your health care.
Wow.
And that's what this is. It fails, and they know it. But they think, you know, we're just pawns.
Welcome to White Wisteria Bridal, where confidence is the most beautiful thing that you can possess.
Dr. Marty McCary, professor of medicine at Johns Hopkins University now. If we give the federal government the power of our health care, what will that look like?
Well, I think there's an appeal to cutting the middleman waste in the system. The problem is every country that has moved to government-run healthcare has had to make draconian cuts 5 or 10 years down the road, across the belt cuts. And that's what's happening with our own government. Medicare is currently running on fumes. Doctors are getting paid less and less every year, adjusted for inflation. There's been no change or increase in payments. Medicare is getting fleeced. There's a lot of
prices is going up, but your wages are not going up.
Waste in the system, and
the rent is not going down. It's only going up. In New York, the rent just raised. They just raised the rent in New York. Let me prove it to you.
Analysis that came out this week by Paragon and Steve Parente found that the cost of Medicare for all is $44 trillion over the next 4 years.
Yeah, I saw
next
that.
10 years.
And none of what you're saying particularly will change from other medical experts I'm talking to. I mean, putting it in the hands of the same government that has run things, well, less than ideally, if you want to say it that way. I mean, I'm being generous. But do you really?
It's a fucking disaster. Just like New York, like I said, just in case y'all don't know, like the reason why they saying that the doctors are getting paid less because inflation is going up, but yet they're not giving them any mandatory raises. So they stuck, all right? And B1 makes a good point that there's certain things you could get done for fucking free in any hospital. Just go up in there and give them the wrong information. But this is the situation in New York. For everybody that's eating dick to be in New York and stuck on stupid in some kind of way, check this out.
Temperatures are still fresh in everybody's mind, so much so there's a new bill in the city council that would require air conditioning to be provided to all of the city's renters.
So free air conditioners for all the
trying to fuck New York up, just like Cali, man. They doing a good job.
The apartments in the city, you know what? This might sound cool, but everyone knows landlords, they're not just going to buy things for people out of the goodness of their hearts. Instead, they're going to get the tens of thousands of dollars needed to outfit every one of their apartments with ACs by jacking up their rents. Only this time, critics say the city will be forcing them to do it during the worst housing crisis we've had in the last 50 years.
You are unlawfully blocking the entrance to this building.
Tonight, some 2 million New Yorkers learned they will have to pay more to live in their rent-stabilized apartments, and some of the tenants did not take the news well at all.
Every year the rent goes up, they will send us to a shelter, to a family shelter, but I cannot go there with my mother.
Tenant organizations argue that any increase will have devastating
Good luck getting into that shelter in New York.
consequences for low-income families.
A new bill introduced Thursday would require all New York City landlords to provide air conditioning to their tenants.
Owners cannot afford to do this in many, many buildings.
With the rent that I make from the building, I cannot even pay the utilities.
Landlords who testified argued they're operating at a loss and need to be able to cover basic operating costs.
Tenants who attended the meeting did not hold back their disappointment. Some even took their frustration to the streets.
The increases will affect stabilized leases that begin on or after October 1st.
You got to see a whole migration out of New York too, man. That rent stabilized shit kept people in position for a while. Even those people struggling.
Rents in the city are now so high, many New Yorkers are effectively prisoners, stuck in apartments they can't move out of. But what nobody's talking about is that things are about to get even worse for renters, because if landlords are forced to buy all kinds of new stuff and include perks that don't normally come with apartments today, the rent tomorrow is just going to go up, which is a massive problem considering rents themselves are already unacceptably high, with New York City having the lowest vacancy rate it's had in the last 50 years. And this has created a situation where the only apartments available to be moved into are so expensive, most people can't move into them, which is why many people now feel trapped financially and physically in small apartments they can't leave, which means growing families cannot stretch their legs, people stop getting married and moving in together, and even professionals with $100,000 a year salaries are forced to live in tiny little rooms just like they did in college, only into their late 30s until they either move out of the city altogether or get some massive raise or win the lottery. And if that doesn't sound bad enough, many landlords say that the rents they're getting aren't enough to pay their bills.
Look at this shit, man. This is how people really live in New York. I remember I had an apartment on 100 and I was living in Harlem, right? And I had a 2-bedroom with a half a bathroom. A half a kitchen. And my kitchen looked just like that. I was like, how the fuck did they do this? It's like they carved the kitchen out into the living room or some shit, you know what I'm saying? And instead of leaving it open, it was like enclosed. But it looked just like this shit right here. And I was comfortable as fuck up in there, you know what I'm saying?
Because the relentless fees, utility costs, and taxes the city requires them to pay are so high, they
600 square feet, $3,000. 600 square feet, $3,000. 4,000 some spots.
say the rent has to go even higher. And that brings us to the real reason.
This bum shit. Look at this.
And why critics say we've got rents in this city no one can afford. It's because the government is taking too big a cut out of the housing market at a time when nobody can afford the places they're living in. And they figured out how to do it while getting tenants to hate their landlords who say that they're in a no-win situation. Yet even now, some of our leaders insist landlords should be spending even more money on their apartments. And although they say it's for health reasons and will save lives, critics say that the plans we've got on the table now are just going to make more people homeless in the future.
That's just how I be looking, man. I'm telling you, this is New York. Typical New York. If you got lights like that, you're lucky. You got a stove that looks like that and a refrigerator, you're lucky. That's heaven for somebody in New York right now.
So this apartment, it comes with a couple of free air conditioners, and you'd think that that would be normal when you have apartments that cost $7,200 a month.
But believe it or not, there are apartments that cost even more than this and don't come with any ACs in them either. And that's because every time a landlord puts an appliance in an apartment, it's then their responsibility to maintain it.
The truth is that these were not purchased by the landlord. These were left by the last renters. They are treasure of the New York City rental market. And that's a very important distinction because this apartment, very large, 3 bedrooms, brand new kitchen with a large separate living room. This place is already as affordable as it can get. And if you force landlords to start adding things to apartments and force them to legally maintain those appliances in perpetuity, the costs for renting an apartment are just going to go up.
And when you consider that air conditioners are rather plentiful and people just leave
Just put a new toilet bowl in there, the rent goes up.
them behind, do we even need such a law?
Well, some people unfortunately think that we do.
A new bill introduced Thursday by City Councilman Lincoln Ressler would require all New York City landlords to provide air conditioning to their tenants.
Just as a landlord provides heat in the winter, they should be providing cooling in the summer.
More than 90% of New Yorkers already have AC in their apartments, whether from central air or their own window unit.
That's terrible, bro. $7,000 for that little piece of shit.
But even still, the health department says about 300.
Look at that. Right there, the neighbors have an AC.
In fact, it looks like most people here in this building and throughout the city in general have air conditioners. But even though 90%
You're fucking burn up in New York. It's hot.
of apartments in the city have ACs already, the health department's not concerned about that. They're concerned about the 10% that don't have them, and they're also concerned about apartments that may not have enough ACs in every room to keep the temperature at a safe level.
You grab a solar. That's what's up, man. I mean, how many panels you got?
And they point out that landlords already have to pay the heat in the wintertime, so it only seems logical that they pay for the AC in the summertime. And the idea that right now there are people living in very small apartments sweltering beyond belief because they don't have...
Yo, B1, you got people in the chat talking about lock that bum up. Man, we're talking about New York City rent, man. I think this video went a little bit too long already. But I do want to show y'all something. I ain't got shit to do with none of this because that's kind of depressing me, man. It's kind of stressing me out thinking how much rent motherfuckers is paying. But here's something that makes me happy. Young Thug trial. Yo, this dude, young YSL Woody, I didn't have no idea just how stupid these people are, right? Now, I think that Young Thug is innocent, my opinion, right? But after this testimony, he's definitely going home.
If a good guess, will be by Friday.
All right.
This is the most ignorant witness interviewed ever. You can tell you people in real life that if you ever met up with them, you probably want to choke the fuck out of them.
Well, we can check back in on that later in the week, but
YSL Woody. That's his name, Woody. No homo.
make sure that in the event things for some reason start to move faster, you've got your next witness lined up and ready to go.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Ms. Hilton, you can go ahead with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Cooper.
And I got this off of IQ Shaheed channel. Salute to IQ Shaheed. That's my brother. Go ahead and subscribe to IQ EYEQ Shaheed SHAHID. This was hilarious, man. Do you pay attention to shit like this, B1? You ever get into this world?
Oh yeah, I've been watching this YSL trial forever. I like watching these court cases. I watched the Kyle Rittenhouse one, the Amber Heard one, the Young Thug one. This shit has been crazy.
This nigga,
Fannie Willis.
He's
Pretty
ignorant.
Young Thug.
This nigga is
Little
ignorant.
Woody is nuts.
Listen to
He's
this.
he's the one that did all the murders. Little Woody's the murderer.
And he gonna be the reason why all of them come home too.
Yeah, I hope so. All right, they need to come home.
Now, yesterday when we left off, you were speaking about this infinity that was rent about that you gave to Threat. I guess the day before Diamond Thomas was murdered.
Well, and just spoiler alert, people. Threat is the only one that he gives a fuck about. He don't care about nobody else in life except for Threat. I'm kind of thinking that they was fucking or something. You know what I'm saying? Like them type of vibes. Like what was that dude name from The Wire?
Well, YSL Mondo was fucking Fannie Willis. Fannie Willis was his attorney. And Fannie Willis is friends with YSL Mondo's aunt. That's who hooked him up. That was the co-founder of YSL, Mondo. So Mondo was fucking Fannie Willis before she was a DA, and now she's prosecuting YSL.
Wow, so he was smashing this broad right here?
Yeah, he was smashing Fannie Willis, the district attorney, YSL Mondo. She represented him in another court case when she was an attorney and not yet the district attorney. And
Wow.
YSL Mondo is the founder of YS, the co-founder of YSL with Young Thug.
This is worse than Power, Angela. Hold on.
Yeah, it's bad. It's like a whole. It's like a sitcom, like a soap opera, bro. It's crazy, and but it's real life.
But here we have the murderer, the nigga that's really the murderer, get fucking up the testimony. They obviously see this and they're allowing it to play out. I want y'all to witness the patience of this woman.
Yesterday when we left off, were you speaking about the Infinity that was rented by Thug that you gave to Threat the day before Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall yesterday talking about giving an Infinity to Threat? Do you need me to repeat the question?
Yeah.
Okay. Yesterday, do you recall testifying about giving the Infinity?
This dude is comedy.
He must have heard, let's have a moment of silence instead of answer the
Exactly.
question.
That motherfucker is funny as shit, man. Ooh, I wouldn't be caught alone in the room with this motherfucker. He'll wait for you to turn around and blow your head off. He got the look.
He definitely has to look. He's everywhere on the internet right now. I see him all over the internet. He's on like not necessarily podcasts, but like podcast game shows. Like I seen him on a podcast dating show thing.
Yeah, I'll be watching him too. He clout chasing like a motherfucker. But let me see how this plays out. Let me see this. I want the audience to see this ridiculous shit.
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
If Young Thug don't go free after this motherfucking interview right here.
And you said that you gave Threat that Infinity after you and Little D from Cleveland Avenue spun out that Infinity on the highway. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall what you said yesterday?
I didn't tell you that yesterday. I said I gave
B1, you know what it is with me, but let me just give you a sidebar. I just really have something against. Okay, look, my homeboy, right? We used to get in cabs and shit. This was when I was in the underworld. This is when I, many moons ago, many moons ago, right? The motherfucker really had a problem with cab drivers. Like he'll be on their neck. We'll be like 2 blocks away. He'd be like, "Yo, step on it." What the fuck? Like he get mental. Otherwise, this dude is quiet. You don't really see too much action out of this motherfucker. We get a cab. Yo, Poppy, drive the fucking car. I have a personal glitch myself. I can't stand a nigga that don't know how to pronounce his fucking words. I swear, I just hate people that sound like they got a dick in their throat when they talking.
They did the car yesterday.
Okay. Did you also talk about you spinning out the car on the highway yesterday as well?
I don't recall.
And when you gave Threat the car that was at the studio off of Northside Drive?
I ain't for sure which one it was, but
would this be the studio that's 675 Metropolitan Parkway?
And everybody know what I mean when I say the underworld, okay? Everybody knows, all right?
Metropolitan?
Yes.
No.
Is this the studio that...
I don't recall which studio it was.
If you saw a picture, would you recognize it?
Recognize what?
The studio.
Hell, no.
When you drop the car off to the studio, do you know if Thug was inside the studio?
I didn't go in.
Look at his face. He talking to her. He talking to her like she's like, I don't know, like she's his child or some shit.
But do you know if he was there or not, although you did not go in?
I didn't allow it.
Do you know if he was there?
Word. Speak your words. Cough it up, you fucking, cough it up.
I don't know.
This dude is comedy.
Back in 2015, how often would you go to the studio?
Look at his face.
Not much.
Okay, when you say not much, what does that mean?
I like to be in the streets.
Okay, so how often would you go?
Yo, I swear to God, right now, fucker, make America great hat again. I like to be in the streets shirts. I need that. I like to be in the streets.
I just said I don't know.
No, excuse me. I like to be in the streets.
Okay, would it be once a week, once a month?
I like to be in the streets.
Okay, so how often would you go to the studio?
I just said I don't know.
Okay, would it be once a week, once a month, every couple of months?
I don't recall.
It's gonna be impossible to catch it and trap him with anything. This motherfucker right here is ignorant.
Now, you said that you gave Threat you said you gave Threat the Infinity, and you don't know what happened next. Is that correct?
I said I gave Threat the car.
Okay.
And I left.
Do you know if Threat gave the car back to Thug?
Look at Trey. Look at. Oh God.
I don't recall. I don't know.
I don't care.
This was the car that Thug rented.
I don't care. I hate motherfuckers that can't pronounce they fucking words, man. It irks me, bro. Oh man, it made me just want to do the devil work. Excuse me, I mean God's work. For real. Man, I had to take a break, man. I had to take a break from this internet, man. This shit is just affecting my real life, man. I hate people that can't, like, don't say streets. Don't say, why come? Don't say stuff like that to me, man. Please, man, don't do that to my American ears, man. I understand you African American and you got some shit going on, but please don't say screech to me, man. Please, man. Because I'm going to think you're talking about screech. I screech. Screech. That ain't a fucking word. It's street. Street. Okay? Practice with me. Street.
Correct?
I don't recall.
Yesterday, didn't you testify this was the car
I just do for some reason. I don't know.
that Thug rented?
I guess I don't know. Like,
wouldn't hang out with his ass though. Wouldn't hang out with him. But he looked like he got the best drugs around. I'm telling you, man. Definitely killed a few niggas too. He remind me of old boy from remember that shit Tales from the Hood, you know what I'm saying? Crazy K.
Yeah, I remember. I was just watched that a couple months ago.
Crazy K. It's Crazy K. It's Crazy K. Reincarnated.
You don't know if
on his deathbed, you ain't gonna be able to save him.
The car now?
Yesterday you asked me, did I go to a rental car place with him?
Yes. And what was your answer?
What did I tell you?
You tell me.
I don't recall.
Why did you bring up that you gave the Infinity to Threat? Why did you tell me that yesterday?
Because I did.
Okay. And why did you tell me that?
What you mean? Why did I tell you that?
Yeah. Why was yesterday the first time that you ever mentioned giving Threat the Infinity?
Because y'all
I
was sitting here like y'all know what y'all talking about when y'all don't.
Okay. So why didn't you tell the police that back in 2015?
I don't call.
Because I ain't trying to go to jail.
Why would you go to jail for giving someone a car?
The same way y'all take me to jail for everything else.
Okay. But is there a crime to give someone a car?
Sustain.
Why did you think you would get in trouble for giving someone a car?
Rat ass motherfucker. This is why I don't like hip hop, man. This is why, man. Just play me some motherfucking Run DMC, man. Throw these new motherfuckers away. You know what I mean? And then you have people say, they out here acting like fucking thugs. They pushing this dumbass music and shit. You know what I'm saying? And then as soon as they get locked up,
Nigga, you gay.
man, throw these thugs away, man. Fucking Cracker Jack box thugs, man. I don't care how many people you told on. You's a fucking slippery rat.
Okay.
Nobody likes rats. Let's keep it real. Even the police don't like rats. They call it the blue wall of silence. All right? See, a police tell on the police, man, and that cop is he got to go to another precinct. He got to get up out of here. If me and you were working at McDonald's and I decide to steal a whole fucking bag of cheeseburgers with you, right? And you get caught with your half of cheeseburgers and you tell on me, you're a fucking rat. See, a rat is not a criminal thing, It one part, the part that y'all look at is that, the criminal aspect of it. But let's think about the characteristic aspect of it. He's a fucking rat. Who's going to trust you? You know what I mean? We went and did some shit together. I mean, we have two options in life. We can do good together. We can do bad. We decided to do a little bad. We're like Robin Hood. Want to steal from Mickey D's to feed our poor little babies. But you, the motherfucker, to get caught. And you tell on me, guess what? You's a fucking rat. It's a characteristic issue. So that's why I don't like rats. I don't like rats because you sold out your homie. That's it. Simple. Some people sold out their own family.
Were you trying to insinuate because you gave Threat the car, that Threat must have had something to do with Nuts' murder?
I don't call.
Huh?
In telling me yesterday that you gave the affinity to Threat, were you trying to infer that Threat must have had something to do with Nuts' murder?
I don't know what Threat did.
Okay, so why did you tell me about giving Threat the affinity?
Because you put me up here to tell the truth.
Okay.
Oh, man, he doing some truth.
Is there some truth? Did Threat kill Nut?
This man up here doing a lot of truth telling right now.
I got to answer that?
Yeah, do you have an answer?
I don't know what Threat did.
Okay. Back in 2015, did you tell the police that Threat killed Nut?
No.
Okay. Did you tell police that other individuals killed Nut?
I'm going to protect Threat.
Okay.
Trump will be doing another press conference tomorrow. He said, I will protect Threats, no matter what. Threats, pimp. I wrap you up in meth like drug money. All right.
That other individuals killed Nut?
I'm going to protect Threat.
Okay. But you didn't protect the other people that you talked about?
Me and Threat been friends since 2001.
Okay.
Me and 3 people.
Are you closer to Shannon than you are to Threat?
I'm closer to Threat than I am any person in the street.
Okay, but when you were talking about who you were close with, you never mentioned Threat to the police back in 2015. Is that correct?
All right, I got to get back to life. I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't mean to do a fucking 4-hour live. I got B1 in the crib with me. You know what I'm saying? Co-hosting this extravaganza. You know, we did the Lord's work today. I love these shows, but I think I'm going to move it to the morning. I think we're going to start doing a morning show like my boy Anton Daniels. I'm going to get back to my 9:30 o'clock show. Yeah, I'm going to do it like that. Now, I do want to show y'all something on the way out the door, man. And that, speaking of Anton Daniels, the CDC just hit his fucking video, just like they did with mine, which I think is some real corny shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just fucked up. That this is how they get down. You know, we out here doing this. Let me let y'all see this panel so you can see some opposing views. It's probably because he put the word abortion in his title. Close your legs, then you don't have to worry about abortion. Anton debates over Kamala Harris. This should be interesting. I didn't see this. This is a real reaction, y'all. Anton Daniels, that's my friend. That's my boy. I've been on the show a few times. And all right, so let's get to it.
I don't mean to cut you off. So is it true that if Trump implements a $500 billion tariff, it's going to increase the average American $1,700 per year? Yes,
it's not. Because the tariffs are specifically targeted towards Chinese companies, specifically BYD. So what he said was, for example, I want to put 100% tariff on BYD, Build Your Dreams, which is a Chinese EV company. And what you see during the Biden administration, which is happening in real time, is they are actually looking to buy Chrysler and Dodge in order to circumvent it. And your administration that's here right now is letting it happen. They're bankrupting American companies right now so BYD can come in and buy that company.
I just want you to know that you can Google the $500 billion tariff that Trump wants to implement. It's going to cost the average American $1,700.
Listen, again,
man, shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about. Y'all with these fake ass numbers.
You can Google what you want, but Google is not a fact.
So what's the fact then?
The source by which you go through, it's an estimation of what it's going to cost. But I guarantee, I know this for a fact.
No.
Listen, this is
Landis point, motherfucker.
what we know for a fact. We know for a fact.
Brother. Brother CJ?
That inflation for Americans is over 20% during the Biden administration's rule. So if you want to talk about facts, no. Listen.
Come on.
Again, we're talking about what you think. We know for a fact that motherfuckers
Spam my chat with that Kamala Harris bullshit, please.
couldn't go out and buy groceries and fill up their cart today. We know that jobs. Hold on.
Anton,
Cisco
why is
is laying off. Stellantis is laying off. Harley Davidson is laying off. Google is laying off. All of these Kellogg's is laying off. People don't have jobs today. They are.
Why is that,
bro?
Hey, B1, look at Matt's comment. He's acting Google.
And Google will say yes.
Yeah, hell yeah. Can men have babies? Hell yeah, why not? Let's go.
They need tampons in the boys' bathroom, so next step from tampons is babies.
Tampon Tim said put them in. What is a dude gonna do with a tampon in the bathroom? Like what could
put in his bullet wound?
Put in his prison pocket. You know what I mean?
Yeah, put in his prison pocket. Keys to that shit.
Yeah.
Because Biden
prison purse
did not make sure that they tapped down inflation.
Which is located right behind y'all, just in case y'all didn't know.
Oh, wait. So I'm wrong? I'm wrong.
So Trump's
depending on what state you're standing in.
Started inflation because Biden didn't stop it.
No, Trump focused on saving American jobs. That's what he did.
Every president has added on to the national
Let me tell you what else he did. Let me tell you what else that was beautiful. Because a lot of people are misinformed when it comes to the tax cut. What else he did was he ensured the tax cut, and the purpose of that was to force American companies. Listen, you can.
Hey, Tampon Tim is the coach of a team, if I'm correct. Matter of fact, let me do my homework because I heard some fucked up shit. What is he coaching? I heard
he was like a defensive coordinator and assistant coach for high school football. I don't even think it was a varsity thing. It was a junior varsity.
No, I'm talking about right now. He's
right now.
Yes, he's like I'm gonna find out. It's nasty. It's weird.
All right.
I like your
I'm looking forward to it.
But it don't matter. You're getting washed right now.
Yeah, your
what
audio.
He did was he instituted tax cuts in order to ensure American companies brought foreign profits back over here at a lower tax rate instead of keeping them overseas where they then leverage. You muted, big dog.
We can't hear you, CJ. Leave and come back. Because once you take off your iPods,
that's because God is working. Listen, these people are sitting here, and it's so funny. These people are sitting here arguing against Trump instead of arguing for their candidate. That's how you know that we fucked up. That's how you know that all they doing is leaning on identity politics. This country is worse off than 3.5 years ago, and they will still vote for their own fucked up interests that ain't even got no interest because they can't cite one policy that they love Kamala Harris for.
So as I just stated, you literally just told us the reason we have inflation is because of the tariffs that Trump implemented when he was in office.
That's not what I said.
That's exactly what you just said. That's exactly what you just said.
That's not what I said.
I'm glad we got playback.
You can go with playback. But again, help me to understand.
You just told us the reason we have inflation is because of the tariffs that Trump implemented.
I'm going to spend time tonight watching you and him at the same time.
No, you're not. You're wrong.
CJ, we've always had inflation.
Help me to understand. No. Listen. Help me to understand.
Nah, Tim Walz do look like a freak ass old man.
Why your candidate deserves to be the president of the United States of America.
Because I don't want an old ass dude in the office. That's number one. Number two. Hold on. Number two, I like what they're doing for veterans. Number three, I don't like his police policy. I don't like his stop and search policy.
What is this police policy?
Hey,
man, these dudes just say the same shit over and over again. They don't know what the fuck they talking about at this point. It just we stuck in the matrix, man.
You're not gonna just stop and search anybody. Number four, I don't like that he wants to weaponize the Department of Defense.
I bet this dude has never been stopped and frisked a day in his life.
Yeah, he's got a Navy shirt on saying he doesn't want to weaponize the Department of Defense, but you got a Navy shirt on, which is under the command of the Department of Defense.
Don't shake it by you.
We not gonna do that.
It's goofy with that fucking do-rag on. I bet he got a pink fade under there, or pink dreads.
Oh, listen.
Hold on. You asked me a question.
You're not answering the question. You're not answering the question. You're not answering the question.
You asked me a question, so I'm gonna answer.
No, listen. You can go off script, but I need you to answer my question.
I'm answering your question. I need you to listen.
No, what is it?
I need you to listen. I need you to listen.
He's trying to talk to you. You're on his show. He's asking you a question, and you refuse to fucking absorb the truth.
You asked me a question, so I'm gonna answer it.
Listen. What do you like about Kamala Harris's policies that you would cause to, not what you don't like about Trump? It's a very specific.
Thank you.
Question.
I like what she's gonna do for veterans.
No, listen. Because I want to make sure.
Oh my goodness gracious!
I want to make sure you hear me clearly.
I heard you the first time.
What do you like about Kamala Harris's policies that would cause you to vote for it?
So number one.
Okay, I gotta hear this.
She wants to cap the rent. I think that's a great policy. Number two.
The United States of America has no control over what it is that you can pay in rent.
So you want me to answer or you gonna keep talking?
It's a real estate thing.
So you're right. I want to let you put your
fair market value thing.
Number two, I like what they're doing for veterans. Me as a veteran, I like what they're doing for veterans. The other dude, he don't give a damn about veterans.
Oh, lies.
Those two things right there are good enough for me. I land.
You also want the
hold on. Audience.
Man.
I'm gonna let you rock, big dog.
How are you the only one?
I'm gonna let you rock. I'm gonna let you rock.
You've been talking the whole time.
I'm gonna let you rock because again, I know that y'all need help with each other.
Talking the whole time. It's this fucking show. That's what they do with my show, man.
I'm the most.
We don't. I don't want to listen to
all listening skills. That's why we have 2 ears and 1 mouth to listen twice as much as we speak. But yet we have this.
White dude in office.
And they in his crib. This is his show. Let's not make no mistake about it.
He don't even know where he's at right now.
Oh, you talk. You spoke. You said you landed.
I landed. You're right.
Okay, so you landed. Take that plane and throw it off the fucking runway.
It ain't gonna work.
Who ain't their own kind? You gotta speak.
Crash landed.
I say again.
I said he crash landed. He said he landed, but he crash landed.
Yeah, he crash landed. Landed like that fucking. I don't know if y'all. I'm kind of old. There used to be this cartoon called Chilly Willy, and
the penguin.
Yeah, the penguin, and you remember the I think it was like a duck they used to fly in, a pelican or something.
Yeah, a little squeaky duck. What's the duck's name?
He used to almost have a perfect landing, and then he'd be like, yeah, fuck it, Chilly Willy, yeah, the penguin.
It ain't.
Audience. Do you hear this bullshit that they telling y'all?
Don't talk to the audience, talk to us.
No. I'm not talking to you right now. I'm talking to my audience.
Well, I'm talking to you.
I'm talking to my audience. You see him? You see this? And he doesn't understand where he's at.
Cool. What you said you landed and your plane was
you landed. You see this shit, this confrontation, man? There's a lot of feminine energy, man.
Now, I'm talking to my audience.
Well, I'm talking to you.
Cool. What you said you landed and your plane is off.
What are you talking about?
Your plane is off. Listen, don't
you vote for an old white dude who don't even know where he's at right now.
The whole
you vote for a dude that cares about
Biden.
You challenging all of us to tell you what we like about
that's what we voting for.
But
I'm gonna get to you.
White guy.
You're not accepting the fact that we don't have to tell you what we like about her. We're telling
you, give me a second?
We don't like him, and if you don't like that, that's your problem.
What are we talking about?
There's a whole audience here. We're not here to entertain you, bro. So it don't matter if I don't tell you what I like about Kamala. I don't like Trump. Period. That's all you need to get. If that's what.
You hear that? I don't like Trump. I don't like Trump. I don't like Trump. That's all they can say. They don't care about. They don't see. He's asking them to give speaking points on Kamala, and this dude just wants to act. He has all those fucking books in his background. Yet he's probably never read one of those shits, and he probably played for that colorful team.
What are we talking about?
There's a whole audience here. We're not here to entertain you, bro. So it don't matter if I don't tell you what I like about Kamala. I don't like Trump. Period. That's all you need to get. If that's what.
Shut up.
Go, Anton. He got him. See, he went in the right place.
Dog.
See, they feel like disrespecting you in your own crib is the way. But watch how this goes bad.
Hold on. Give me a second.
Nah, I'm trolling. Go ahead, Anton. Go ahead, bro.
Go ahead, bro. No. The only reason these people is here is for me.
They don't.
Newsflash, I gotta remind you motherfuckers too. God's work, bro. I'll talk about all type of subjects. I might have thousands of people in here sometimes. I might have fucking 50 people in here, depending on the when it is and what we're doing. But for a fact, the name of this show is Mac Mean True Story. All stories ain't true, but this one is. They come, all of this shit I'm playing, they can catch it on the internet. They come here because they want to hear our perspective. They want to hear B1 giving you receipts. You know what I mean? They want to see my boy Lance. They want to see that. Right now, I didn't let nobody up. Other people try to pop up, but I shut them down because it kind of derails the overall thing. But me, this is my fucking show. Just like that show right there. That's Anton's show. You're only there to hear his perspective, you stupid fuck. This is what I'm trying to say, that a lot of them is like that. They think that there's a fight between us. There's no fight between us, man. We got a bigger fight against other motherfuckers, so we need to be sticking together. All right? That's what it's about. It's not about disrespecting each other. Even if you don't agree with my point, you don't have to disrespect me, especially on my own panel. But let's see how it goes.
Hey, give me a second.
Nah, I'm trolling. Go ahead, Anton. Go ahead, bro.
Give me
Go
a
ahead,
second.
bro.
No. The only reason these people is here is for me.
They don't know it's your, Anton, they don't know it's your panel.
Go ahead, bro.
You don't realize who you talking to?
I mean, they don't know it's your panel. They don't know. They're not on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't get
all
it.
right. Well, we don't listen.
Anton's
Oh,
panel,
my
but
son just
No. Q. Don't
Yo, my
explain
son just threw the hoodie on.
it to them. I want them to stay
I'm
in
gonna
their
show y'all something about Anton Daniel. We'll come down to meet Mac Me. Hold up.
energy.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No,
Anton.
I want y'all to see this
no.
one more time. How this got there and how they always try us. Watch this.
The whole
You
point
want to
is
that cares about
Biden?
you
That's what we
challenging
about.
all of us to tell you what we like about
that's what we voting for.
But you're
I'm gonna
not
get to you. Hey,
white guy.
you're not
Victor,
accepting
Victor.
the fact that
What?
we don't have
Victor.
to tell you what we like about.
Mind you, the question wasn't even for him. He asked the other guy.
We're
Victor,
telling
can you give me a
we
second?
don't like him, and if you don't like that, that's your problem.
What the fuck? What are we talking about?
There's a whole audience here. We're not here to entertain you, bro. So it don't matter
Who
if
you
I don't
talking to?
tell you what I like about Kamala. I don't like Trump. Period. That's all you need to get. If that's what.
Dog.
gotta do
Hold
one mic.
on. Give me a second.
Nah, I'm trolling. Go ahead, Anton. Go ahead, bro.
Give me
Go
a
ahead, bro.
second. No. The only reason these people is here is for me.
They don't know
What
it's
you talking
your,
about?
Anton, they don't know it's your panel.
Go ahead, bro.
You don't realize who you talking to?
I mean, they don't know it's your panel. They don't know. They're not on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
All
don't get
right.
it.
Well, we don't listen.
This is Anton's channel, but my
No. Q. Don't explain it to them. I want them to stay in their energy.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No,
Anton.
don't tell me to go ahead. No.
Can I
Oh shit, I can keep going.
wait.
Listen.
I mean, since we're talking about planes, we listened to an old white dude that made up that helicopter.
He likes calling Donald Trump an old white dude.
Oh,
No. He said
came up and said he don't know what he's talking about. Since we're talking
hold
about
it down for 1 second, bro, because I don't know what's going on with this screen. I probably gotta refresh it because I can't see shit. My screen
That panel's crazy. They got no decorum.
Oh, here it
It's
goes.
just people talking. We're coming about 4 hours and 30 minutes. It's been a good stream. What does chat think about the stream? It's been a good day. How long have you guys been in the stream? For hours, for minutes? Type in chat how long you guys have been here. Did you just get here? If you just got here, double tap that screen. If you've been here and you haven't tapped that screen, let's get these likes up. Let's check the chat. Yeah, vote for God. God Emperor of the United States, Donald Trump. Geodis is what we call him. Couple hours, Erica. That's good. Yeah, I've been here a couple hours. 1 hour and it's lit, White Buffalo. Welcome to have you. Good stream. Thank you, Erica. Mac puts in a lot of work. Streams come out nice.
Yeah. I don't get a lot of chance to. Okay, so this is me and Anton. Give one quick second.
I want you to respond to that, Jay Prince. But before you do, let me say, Mac, I want to salute you. I think that you are an inspiration. I love people like you. I think that your story need to be told and heard. I absolutely appreciate you sharing and jumping on the panel and having this conversation because I love people like you, bro. I think that you are the backbone of what make people great. And I just want to say I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you for sharing your story. I appreciate you for turning your life around. And I love you, man. I love what you're talking about. I love the conversations that you, or what you contributed to the conversation. And I think that people like you should be celebrated. Jay Prince, what's your thoughts on what Mac said? Am I a sellout, Jay Prince?
Piece of paper excuse away from the black man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna be taking pride. Let me give you something. You're a new version of a slave. Hey, yo, bro, you bringing pride to the job ain't got shit to do with the job. You feel me? It adds value to the job if you do. But let me explain something, right? I don't give a fuck if you clean and busting down bathrooms in Burger King, my nigga. Make that shit the cleanest bathroom. Right. You wanna know why? Because there's some dude that's going to his $1 million job every day that stop at that spot to use the bathroom. He gonna know the difference. He gonna get to meet you. You feel me? It has something to do with your character. That's number one. And if you believe in God, I'm a Muslim, right? I believe that.
We're talking about ethics, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, again, you know what I'm saying?
I want you to respond to that.
I know a lot of these people, you know, and we hold similar views. And I watch dudes get attacked. I watch dudes, you know, like I watch Anton, I watch Charleston, you know what I'm saying? Like these are my peoples, you know. And the reason why I say my peoples because since I started, they supported me. They support what I do. While everybody else was getting struck, their videos was getting knocked down and stuff. My videos was staying up. Dudes was tapping in and saying, "Yo, I like the way you think. I like your story, stuff like that." You know what I'm saying? So, no matter what, man, this conversation is not about fighting each other. This shit is more about like making each other aware of the issues and making the best informed decisions for us as Americans and you as an individual with your family. You gotta do what's right for your family. Ultimately, if you feel like KMALA is the choice for you, then you do what you do. But trust me, you're pushing us back by not being informed of what's going on.
He said that they not here for me, bro.
Oh, I didn't say that. I don't know where that came from, but go ahead.
Take time.
Always getting jumped. They said sell out so I can re-cop, so I can re-up. Sell out so I can re-up. Wow. That's another shirt, man. Think we got 2 shirts today. Sell out so I can re-up. Re-cop, in the words of B1.
Since you're backing KMALA, what policies do you agree with?
So, my first
J Misha. That's a very peculiar name.
Thought process is I would want to make sure that I have an understanding, or obviously I'm new to this and on this platform, but in reading in the audience, but I do want to have an understanding that the administration signs in the bills and they do specific executive orders in regards to policies and laws, but the people that have these conversations and do the work is Congress. So I understand that we like to say Kamala and Biden and Trump, but I don't view it as that. So I just want to put that out there. I go based on the Congress and people that do that type of work. But one reason that I would support and vote for Kamala outside of the policy when I get
you're a gay woman, let's keep it real
to it is Trump is stating that he wants to be a dictator. So I don't want a form of government where one person.
Keep it real, man. I'm not judging, but we all know that we know what's going on.
And is just running.
If you pan left, you look around, I bet you she got a Black Lives Matter shirt up in this.
The country or wanting to get rid of the Constitution.
Always the light-skinned ones.
in which the country was founded on. So, I mean, that is a big reason why I would want to make sure that I'm voting for the other candidate, because I don't want that to happen.
We're about to get off of this, so y'all.
To democracy, because I live and work within the democracy as being an elected official. But outside of that, I respect the fact of her encouragement or platform of having diversity and equal representation, meaning we need to get more Black and brown people elected to office. I care about the fact of her health care, because Black women die at a high rate when it comes to medical services. I also want women's rights. I shouldn't have
Is that even accurate? What
to sit here.
What is she talking about?
And fight for my rights or
discover flexible online learning options.
Talk about women's rights and we need more Black people. What the fuck is she talking about?
To be able to, if they choose to have an abortion, if something's wrong with the child, these are just little things. The Voters Act.
Yeah, worried about abortions. Why we ain't worried about getting married? Why we don't worry about getting motherfucking married and keeping the baby? How about that? How about we spend a bunch of dollars, you know what I'm saying, on showing these broads how to fucking keep their babies instead of taking them to the chop shop? Huh? It should be hard for motherfucker to get an abortion unless something crazy happened to them, like they woke up and one day, you know what I'm saying, motherfucker put some female clothes on a grown man. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but unless there's a special circumstances, a special circumstance, it should be less of women having abortions anyway, don't you think? Why are we fighting for abortions? Why are we fighting to keep the projects up and all this other weird shit? Man, we should be fighting for something else, man.
You know, those are things that I feel I want to see, replicated in our country, and that's not what the other side.
I might not know how to speak right now because I was on here for 4.5 hours, normally articulate, but there's nothing wrong with my fucking trigger finger. See, goofy
has on their platform.
This is insane. This is absolutely insane. She started off.
He probably was talking about the woman that was speaking, but I don't know, and I don't have that much patience, man. I got a short fuse.
Her narrative about what it is that she didn't like about Trump again. And usually what I've come to conclude is that most people do that because she doesn't have policy. Even the talking points that dictator, even the talking points that she has are general. They're not even real policy. We have.
Thank you. They so general. It's like I just want. It's like a dream and shit. Well, and and I just want somebody that's gonna be able to, give mushrooms to everybody early in the morning.
Okay, so number one,
diversity is good, but it's not everything, man. You know what I mean? Like
never.
At the end of the day, man. Let's just say we had a spot where we could hire 100 people. And we have the opportunity to hire 50 Blacks and 50 whites. So, but how do you, I don't care who's in there, as long as they're making the right decisions, man.
Said that he wanted to remove abortion.
You gotta quit with this identity politics, man. This shit is just nasty.
In general. And I'm not even an abortion supporter, right? What he said was it should go back into the states. The states specifically should be the ones to determine what happens on an individual state level. And it should not be in the hands of the federal government.
Thank you. If you want to be a dot, you want to run around and go to the chop shop every couple of months, you go to a state where they allow that shit. You feel me? Just know that if you're in a state where it doesn't, that's
in the first place. Okay? So that's number one. So all of this fear mongering when it comes to that whole women's rights things, that's trash. Number two, we got the same old talking points when it came to Obama. When it came to the people that's happening on a local level in all of these cities, this diversity, equity, and inclusion shit gotta die. It gotta die.
So
look, I want the best persons for the job.
States to regulate abortion. That means if you're not in a state that is for allowing someone to have a right to exercise in their body, then you're fucked up. So
Correct.
I want it to be federal because then there is overseer on these rights. I'm not going to be hopping and jumping from each state that is aligning with what I believe in just because we want to give state.
Why not? That means that you just want to be hot. You want to be something hot. And why are you even worried about it anyway? Why is she worried about it? Yeah, man, you be safe in any state, shorty.
Certain rights. The Constitution created rights for the states, but we have a federal government that needs to oversee.
Imagine that's your girlfriend and you get into an argument with her, man. This shit, she'll put something in your drink. You know what I'm saying, man?
States. So it's not adding up because you gonna move to a state if they heavy on policing, right? And they giving police immunity over in Texas.
Hold on, don't skip around. Let's stay on this abortion. Let's stay on this abortion thing.
To North Carolina and state of North Carolina and not be in Texas.
K through 12 education looks different than it once did. Students deserve.
I definitely was talking about her, and not me.
Because we give so much governance over the state. No, I don't agree with that.
Well, listen, here's the beautiful thing.
Extreme left.
First thing that y'all can do is close y'all legs.
Anton, slow down the chat.
No, I'm not slowing down the chat. The first thing that
women close your legs, boo-boo. That is cold-blooded.
Can do, because y'all so
honest,
so concerned with the government playing a role in what it is that you got going on as far as whether or not you can have a child or not, is close your legs and marry before you carry.
So do you automatically assume that a woman gets an abortion because she doesn't want to have the baby? Or what about if the baby has a disability inside? My daughter was born.
There are exceptions that both sides, agree on.
But
Late
they don't
term,
agree.
rape, incest, disabilities. That is not even a
So I'm saying, like, I hear you, but you have to speak the facts on what the other side said.
I am speaking the facts.
On a blanket abortion, don't care if you slept with your cousin or if you were hard.
He said if incest, rape, in certain situations like that, you're safe. But why are you fighting for that? Why you like? I don't want to jump from state to state. Well, how many times do you think you're gonna get pregnant? I mean, for real.
Just literally said rape and
essentially she's saying a disabled person doesn't have the right to live. I don't want to raise that a cripple. That's essentially what she's saying. Stop taking our men out the houses. These bras be wanting to have fun babies. Let's keep it real, man. You meet a guy, you're at the club, you know what I'm saying? You barely know the motherfucker. You based your whole attraction off the way the person looks. You fuck them, have a baby. Next thing you know,
you slept with your cousin, or if you were hard.
I just literally said rape, incest, disabilities, and late term carrying. These are things that they agree with on both sides. Maybe not the late term carrying
levels. Look up Mark Robertson.
Listen. From Trump's perspective,
you want to talk. You just got the answer right there. What if you had an incest situation? You just addressed it.
And from
she doesn't want to hear it.
KMALA's perspective on both sides, they don't disagree with those three talking points: rape, incest, and late-term carrying, especially when it comes to disabilities. Okay,
they do on state levels.
Tap the screen, please.
There are state governors or people that's running. Mark Robinson for the state of North Carolina is currently trying to run for the governor, and he wants to do a blanket across the state of North Carolina. No abortion.
Then that means that the voters on a local level then should be able to determine whether or not they want him as their governor. Because the local election is if not more important than who it is that you have on a national level. But the fact of the matter is, keep your legs closed. That's number one. And because y'all arguing on something that you can control. I never in my life ever had to worry about anything that was child related, especially when it comes to abortion, because I was very definitive of whether or not I was going to have a child. And there's literally over 100 different forms of contraception to prevent you from putting yourself in that position in the first place. So that's number one. And that's not something I'm ever going to let It's not something that I'm ever going to let a politician play on my emotions for, as far as what's best for my family.
So now
That's
you're
number
telling
one.
me that
Number
there's
two,
resources
you
in
keep on
all
trying to skip
communities
past.
to be able to
You
have
keep
birth
trying to
control
skip
and
past what
condoms?
you said. You keep trying to skip past what you said as far as this identity politics bullshit and this diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so basically, what you basically telling me is that you want to vote somebody in based off of racism and prejudice and bias, because you don't want, you're not looking at who's best for the job. You're looking at, and the first thing that you said was, this is what I don't like about Trump. And then you tried to qualify it by a bunch of general talking points, especially when it comes to the diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Those ain't general.
We off that bullshit.
We need diversity.
We all for the politics.
You have 62 people currently in the Congress that are
She is angry.
black, but only 80% of them are Democrats.
She's typing this shit up as she's. This is crazy.
Okay, and I don't believe in the party line. I'm independent. That does matter because equal.
You're not independent. You're not independent.
Stop. More people that look like us
Are
because
you independent over here about the turning red over Kamala?
they understand our issues in our
They
community.
don't. They don't. You know how I know that? You know how I know that for a fact?
I'm an elected official and a civilian. So
the
there are
blackest cities in the United States of America are the ones that black people ran into the fucking ground. Tell that to Tiffany Henyard over there in Dalton.
Right.
Tell that to Brandon Johnson over in Chicago, what he doing to his city. Tell that to Karen Bass of what it is that they doing over there in LA. Talk to London Breed to what they doing over there in San Francisco. Talk to Detroit, Michigan, and we was the biggest city to file for bankruptcy, and all we had was black leaders. I don't give a fuck about no identity politics. I care about what's best for my family.
That's a different process. You understand?
No, it's not.
Conversation. You need to get people in office.
That's called moving the goalpost.
You also need to hold these elected officials to the fire when you get them in office. So voting is not the first stop.
Go over there to Dalton, Illinois, and tell me that they're not trying to hold her to the fire, but she's still running the city into the ground. They operating at a $6.5 million deficit. Brandon Johnson just got into office 8 months ago, and he's already running the city into a deficit, and they've given over $400 million to migrants, illegal migrants into this country.
They do a good job on picking the correct candidate. You assume that I said because we need diversity.
The best candidate wasn't even black.
Just picking anybody off the street.
They picked him based off of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Have a good candidate, but I prefer them to look like me.
So what makes Kamala Harris a good candidate? Because you haven't said anything.
I just told you the policies that I support. Just because they don't align with your viewpoint doesn't mean that they're not valid.
The only policy that you stated, which isn't even a policy because she doesn't have an official policy for it.
You're right. So you're answering your own question.
She don't even want to hear it. She don't even want to hear it.
Policy because she doesn't have an official policy for it.
You're right. So you're answering your own
question.
The policy thought process won't come out until after the DNC. And again, the president, they can only encourage these conversations. Congress is the one that makes laws and policies.
You're telling me that Trump's proposed policies wasn't already available?
In office, so he's running off.
Every single candidate that operated in the primary
She won't even let him finish a sentence.
Policies on their websites. Even back in 2019,
he's been running for 3.5 years.
When Andrew Yang was running for president of the United States of America, when Andrew Yang was
running since 2020. What are you talking about?
They have to have policies to talk
even when Andrew Yang was running in 2019
as the VP.
When Andrew Yang was running in 2019
of the current administration, not into its truly official when we go to the DNC where she start changing her stump speech, because when you hear it now, it's on the work that she's done and she's doing.
What work has she done?
Oh my God.
What work has she done? No, what work has she done? Outside of locking people up.
I just explained. Okay, so you would do it. What's his name? D.L. Hughley. So you go off snippets, and
I hate that dude.
With that,
there's literally black people over in San Francisco.
Only 45 was locked up, and how many of them were black?
They don't want to hear shit. B1, nothing at all, man. Anyway, we had a good show, man. You know,
good show.
We had a good show. Let me just ask some questions, man. You wanna attack some questions, bro, before we get out of here?
No, I think you had a great show. Chat was engaging, and chat came through with some great questions. We had some good trolls, and they don't know it, but we like the trolls around here. You know,
yeah, we fuck.
We fuck with the troll. We'll ban you, but we fuck with you.
We fuck with you, but you'll get 86,000 seconds timed out for some reason.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Useful idiots is what we call them.
Yeah, for no reason too. Sometimes, man, my trigger finger just get itchy.
Yeah, your profile. I might not like your profile pic. That'll get you banned.
Yeah.
Whatever it may be. No, I'm pretty lenient. I like the engagement.
It'll
I
get
think about the big picture.
banned or caged. I'd rather
cage. Cage is the worst. You don't want to be in the cage. You might not ever get out of the cage.
Are you looking at the screen? Look at the screen. This man.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
This man
Who is that? Is that just some random dude, or is that somebody?
Meek Mill. He's been in the cage for 40 years.
Allegedly, yeah. He might be in the cage right now.
Yeah, man. Poor Meek Mill.
Yeah, poor Meek Mill.
He got his hands full. And his butt too. Because you know what? He had to get in there butt first. And the gate's open. I always make that point when I show this picture. That's what makes it really foul, because the gate is open and he can just literally just push himself up out of there. But I don't know. Sometimes he might be comfortable. Who knows?
Stockholm syndrome, right?
Stockholm syndrome. Stockholm syndrome. No Diddy. You know what I mean? Yeah, Stockholm syndrome.
What neighborhood's Diddy from? I don't even know. I'm from the West Coast, so I was never into
Diddy from up there in Mount Vernon, man.
Mount Vernon. So Mount Vernon syndrome.
Apparently, there's shit going on.
I ain't never see a big boy grill on the roof. Never seen a big boy grill on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy grill on the roof.
Time to grill.
Big boy grilling on the roof. Big boy grilling on the roof. Big boy ain't grilling on.
I ain't gonna lie, it's my favorite video, man. I play that 100 times a day. You know what I'm saying? Let me get some more questions. Let me see. Let me answer. So let's get to the troll business. Let's get to the troll. Let's get to the trolls. Let's see what the trolls is talking about. Trolls activate. Meek Mill. Of course. Let me get that picture back up there just to let y'all know that this shit is real. Oh, wrong one. There you go. Yeah. That's the footage from the Diddy party. It looks like hands full. The Diddy party. Why would they mention the Diddy party over here, man? Why would they do that, bro?
Did you miss me though? For real? We partied for my birthday before. You came to my party.
No, but me and you ain't never really party. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? Don't provoke me. Don't come over here with that bullshit, please.
Oh, you motherfuckers. Okay. All right. I'm putting cases on all you bitches. Huh? You think you can do this shit? Jay! You think you can do this to me? You motherfuckers will be playing basketball in Pelican Bay. Oh, yeah, go get the scrap.
My bad. Just testing my gun out, man.
Incredible. So let me get this straight. You used to be a black man, correct? And by simply voting for Donald Trump, you became white?
Yes. I remember going to vote.
Incredible. So let me get this straight. You used to be a black man, correct? And by simply voting for Donald Trump, you became white?
Yes. I remember going to vote. I bubbled in my choice for Donald Trump, and all of a sudden, Joe Biden was right. I wasn't black anymore. Everything changed after that.
Please elaborate.
Well, for starters, I got a call from my bank letting me know that I got approved for a loan. It was crazy.
What's so crazy about that?
I never applied for a loan.
Wow.
Yeah, go white privilege.
What else?
Well, the police treated me way different. Normally, they would try to arrest or shoot my then black ass, but not anymore. And probably the best thing that's happened is my father, Darnell Williams.
What happened?
When I was 3, he went to the store to get a carton of milk, and he never came back. But he finally did.
That's so amazing, Jamal. Congratulations.
But there were some downsides to not being black anymore.
Such as?
I lost a lot of athleticism. And my overall rhythm took a hit as well. Especially with dancing.
Incredible. So let me get this straight. You
emotional dominance.
It's poppin', pool guards work.
Class session, nigga, pull up.
One by one. Like that.
God's word. They keep on playing like I'm playing. Yup, get at him.
All right, we out of here, man. Thank you for pulling up. We're gonna B1. I'll hit you in the back. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else, salute. Thank you for pulling up and being a part of this show today. But we got to go, man. I went way beyond the limit today. I have been so irresponsible today, but I needed something to get me away from the stress of real life. You know, some people come to the internet, man, and they try to gain their life here because they don't have a real life. And then other people have a real life, and this is a way to escape that real life. You know what I mean? Like, you have a real life, and this is where you have your fun at. Some people don't have a life, and they try to get their life from the internet. We're not doing that. We want to bring the people together, even if it's through, you know, like we box a little bit. A lot of people do get blocked on this motherfucker, but that's just the way of how we do. Most likely,
nigga, you gay.
Or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we gotta go. All right, I'm out of here. We're gonna talk about developing a show with B1. Mind the Major Baltimore. Salute. John, salute. Thank you, Erica, for always pulling up. You know what I mean? Satan's work. That's their God. I agree. No strategy for you. Just hell, enjoy lemony snickets. No strategy for you. I don't know what that means. You've been yeah, I see you. You gonna win 35 trillion and counting, no resources to steal, and okay. Yeah. I'm looking at you. Like I said, go bricks, keep putting your foot on the necks and don't let up. Copy. All right, we out.